Hello, infographics fans! Once more, we're here to answer the most pressing questions in life, and the questions you're most curious about. This time, we're tackling on the fashion industry, or at least one small part of it, and asking what exactly happens if you don't wear underwear for a month. To help answer this question, we're once more turning to our favorite staff writer who so bravely took on this challenge because we told him to. I mean, because he too is a brave pioneer of science, always seeking to answer the unknown for your educational pleasure. So stay tuned as we see what happens if you go commando for a month for science. Day 1. I stared at my inbox for a full 30 seconds when I got the notification for this next challenge. I don't think I quite knew how to respond. Girlfriend immediately realized something was up. She knows about what time I set up to start doing work stuff, and when she saw my face, she must have realized it was another challenge episode. She narrowed her eyes and practically growled, "What is it this time?" She's like a freaking bloodhound, that one. When I told her though, she just laughed and she got really serious for a second and said, "I wish I'd lied to my parents about what you did for a living." Honestly, sometimes I do too. No underwear for a month? Who comes up with these? Are these fan suggestions? Can you guys please suggest what happens if I go on a tropical vacation for a month so the show will send me to Hawaii? So this one seems easy enough, except I know better. I used to go commando a lot in the military, especially during my time in the desert, because the temperature routinely got up over 100 degrees. At those temps, you sweat so much down there that it's unbearable, so I opted to go underwear free, and let me tell you, it felt amazing. Turns out your body is pretty good at regulating the temperature of your testicles so as to keep the sperm safe and healthy. That's the primary reason for why testicles evolved to be on the outside of most mammals, which admittedly seemed like a huge oversight on Mother Nature's part until I learned that fact. But having them be a few degrees cooler than the rest of your body when you're wearing body armor and all kinds of extra gear is amazing, except for when you have to suddenly hit the deck because somebody decided to start shooting. That's when not wearing underwear was definitely not a pleasant experience sometimes. See, desert camel pants are made of pretty thin material, and dropping your chicken tenders down onto some very stiff dried up grass or prickly plant definitely made you wish you stayed standing and risked a bullet. Not to mention if you ever dropped onto a scorpion, which are not as deadly as people think, but their stings pack a wallop. It never happened to me, but I heard stories and they terrified me. But that heat, I stand by my decision. Even if, strangely, my greatest fear about ending up hurt was having one of those medics cut my uniform off in order to treat me and finding out I'm going full Scottish. That myth, by the way, about the Scottish not wearing underwear under their kilts is exactly that, a modern myth that enough people started believing that some kilt-wearing blokes actually tried to make true. Historically speaking, the Scots always wore underwear under their kilts, and some royal courts even had glass floors so that the king or commander could make sure his troops were properly equipped. Funny, I guess, some poor Scottish sap had the same idea I did about the comforts of going all free willy. Well, on to the challenge, I guess. As usual, I'll update periodically with any observations. This should be interesting. Day 7. 1 week without underwear, and well, laundry is definitely easier. The girlfriend keeps being suspicious as if there's some part to this challenge I haven't let her in on yet. I guess I don't blame her, she's definitely seen me go through hell for these, and I guess she suffered a bit too for it. At least this one doesn't seem to be directly affecting her this time, so she's okay with the quote, "my stupid job" for a change. One thing I've noticed is, like I said, less laundry. That's nice, I guess, although I never end up folding the underwear anyways because it seems pointless, and just toss it into the drawer. This drives the girlfriend absolutely nuts and is the reason we have separate dressers now. I do seem sweatier though, which is weird because I'm wearing less clothes. I think maybe that it's not that I'm sweatier, but the freedom I'm currently experiencing is making me more aware of sweating that naturally occurs. I get nice wafts of fresh air down there when walking around, which by the way is amazing, and it makes me realize I'm sweaty. With underwear, you don't really get that. It's definitely made me rethink any time in the past that I've decided to postpone a shower. Day 14. So this Friday I had a flashback to high school and have rediscovered why underwear is a secret blessing. I would like all the guys in the audience to think back to their awkward teenage years and all the very sudden and very unwelcome excitements that occurred with very little prompting. Thankfully though, underwear fits snugly and it helps rein in your SpongeBob and Squidwards and make sure that your condition isn't publicly visible. Well, the girlfriend must have been thinking about this too and decided to be a freaking comedian. We went to a friend's house for game night, as we usually do, and as I was in the kitchen grabbing something, she slid up next to me and whispered some things in my ear that I won't repeat here, then started giggling. A moment later, our entire group of friends entered the kitchen, and I had to suddenly be very, very, very interested in the contents of the cabinet directly behind me so I could keep my front well out of sight as I fought to reclaim control over my excited Master Chief. I stood there awkwardly with my back to my friends as I forced myself to think about every unsexy thought I could. My girlfriend is an evil genius, and it scares me that I think that fact makes me more attracted to her, not less. Day 21. So, I don't know if I have PTSD flashbacks to that Friday a week ago or if being free has sensitized me somehow, but definitely having a problem with random stimulus packages. Girlfriend tried to pull her little stunt again and I had to strike a very, very harsh bargain in order to get her to stop. This is a very serious situation. Basically, I'm making dinner and doing most chores until this is over. For once, I think she's actually happy for a challenge episode. I've noticed that I've been wearing a lot less jeans lately and have been hanging out in sweatpants most of the time when at home. Even though I work from home, I still try to dress normal, helps make sure you don't get stuck in a slovenly rut. But I've been avoiding jeans. The harsh material is definitely not pleasant when you're going commando, and I've been having panic attacks after using the bathroom, remembering the one time as a kid that I accidentally zipped up my Woody Allen. Let me tell you, that's a pain you only need once in life, and every time I go to the bathroom, I am more careful than I've ever been in my life about zipping up since this challenge began. My military uniform had buttons, not a zipper, so it was never an issue in the past. Now, it's a clear and present danger. Day 30. It's over, or at least it will be in a few hours. Honestly, not wearing underwear for a month reminded me a lot of what it was like to be a teenager, and I feel like the lack of protection has definitely sensitized me downstairs. I kinda think I'm going to keep doing this when I'm home alone and in sweatpants. It's actually quite nice. Man was born to be free after all, but in public I definitely have to warn you, wear underwear. Especially if your girlfriend knows you're not and is as evil and malicious as mine and loves to publicly humiliate you. Again, it scares me that I think I love her more for that than not. Now that your questions have been answered, dear YouTube, do me a favor and suggest a new challenge. What if you vacation to Hawaii for a month? One day you're sitting at home playing video games and stuffing your face full of pizza when suddenly your world goes black as a rag full of chloroform is thrown over your face. The next thing you know, you're waking up groggy and confused, and as your eyes adjust to the dim lighting, you're horrified to discover your body strapped up to what looks like an elaborate torture device. From out of the darkness, a small ventriloquist dummy pedals out on a tiny tricycle as a pre-recorded voice says, "Hello, do you want to play a game?" Today, we're pitting you, the average Joe, up against Jigsaw, the demented serial killer from the Saw franchise. First, this isn't going to be like a typical deathmatch, because in the end, Jigsaw is nothing more than a sick old man, and even the average Joe would have a pretty good chance of just clobbering him to death in a fistfight. Instead, we're putting you right in some of Jigsaw's most famous traps, and we're going to help you figure out how to escape intact so that you do in fact get a chance to clobber the brilliant but demented engineer to death. So, think you've got what it takes to beat Jigsaw's games? Let's find out. Jigsaw thinks you've been wasting your life due to your video game habit. You stuff your body full of soda and pizza while rotting your brain with video games and being cruel to strangers, all while pretending to be a tough guy on the internet. Jigsaw wants to know just how badly you really want to live. He wants to help you realize that there's more to life than video games. But the only way to do it in his sick, twisted head is to force you to mutilate yourself in a life or death struggle. First up is the oxygen crusher. You wake up with your arms held out to the sides and secured by chains, while leather straps around your midsection hold you firmly in place. An oxygen mask rests on your face, and on either side of your torso are metal pistons, and you realize that you're basically inside a giant mechanical vise. Across from you is another random Joe, and a pre-recorded voice starts speaking. This game is easy. Whoever can hold their breath the longest wins. With a click, you feel the machinery come to life around you, and instinctively you gasp for breath. Big mistake. This makes the two pistons on either side of you squeeze closer together, crushing your body just slightly. You realize that the mask measures the air you breathe in, and if you breathe in too much, you get crushed to death. The goal is simple. Take a deep breath and hold it longer than the other guy. So the goal is to hold your breath. How can you ensure you hold your breath the longest? You may want to follow the advice of deep-sea free divers, such as the men and women who dive 65 or more feet without the aid of any breathing equipment. The Bajau are a people from Malaysia and Indonesia who make their living diving to depths of 65 feet to collect pearls, clams, and other goodies off the seabed. From them, we can learn several tricks to extending how long we can hold our breath. First, don't hyperventilate. Many of you have probably done just this in breath-holding contests with friends as a kid. The thinking is doing so will oxygenate the blood, which lets you hold your breath longer. And there is some truth to this, but hyperventilating actually just lowers the level of CO2 in your blood without increasing the oxygen level, which means you're holding your breath longer not because of an increase in oxygen, but because of a decrease in CO2. So you're in no way reaching your maximum breath-holding potential. Instead, take a full, deep breath that uses all of your lung capacity. Typically, we breathe with only the upper part of our lungs. If when you breathe in, you see your chest and shoulders rise, then you're not breathing with all your lungs. According to a freediving expert, you want to take a full, deep breath by sucking in air with your mouth, filling your lungs from the diaphragm up. Don't rush the breath though. Slowly let your lungs fill until you start to feel it at your sternum. Then the very top of your lungs will fill, causing your chest and shoulders to rise. This process should take 20 seconds, but dramatically increases the amount of time you can hold your breath. The next step is mental though, and kicks in as you're holding your breath. After a certain amount of time, you'll start to feel the urge to take a breath in order to purge the CO2 building up in your system. You'll have to call upon all of your willpower to ignore this instinct to breathe, which will then lead your diaphragm to having convulsions. This is the part that's the hardest to fight though, but if you concentrate hard enough, you'll hit a point where your spleen will, as an emergency response, release 15% more oxygen-rich blood held in storage for emergencies, straight into your bloodstream. Freedivers often feel a surge of energy when this happens, and is a secret to holding your breath for minutes at a time. So congratulations, you've survived Jigsaw's first trap and let an innocent person be slowly crushed to death instead of you. On to trap 2. After beating your opponent in a breath-holding contest, you now wake up in a metal cage suspended from the ceiling. Below you are several large and very nasty-looking spikes, and you notice the bottom of your cage is hinged. A wire runs from a small motor and up above you to where you see a lever. An idea dawns on you. You must pull the lever, which will open the cage, but doing so will drop you onto the spikes below. This is actually a simple trap to escape from, and all it really requires is some pretty good upper body strength. The first thing you're going to want to do is swing the cage back and forth like a pendulum, and that way when you do pull the lever and the bottom opens up, you can drop out clear of the spikes below. But be warned, because the moment you pull that lever, you fall, so you better have a good grip on the cage around you or you'll turn into a human skewer. Simply wedge your feet into the openings made by the cage's bar and pull the lever. Then, as the cage is swinging, climb down. Kick your legs to get the momentum of the cage going again and drop clear of the spikes to safety. As far as traps go, we're pretty disappointed with this one in the films, but it would definitely be our choice to find ourselves stuck inside of. Okay, you got out easy on that last one, and this next one may seem simple, and it is, but it's going to require that you have a very high degree of pain tolerance. You wake up in a locked room, but discover a combination lock on the door. The lock requires 4 numbers, and the numbers have been tattooed onto your wisdom teeth. On the floor in front of you is a set of pliers, and on the wall is a chart of the human mouth with all the teeth labeled. We think you know where this is going. First, let's all be thankful Jigsaw was kind enough to provide a handy reference chart, which admittedly is not your standard evil villain move. If it had been up to us, there would have been no chart and you'd be left ripping out teeth blindly to find the numbers. So I guess we might be more sinister than our versus subject. Okay, so like we said, this one's simple. Using the chart for reference, all you've got to do is put the pliers in place on your wisdom teeth and, well, pull. It shouldn't take much force, typically just a few pounds of pressure is enough to pop those suckers free, but it's gonna hurt like all hell. We recommend you think pleasant thoughts. Some studies show that thinking of happy memories can improve a person's pain tolerance dramatically. So think about literally anything but teeth being ripped out, which might be tough to do since you're the one actually ripping out your teeth one by one. But hey, once they're out, just think about the fact that wisdom teeth removal costs on average between $75 and $200 per tooth, and if they're impacted, it can cost as much as $600. With most adults eventually needing them removed, Jigsaw just saved you a fortune. Yay, American healthcare! Now you wake up suspended again, but this time from your feet. Below you is a tall, open cylinder with a motorcycle sitting atop the cylinder. Instead of wheels though, the motorcycle powers a set of gears which, as the bike speeds up, begins to turn a sharpened metal coil inside the cylinder. The coil itself slowly narrows towards the bottom, but there resting on the floor of the cylinder is a motorcycle brake. The object is simple. Reach out and squeeze the motorcycle brake to stop the cylinder. Fail, and you'll be slowly lowered into the narrowing coil to be cut to ribbons. On its face, this one is terrifying, and admittedly, being slowly lowered onto a cylinder with a sharpened metal coil spinning at several hundred RPMs is good reason to wet yourself. But this trap isn't particularly difficult to defeat and instead relies on overpowering your fear. When you think about it logically, the trap is quite easily escaped. The coil narrows at the bottom near the motorcycle brake you must squeeze to shut it off. Yet it doesn't narrow so much as to make reaching the actual brake impossible or even particularly difficult. All you have to do is wait for the rope to lower you far down enough that you can simply reach out with one arm past the narrow end of the spinning metal coil and squeeze the brake. The real enemy here is fear, which will make you nervous and twitchy, and you don't have much room to be panicking because swinging even just a few inches as you near the bottom of the coil is going to get your arm cut off. So calm down. Take a deep breath and let it out. Repeat a few times as the rope lowers you down. Ignore the loud sound of the machine as you're being lowered in and try to clear your mind. Then simply keep as still as you can on the rope and just reach one arm out ahead of you and squeeze the brake. Easy peasy. You're almost done, but Jigsaw has saved the best, or at least the most horrific, for last. This game is simple, and the good thing is you're in complete control the entire time. The bad thing is, well, you'll find out. You wake up in a room divided in two by metal grates. Between the grates is a large scale, and the arms of each scale are empty. One arm is nearer to you and the other is closer to your adversary, another rando victim lured into one of Jigsaw's diabolical games. On your head is a helmet with two screws pointing at your temples. The object is simple. You have 60 seconds to make your side of the scale weigh more than your opponent's, or the helmet will activate and drill the screws into your brain. How are you going to get out of this one? Behind you is a desk with several cutting implements, though they're all chained to the table, so no cheating, and just chucking a knife onto the scale. The implied solution is obvious. Cut off pieces of your own flesh to tip the scales in your favor. However, and we did rewatch the movie to confirm these details, there is a very large, heavy cleaver made available to you. A cleaver which can easily smash through a few links of metal chain. So the first thing you're going to do is smash the chains on everything you can toss to the scale on your side. But you better move fast because your opponent is going to get the same idea. Next, you're going to toss your shoes, your socks, every article of clothing you possibly can is getting tossed onto that scale. But say that isn't enough and you and your opponent are both left standing there completely nude and about to die. What flesh can you offer up to tip the scales? Well, the victim who survives in the movie ends up chopping off her own arm, which admittedly is a pretty good way to win this game, but for us, we like arms. They're handy, pun intended, for things like waving at people, arm wrestling contests, and punching Jigsaw to death. Your stomach fat is a pretty good alternative, and as long as you don't cut too deep, you should be safe from bleeding to death, at least until you can get medical attention. Plus, cosmetically speaking, this is going to affect you the least. One good skin graft and basically you'll have just carried out the world's quickest diet. You might be tempted to go for the love handles next, but be careful, that's pretty close to the kidneys and other organs, which are very allergic to being stabbed. We recommend instead you go for the butt and carve up your rump like you're making roast, because the butt is full of fat and very little of it is critical for keeping you alive. Plus, you can always refatten your butt, and with plastic surgery, you can bring back that booty with a capital B. Congratulations, you did it! You survived Jigsaw's traps and can finally face off with the diabolical maniac killer who imprisoned you here in the first place. Except, no, you can't, because cancer already killed him. See, you were the winner of this U-Versus all along. In the first game, the Oxygen Crusher, well, that was just a test. If you had taken the noble option and killed yourself to save the other person, remember, we did tell you he was an innocent, the trap would have disarmed and you would have both gone free. Then discovered Jigsaw's fate. Instead, you were selfish, and now not only are you disfigured from cutting your own flesh off, but you're responsible for several murders. We hate to break it to you, but nobody likes noodly arms. You don't have to be super buff to be attractive, but research consistently shows that women prefer men who are at least somewhat physically fit over a complete weakling. That same research, though, shows that women really aren't into the buff bodybuilder type, though. So if you're looking to up your physical appeal somewhat, then today we have a great challenge for you. Once more, we're putting your favorite and our least important staff writer on the line for your scientific curiosity. And today we're challenging him to do 30 push-ups a day, every day, for 30 days. For science. Day 1. I knew about this challenge for a while, so for a change, it's not as big a surprise as these things typically are. The reason why I knew about the challenge though was pretty simple. I'm pretty physically fit. I work out regularly and keep in shape. But to really get the true impact of this challenge, I thought it's only fair to try and reduce my fitness level ahead of time, as typically 30 push-ups isn't much of a challenge. So for 2 months prior to this, I stopped all working out and became a total couch potato. If you're a fan of these challenges, then you probably already know something about my social life and the fact that my girlfriend is a health Nazi and physical fitness aficionado. Typically, we work out together, and it's been kind of fun seeing her go off to the gym or the running track while I just kick up my feet. I'm no stranger to push-ups. 6 years in the military meant I did a lot of push-ups and a lot of different styles of push-ups. It's actually a really simple and effective way to dramatically improve your upper body strength, especially if you start combining different variations of push-ups to work different muscle groups. Typically, I'll do 9 sets of pull-ups in 3 variations while rotating to do 90 push-ups. Half will be normal push-ups and the other half will be diamond push-ups, which are a lot harder. After not working out for 60 days, I'm definitely not looking forward to punishing myself again, because the first few weeks are always the hardest as you build up your strength. I did my first set of 30 push-ups already today, and I was absolutely winded at the end. Barely got the last one. I think I definitely underestimated how much strength you can lose in 60 days. Hopefully this puts me closer to a physical fitness level of someone who might be trying this challenge without having much physical fitness before. And hopefully the results are inspiring for people who want to get into shape. As usual, I'll update every week on how I feel or what's changed. I'll be doing the 30 push-ups a day, and then at the end of each week, I'll do an endurance session and just see how many I can crank out in a row to see how I've improved. Because push-ups don't count unless you do them right, I'm not going to be focusing on speed, but rather on doing full, proper push-ups. Otherwise, you're really missing the point. Well, see you guys in a week. Day 7. Remember what I said about the first few weeks being the hardest when starting to get physically fit? I wasn't kidding. I used to breeze through my 30 push-ups no problem, but after 60 days of zero exercise, I want to puke by the time I crank out the last one. It reminds me of when I first got to boot camp years ago. I was in decent shape when I shipped out, but I definitely wasn't ready, and I remember getting to the point where I felt faint and sometimes saw stars in my eyes. I'm not seeing stars, but this isn't a picnic either. I'm barely managing to crank out the 30th push-up without taking any breaks. I did my marathon session today and got to 32 push-ups. Not exactly a stellar result. My arms are getting their definition back though, as is my chest. I hated feeling physically weak over the last 2 months, so it's nice to know I'm getting stronger again. But I'm a far cry from where I started. Just for fun, I tried to see how many diamond push-ups I could do and called it quits after 10. If you're wondering what diamond push-ups are, it's when you form a diamond by putting your hands together so that your thumbs meet to form the bottom point of a diamond and your pointer fingers meet to form the top of the diamond. Then you lower your body down and raise it up again, making sure that you maintain control the entire time. If you can't do a push-up and maintain control, then you're not really doing a push-up and you're not getting the benefit of one, so don't cheat. Week 1 results are 32 push-ups and 8 diamond push-ups maximum in a row. Not bad, but this is gonna be a steep hill to climb. Day 14. The daily push-ups have gotten easier, but still aren't a walk in the park by any means. I caught the girlfriend snickering as I struggled. Then I reminded her that I used to breeze through 3 sets of these, to which she replied, "And I used to find you sexually attractive." I know she's joking, but damn, she can cut to the bone when she wants to. I'm noticing definition returning to my arms, but my body has always responded pretty quickly to physical fitness, so your results may vary. I'm naturally slim, but my chest is starting to regain its definition as well. For anyone hoping push-ups are going to get rid of a gut though, you're going to have to look at aerobic exercise because it's just not going to happen. I did my marathon sessions and managed 36 push-ups and 12 diamond push-ups in one go, which is a nice improvement. I'm looking forward to improving some more and to stop having my girlfriend tell me that I have little girl arms. She says the best way she can think of motivating me is through negative, sarcastic reinforcement. Day 21. Push-ups are boring, but I gotta admit, all physical exercise is. In my normal life, I stay pretty physically fit, but I don't actually like physical exercise. I know some people do. The girlfriend, for instance, actually loves it. Not the results, I mean, everybody loves that, but the actual struggling and physical exertion part. She's crazy. I like being fit, I like being strong, but I hate exercise, and I hate running most of all. Push-ups, though, are just plain boring. I've gotten to a point where 30 push-ups isn't particularly hard anymore. It's still a bit of a struggle, but I can bust them out after 3 weeks with no problem. My arms are slowly gaining more definition, but I know from previous experience that if you're looking for physical results, push-ups aren't all that great for it. You definitely need to look to add other exercises. Push-ups are great for building strength, but exercises that are great for building strength aren't necessarily great for building bulk. There's a difference. Some of the biggest, most swole guys you might know have very little endurance and strength that only comes in bursts. Guys with less bulging muscles might have far greater endurance and much more strength over a longer period of time. That's the type of strength the military values the most, which is why very few soldiers look like bodybuilders. Plus, there's a lot of extra mass to be carrying around that's only going to slow you down. We used to call those types of guys show muscles, because their muscles were there for show and not for strength. If you've been following along, you've probably noticed some definition in your arms and chest, especially when you bend your arm to flex as you pick something up. But if you're expecting to get swole just doing push-ups, it's not going to happen. You'll keep gaining some definition, but you're just not going to get big. And if you want even better definition, then you need to add free weights, or my personal favorite, calisthenics. I actually avoid weights most of the time, and instead like to use the weight of the body itself when possible. That builds a lot of strength and endurance both. I did my marathon sessions today, got to 46 push-ups and 20 diamond push-ups. Not bad at all, and if you're following along, you're probably seeing similar results right around the 3-week mark. It's definitely getting easier. Like I said, it's actually kind of boring now. And I know if I want to keep getting stronger, doing just 30 a day isn't going to be enough. Day 30. Final marathon session today, and I clocked in 55 push-ups and 24 diamond push-ups. I should have gotten 60 push-ups, but the girlfriend was counting, and she refused to count 5 of them because she said, "My back isn't straight enough." I know for a fact my back was straight. I just think she deeply enjoys tormenting me, and I regret giving her that power by making her my official counter. My arms and chest don't feel all weak and noodly like they did after 2 months of couch potatoing. But I know I've got a long way to go to get back to where I was. If you're following the challenge at home, this is a great time to start adding variety to your routine, and you can safely make it an every other day routine to avoid feeling like you're burning out. The most dangerous part of a new workout routine is when you start missing days. Then it becomes easier to just quit altogether. If you don't have a strong tradition of working out, switch to doing it every other day instead to give yourself a break. And if you've been doing our challenge and are in the final week now just like me, now's the perfect time to start adding to your routine. I really recommend you buy a pull-up bar for home. It's a simple, easy, and great exercise that will add both strength and definition. It's a lot harder than push-ups, but seeing physical results is always a great motivator to keep on going. Of course, it always helps if you have a health nut drill instructor girlfriend who loves tormenting you with sarcastic comments about having the arms of a little girl. You've seen him take on a bear and win, sort of. You've seen him tackle the mean streets of Los Angeles to get a personal view of homelessness. Now you're seeing, well, all of him, as he takes on his latest challenge and your favorite staff writer goes full nudist for a whole week. And, spoiler alert, he's entirely too comfortable with this challenge. So stay tuned and find out what it's like to live your life free as a bird, as the lab rat nearest and dearest to your heart goes full commando for a week straight. Day 1. Naked for a week. That's it, just plain old naked. No man thong, no women's underwear, no… well, I don't know, but I'm even afraid to list something or infographics is going to hop all over it and make me try it. Just naked. I think they've severely underestimated my comfort with being naked. It's kind of weird, really, because I have no problem going to a big gym locker room and dropping trowel, then hopping in the shower. But I remember the man thong challenge and oh man, now that was uncomfortable. It's weird, right? Being okay with being naked but not with wearing a man thong? Like I said in that challenge, I just feel like wearing a thong as a man is very much making a statement that I'm not sure I can live up to. Only the models who wear the things on catalogs or male strippers wear man thongs. You slap one of those in between your cheeks and drop your trousers in front of a bunch of people and you're making one very bold statement about yourself. So, alright, the rules are simple. Be naked. But also an addendum, don't break the law. Well, now, isn't that just a fine catch-22? Because technically, the only place you're allowed to be naked is your own home, and I'm not entirely sure what the law says about being naked in your home but being visible from the outside. Let me explain. Once I was coming out of the shower at our old place, and since the shower was connected right to the bedroom, I didn't bother taking clothes into the bathroom with me to change into, or even wrapping a towel around myself. My home, my castle. What I didn't know was that the girlfriend was taking that exact moment to go ahead and wash the windows, and since we lived on a ground floor apartment and you had to pass our bedroom windows to get to the main front door to the whole complex, that meant that the 3 old men waiting for a bus across the street had a fully uncensored and unimpeded view of, well, all of me. The girlfriend immediately shrieked and literally, I'm not making this up, tackled me to the ground. I guess those kids never told anyone because no angry parents ever came knocking on our door. I remember wondering if you could actually be forced to register as a sex offender for just being nude in your own home. I guess that's kind of a pertinent question now. So, honestly, I don't see a problem with this challenge, though the girlfriend seems a bit annoyed. I asked her if she was just not that attracted to me anymore, to which she replied, "No, I think you're really hot, but it doesn't mean that I want to see that thing waving around all over the place every time I look up." Then she asked me how I'd feel if she walked around naked for a week, to which I told her that we would probably be making a baby announcement by day 2. She sighed very deeply, rolled her eyes, and just whispered under her breath, "Men." Alright, I'm just diving straight into this thing. All the clothing has already been gone for like 5 minutes, and you know what? Feels great, man. Free as the day I was born. This is gonna be a great week. Day 3. This has been a great week so far. Well, at least for me. The girlfriend's running most of our errands because we just moved into a cute little apartment complex very near the beach, and she doesn't really want me getting us kicked out. Plus, she's home more often now that she's focusing more on her print modeling rather than acting, so she doesn't have to travel out of town as much. But you know what? She's not home all the time, and sometimes the dog has to be let out, or the mail has to be picked up, and I refuse to be caged in. I made an interesting discovery on day 2 of my all-nude challenge, and that's the fact that I don't think our neighbors really care one bit about nudity. It's a small apartment complex with like 8 units, a pool, and rent that's insanely expensive because it's like 2 blocks from the beach. Luckily, the girlfriend makes like 10 times the money I do, or we definitely wouldn't be living here. But it seems like the only other people who can afford to live here are retirees, and man, the 2 I came across letting the dog out on day 2 just did not even blink at my full nudeness. I guess that once you get to a certain age in life, you've literally seen it all. Or maybe we're in a community of freaky senior citizen sex weirdos. I've read the stats. Turns out that thanks to drugs like Viagra, today's seniors are getting it on so often that they're suffering from rampant outbreaks of STDs. Like entire nursing homes will break out in crabs because everyone is doing everyone else in there. For all we know, the old coots we live with are having crazy sex parties behind the closed doors, and that's why they don't even bat an eye when I let my dog out to pee real quick, completely in the buff. I'm suddenly really curious and a little grossed out about our mostly elderly neighbors. So I let the dog out briefly a few times. I promised both the girlfriend and the infographic show that I wouldn't get into too much trouble, because I'm pretty sure they're starting to realize that they have at least some legal liability in all this. What this means is that I let him out to the little garden that's like 10 steps from our door. He wheezes and I bring him back in. You know what? It's kind of outrageous that he gets to walk around all day in his birthday suit and people think it's adorable. But if I do, it's literally a federal case. Here's what's even weirder. I could wear a tiny skin-tight Speedo, and that's perfectly okay too. And I should know, I had to do it for a week. But if I wear nothing at all, time to call Johnny Law because suddenly I'm a felon. Also, the sun feels great on your nude body. Just throwing that out there. Now I get why the dog loves lounging around and napping in the sun for hours. On the home front, the girlfriend's been ambivalent about the situation. I also feel like she randomly forgets because today she came home from a long day of shooting and walked through the front door, set her bag down, and paused as she spotted me, then went, "Oh yeah, that's right." Then, like 2 hours ago, she put her hand on her hip, looked at me and said, "If you're gonna do this for 4 more days, you need to at least landscape that whole situation down there." So I did, and well, 2 things. 1, I think our shower drain is not as big as the one in our last place, and 2, I think she was definitely right because by the time I was done, it looked like Bob Ross's head was stuck in our shower drain. And stuck it was. That sucker got clogged, but good. She had to run to the store for emergency Drano, and I fully admit that was my bad. Guys, either landscape frequently or have a small trash can nearby. Do not let it go down the drain. Trust me. Day 7. Another week gone, another weird challenge done and dusted. 7 days living as natural as the day I was born. Honestly, this challenge was easy for me. I've never been bothered by being nude before, and it was kinda nice, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, it was weird at first because your entire life you've been programmed to wear clothes. So when you start being naked a little too long, it's like your brain is starting to get worried that something weird is up because you should be dressed by now. It's also really weird when you're being naked in other parts of your house besides your bedroom, because then your brain is definitely screaming at you, "This is the living room, this is a place for clothes." I'm lucky we live in SoCal, by the way, and the weather is pretty much pleasant all the time. Doing this challenge somewhere icy cold would be a no-go, not least of all because of, shrinkage. Hey, if I have to be naked for a week, then I at least want an honest representation and not, someone having a gander and being like, oh, okay, and then me being like, no, wait, come back when it's warmer. It's just really cold out now. I told the girlfriend about that little scenario and she just shook her head and said that I think about the weirdest things. Speaking of her, I don't think she ever really adjusted. She definitely felt randier than usual this last week, which I guess is a huge compliment to me, but also she kind of was weird about it, especially when eating. I guess I don't blame her though. I mean, guys' junk's just kind of weird and gross looking to begin with. Everything below your waist and above your knees is just kind of looks like a sad elephant. God definitely did not make male genitalia to be very aesthetically pleasing. I know I wouldn't want to be looking at it while eating dinner every night. There's something to be said for pants after all. About the only major hiccup of this whole thing was one incident with the mailman, and let me tell you, our possible sex freak elderly neighbors didn't seem to have a single problem with this challenge, but our mailman definitely did. Our mailbox is right next to the little garden that I'd been taking the dog to pee at, so I only have to be outside for like 10 seconds in order to check the mail. I heard the mailman opening the mailboxes, so I figure I'd wait until I hear him close them, give it like 30 seconds, and then go grab the mail real quick. It was a good plan in theory. I hopped outside and briskly walked to the mailbox in all my full nude glory. Then, at about the same time that I reached the mailbox, the mailman turned the corner to our bank of mailboxes, so we ended up maybe 3 feet apart. He'd gone back to his little car to get a package he couldn't carry on his first trip. Listen, put me in a tactical situation and I can think fast on my feet, no problem. Years of training and real-world experience have drilled reflex-like responses so deeply into me that they're as natural as breathing. But put me in a social situation and I'm as awkward as a man with one leg in an ass-kicking contest. My brain literally goes to mush. So the only thing I could think of to break the incredible tension between me and this complete stranger of my mailman, who had just ran into me buck naked, was to simply say, "That's a big package." Now, I don't know if he thought that this was a self-referential statement or a flirtatious pickup line from a nude stranger, but I know that what I meant to imply was that the package was very large and it was clear why he had to make a second trip, and perhaps maybe he needed a little help lifting it. But no, instead of literally any of that, I basically either made this guy think I was propositioning him or bragging. New neighborhood already off to an amazing start. I think he was just as flustered as I was because it seems like the only thing he could think of in response to the whole very nude situation was to scream out, "It's a federal offense to impede the work of a postal office employee." So I hightailed it back inside and later told the girlfriend that maybe it'd be best if she picked up our mail from now on. Alright, challenge over. What did I learn? Your butt gets really sweaty really easily and it sticks to a lot of things. If you're going to go nude, I recommend you invest in a lot of nice soft cloth fabrics to cover things with. Otherwise, you're going to be getting stuck to every chair you sit on. Also, maybe don't get caught checking your mail completely in the nude by a very angry/confused mailman. They just don't get paid enough for that. Oh, remember how the girlfriend asked me how I'd feel if she walked around naked for a week? Well, I talked with the infographic show over a Skype call, which they made me go to voice only after I stood up once to go get a drink. Turns out, she's going to be doing this exact same challenge as part of the official launch of our own channel. So stay tuned for that and check out this challenge from her perspective. For the last year, we've been exploring the secrets of science using your favorite and our most expendable writer in a quest to answer some of the most pressing questions of our age. Questions such as, what would happen if you didn't shower for a month? What if you couldn't use your own bathroom for a week? What's it like to be homeless for 72 hours? Well, the entire time we've been listening to you, the fans, and now we're presenting a very special challenge episode as we've convinced your favorite guinea pig's girlfriend to join in on the fun. Stay tuned as we present our newest challenge, Chained to My Boyfriend for 72 Hours.
Hello, I am the girlfriend. For almost a year now, I've been forced to stand by and often be the innocent bystander in one silly, unhygienic, or outright dangerous challenge after another. Then out of the blue, he tells me that the infographics show would like to know if I would be interested in taking on a challenge myself. Well, here I am. And if you told me a year ago I would be doing this, I would have called you an idiot. Right after calling him an idiot first for doing this idiot job in the first place. I have had to sit by and watch him try to eat the world's hottest pepper, which was really something considering his opinion of spicy is to add extra salt to a dish. I painted his face up as he had to wear makeup for several days straight. And okay, that one was kind of funny. But I also had to sit home alone, scared out of my mind, as he went homeless for 3 days straight in downtown Los Angeles while he refused to use his cell phone to let me know he was okay. I told him a long time ago that he is an idiot with an idiot job. But you know what? I saw that he genuinely kind of liked these challenges. He's always liked to push himself. It is one of the things I love about him. And while I often wish that he would take one of the many comfortable, easy writing jobs that have come across his path, even when he's miserable because he can't use the bathroom at home for a week straight, it kind of makes him happy to do these silly, idiotic things. And when you really, genuinely love someone, their idiot things kind of become your idiot things. And for better or worse, I love my idiot more than anything in the world, and so here I am. I am always really supportive of his career, and I try my best to drag him, typically under threats of violence, to networking events he hates so that he can expand his horizons and rub shoulders with influential people who can see how talented he is. But while I love to watch some of the other videos he writes for the infographics show, that's right, he does regular vids. Try and guess which ones are his. Because they're typically funny and sarcastic, I never paid any attention to these challenges he undertakes. Probably because most of the time, I'm the unwitting victim who has to spend her day-to-day life with him doing something dumb, like not telling a lie for a week and getting into ideological debates with Girl Scouts over exploitation outside of grocery stores. Yeah, thanks to that episode, there are still people we can no longer socialize with and stores I haven't visited in months. But then he showed me that people were really getting into these episodes and the crazy things he did, and well, he got sent to Hawaii for a week all because you guys kept asking for it. Then not long after that, the show asked me to get into it, and I guess I thought to myself that if I really love my boyfriend, then I kind of owed him this one, experiencing what it is like to be him. So now I am chained up to my idiot boyfriend for 3 days. As I am writing this, he is sitting next to me with the same big, stupid grin on his face he always gets when he's about to do one of the more reckless and/or dumb challenges. The premise is simple enough, I guess. We are handcuffed together at the wrist with a 3-foot piece of chain, because trying to do this with regular handcuffs would have been impossible. The chain should make things a little easier, I guess. And my real concern was private bathroom time. The chain is just long enough that he can sit outside the door when it's closed, because while we may have been living together for a long time, there are some secrets best kept, well, secret. I'll follow his format and update at the end of each day, so I suppose that this is me signing off until tonight. End of day 1. We have lived together for half a decade now, so we are well past the fairy tale stage and have gotten into the nitty-gritty of living with another person. That means farts are a normal part of life for us, but I had no idea just how many farts he has throughout the day. I thought at best he had maybe 4 or 5. 2 I'm around for, and 2 or 3 more he let off when I'm not around. I was very wrong. I lost track at around 10. And can someone in the audience please explain to me why men find every single fart as funny as the one before it? Okay, before he marinated me in a cloud of farts, we started our day as usual. Luckily, my show is on hiatus for a week, so I don't have to work. But I still have to stay in shape, so that means a 6 a.m. run. Most of the time he joins me anyways, even if half of my morning workout is physically dragging him out of bed to do it. But now chained up to me, he has no choice. I know he hates running, but it is really good for him, and despite how big of an idiot he is, I want him to live as long as possible, so I make him do it. He is a lot slower than me though, so trying to keep pace with the chain was very annoying and difficult, let alone doing stretches or any sort of exercise after. I felt really embarrassed in public attached to him with the chain, even though there were only a few people around this early in the morning. And I guess I sort of understand a little bit of what he does and how difficult it can be. We did not have much planned for today, and honestly, I felt really embarrassed about the chain, so we did not do much today. Mostly just hung around the house and watched terrible 80s and 90s movies together, anything with Van Damme or Steven Seagal in it. He always loved watching these movies, and I have to admit, it really grew on me too. And now I'm a huge fan of anything super cheesy. Honestly, I knew the first time we spent an entire day home alone doing nothing but watching terrible movies together that he was it. The one. And I have been right ever since. For any ladies watching at home, you know you found the one when you can spend all day doing your version of nothing together and loving it. Today was the first bathroom test though, and while he was totally fine with it, which should surprise nobody, I was kind of really embarrassed, even with him on the other side of the mostly closed door. He told me not to worry, and so he put on his earbuds and blasted some Spice Girls and started singing it at the top of his lungs to convince me he couldn't hear anything. I told you, he is an idiot. But I have to admit it was really sweet in his own dumb way. Well, that is all for today. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. End of day 2. We needed to go grocery shopping today, so staying inside was not an option. I I suggested we just order food in, but he told me that the spirit of the challenge was to let people see what it would be like to live a normal life, and not going to the grocery store would be cheating. Do you people see what I mean about him yet? He takes on these dumb challenges with so much conviction. We got a lot of looks at the grocery store, and yeah, it was definitely embarrassing. I wish the weather was cold, because then we could have worn long jackets and hidden most of the chain. It is currently in the high 90s here in Los Angeles though, so no such luck. Other than the looks and stares, for 1 second, my often absent-minded boyfriend completely forgot we were chained together and realized he was missing his favorite cereal, so he took off into another aisle. Luckily, I was hanging onto the loaded shopping cart, but that means that he got jerked backwards and almost busted his head on the floor. If people were staring before, now they were outright gawking. And I'm about ready to add this store to the growing list of places I can no longer shop. When we got to the checkout counter, my worst fear came true, though. One of our mutual acquaintances was there along with his girlfriend. Immediately they asked about the chain, and the last thing I wanted to do was tell them I was part of some internet challenge. Then suddenly my boyfriend pipes up and starts making up a nonsense story about this being part of some trendy new relationship aid. Honestly, I have always admired his creativity, and I know that he is really talented, but he wove an incredible, masterful tale of BS that those two swallowed hook, line, and sinker. I know he very openly hates the hipster, art snobby culture of Los Angeles. His words, not mine. And he would never be caught dead in one of the millions of trendy coffee houses in the city. But he is a master at pulling these people's strings. He had them completely buying a story about this chained together thing being some new form of relationship enhancing exercise. And I have to admit, it was the perfect sell for the more hipsterish, new agey population of LA. At the end of the conversation, he had convinced them to buy their own chain and try it out for themselves. So if being chained together suddenly becomes a national relationship therapy tool, you know where it started. Even the cashier and the other people in line were buying it. And I know that he did it all because even though I am adjusting, it is still kind of embarrassing for me to be doing this in public. Some girls get a knight in shining armor. I get a master BS artist convincing people to chain themselves together so I don't feel silly in public. I have to admit, I prefer the latter. Back at home, we had more bathroom issues, which meant he stood in the hallway, this time singing Backstreet Boys songs, while I did my business privately. He forgot we were chained together, again, in the kitchen though, when he got excited and remembered he had bought his favorite cereal and wanted to fix himself a bowl. I am starting to see a pattern here, and somebody should test smacks to see if they include cocaine in the ingredients. End of day 3. Today was the final day of this experiment, and I am actually a little conflicted about it ending. I am really happy to no longer be chained together, but even though it was really, extremely, incredibly inconvenient and sometimes outright uncomfortable, it was also a little bit sweet being forced to be so close to him this whole time. We woke up feeling pretty awful. Yes, we left the chain on even at night, and that means every time one of us tossed and turned, the other got jerked around. He has issues from when he was injured in the service though, so I know he really tried to be as still as possible. But after 2 nights like this, I knew he was really sore and messed up. I suggested we get massages, and I kind of surprised myself. I think after yesterday's grocery store incident, I'm not as embarrassed about being in public like this anymore. I thought the massage parlor would think we were complete freaks and kick us out. But we went to a Vietnamese place, and turns out they really did not care at all. After the massage, he reminded me that today was date night, but he offered for us to stay in if I wanted to. I reminded him that the rules of the challenge were that we still had to live our normal lives to get the full experience, and I can tell it really made him kind of happy that I was getting into this as well. We went out to a restaurant, and even though the place was crowded, I kind of really started not caring anymore. In fact, it was kind of fun to be doing this together, even if we were getting all sorts of stares and had to sit on the same side of the table. We went to the movie theater after, and everything was great, until I suddenly told him that I had to pee really, really bad right before the movie started. His eyes went wide with horror, and I saw him slowly mouth out the word, "No!" And I really hate that I was a total girl about it, but yeah, I really had to pee really bad. Impossible to hold in. We went to the bathroom hoping that because the movie was about to start, it would be relatively empty. But it just so happens that another movie had just let out, and this happens to be one of the biggest theaters in the city, so there were people going in and out constantly. I had hoped we could sneak in real quick and shove him into a stall with me, but there was no way that was happening. I told him that we could just hurry home and I would just hold it. Then he did something I can only describe as typical him. He said, "No, you've been wanting to watch this movie, so you are going to see it." Then he took off his shirt, tied it around his head so it blocked his eyes, and dragged me into the women's bathroom. Then he stood there at the entrance and loudly said, "Ladies, I am so sorry, but I am handcuffed to my girlfriend and we don't have the key and she really has to pee. I promise you, I can't see anything." The entire bathroom went dead silent. Then several girls started to laugh. Some even applauded. Then, well, I did my business with him shoved up against the door to a dirty stall as he loudly hummed a Spice Girls tune to himself. My boyfriend is an idiot, but sharing this experience with him has made me realize how much I love him for it. Like I said in yesterday's entry, some people get a knight in shining armor, but I got a guy that convinces people to handcuff themselves together so I'm not embarrassed in public, and one who marches into a women's bathroom with his shirt tied around his head as a blindfold so that I can pee and enjoy a movie. All things considered, I will gladly put up with more of these ridiculous challenges and choose my idiot over any knight in shining armor.
If you always tell the truth, you'll never have to remember a lie. That's very sage advice and a good tip for living your life without fear of being caught in embarrassing social situations. Yet everyone lies, even if it's just small white lies in polite conversation. Could you go a full week without telling even a single polite lie though? Today we're finding out as we once more turn to your favorite guinea pig in this special challenge episode. Don't lie for a week. Day 1. What a strange challenge. I have to admit, this is another one of those that seems really easy right off the bat. But with some more thought, the sinister truth is revealed. I don't make a habit of lying. In fact, I pride myself in being honest, even when it's at a detriment to myself. I even go so far as to make sure that I don't make any promises I doubt I can keep, which is something we routinely do as people. You don't have to be an underhanded liar to make promises you're only halfway sure you can keep, and often we do this to make other people feel good. But I've made it a point to ensure that what I say is what I do, no matter what. That means that sometimes I can't make certain promises, and it's been awkward and difficult in social situations at times. And that's when the truly sinister nature of this challenge hit me. I can't lie at all, for a week, even in the meaningless conversation with people that fills our lives. See, the reality is that we all lie all the time. When you go to the store and the cashier or clerk asks you, "Having a good day?" How many of you have told the truth? How many times have you had a really horrible day and just said the truth to a complete stranger? Of course you don't do that because you want to grease the wheels of polite social interaction. So everyone joins in the big fake theater production that we call daily interaction, and we tell giant lies to each other. "Oh, my day was wonderful. Thank you for asking." The clerk doesn't really care what your day is like, and you are definitely not going to tell her that your day was absolute crap, because then you'd be a weirdo. And yet somehow it's less weird to be a huge liar and pretend your day is fine. Yet, if you were to lie to this person about something else, like the fact that you swapped price tags on an item, she'd be furious. It's strange when you think about it, the way that you can be a total weirdo for not lying sometimes and yet still be a bastard if you do lie other times. So I guess I've realized that this challenge is going to be harder than I thought. In a way though, I'm kind of excited about it. I get to drop my mask for a full week and just tell the honest truth. I get to be completely blunt, well, more blunt than I typically am, and that's kind of liberating. So at the same time that this challenge worries me, I'm kind of eager to get it started. See you guys midweek in 2 days. Day 3. I feel like I say this a lot, but this challenge is harder than I expected. And as I predicted, the real challenge comes from the polite little white lies we constantly tell each other. I read some articles on lying out of curiosity, and it turns out that 60% of people tell at least one lie in a 10-minute conversation. Men and women both tell the same amount of lies, but the difference is in how they lie. Women are more likely to lie in order to make someone feel better, while men lie to make themselves look better. This makes sense. I've watched my girlfriend interacting with her friends before and definitely caught her telling some minor whoppers for the sake of making a friend that feels bad feel better. No, I don't think your boyfriend is cheating on you, but I do think you guys should talk. I've heard her say this one before to a friend, whom we both highly suspected had a boyfriend that was definitely cheating on her. But of course, you can't just say to someone with a breaking heart, "Yeah, your boyfriend is a scumbucket." You have to be gentle, prod them toward the truth with a tiny little lie. Give a tiny little bit of hope that will move the person in the right direction toward discovering the truth on their own. Of course I've done the same thing. I clearly remember once in conversation with another couple we had just met where I rounded up on the number of days one of my art shows featuring my photo prints lasted. It wasn't a huge rounding error. I simply went from about 13 days to, quote, about half a month, end quote, for the sake of simplicity. But it was in fact a lie, and it did make me look better in the eyes of the people I told it to. It's probably difficult to ascertain the veracity of a study on lying when people can, well, lie about the results, but this one seems to be right on the money. Anyways, so the little white lies that I'm not telling have been getting me in trouble, or at least into awkward social situations. I went to the store and decided that it would be the perfect place for my first stab at this challenge, since the cashiers at my local grocery store constantly ask how my day is, and if I found everything okay. Truth be told, my day was going pretty okay, but when I got to the register, a little kid belonging to the woman behind me kept acting up and running into me as he threw his little temper tantrum. So when the cashier asked me if everything was okay, I told him that I wish that they would throw bratty little kids out of the store if their parents refused to discipline them. Bam! Just like that, everyone sort of froze. Then the woman behind me said, "Excuse me?" And that's when all hell broke loose. I slowly turned to her face, and knowing I couldn't lie, I said, "I think you're a terrible parent because you can't discipline your child as he repeatedly runs into random strangers as he's throwing a temper tantrum in public." I had my girlfriend with me because we were doing our weekly shopping, and at this point her jaw slowly dropped open, and she got this really blank look on her face. Then a flash of recognition struck her as she realized that I couldn't tell a lie. The woman's mouth fell open too, as if she was going to say something, but she sort of just stood there sucking in air angrily like a fish out of water. It gave me enough time to swipe my debit card and pay for my groceries, then calmly walk away. My girlfriend still hadn't said anything, and when we got into the car, she simply put her hand over mine and said, "Please don't get us killed this week." Next stop was Trader Joe's to pick up a few things we prefer to buy there over a normal grocery store. For those of you who don't know, TJ's is a bit fancier grocery store whose quality seems on average a little better than a normal store, but it's also pricier, and I have a love-hate relationship with it. Some things are well worth the price, but other things are just marked up nonsense meant to cater to the all-organic crowd who pays extra money for buzzwords on the packaging that nutritionally and scientifically mean nothing. So this time our shopping went without incident, and we got to the cashier who asked, "Did you find everything okay?" And that's when things went south again. As soon as he started asking this question, I think my girlfriend had a flash of recognition and remembered my opinions on Trader Joe's prices because she tried to cut him off. Too late though, he asked the question and I was obliged to answer truthfully. Actually, no. I found that you guys are marking up prices on a lot of items for no other reason than that they're labeled organic, and yet not only is organic food no different nutritionally than non-organic food, in a lot of cases it's both more polluting for the environment and more dangerous to human health than non-organic food because of the use of organic pesticides. Your trendiness is gouging people financially, hurting them physically, and making the world a worse place. I'd like our viewers to imagine going to a Veterans Day parade and then jumping over the railing and running out into the parade butt naked while screaming, "I love Al-Qaeda." That is in effect what saying anything negative about organic food in trendy Los Angeles is like. Now imagine that it's not a Veterans Day parade that you're crashing as you scream that you love Al-Qaeda, but that it's the Pentagon itself. That's what it's like to trash talk organic inside a Trader Joe's or a Whole Foods in Los Angeles. It's social suicide, if not actual suicide, as hordes of angry hipsters tar and feather you for fact-checking their organic gods. Someone might as well have just died inside that store after my answer, given how quiet the checkout lanes got. My girlfriend just facepalmed herself, and I could tell that she was already thinking how she could never return to this particular Trader Joe's again. I guess it's a good thing there's one every 3 miles in this town. You know, this challenge worried me at first, but I'm finding it strangely liberating, almost liking it. Day 7. I think nobody is more happy this challenge is over than my girlfriend, who is probably right now carefully reconsidering what friends she can and can't hang out with anymore, and which stores she's allowed to show her face at anymore. After our shopping fiascos this week went on much as normal, and then the weekend got here. This weekend, we had another social function to go to, which is pretty much a must-do for every person who works in any capacity within the entertainment industry here in LA. Basically, they're just get-togethers for actors, producers, writers, and directors who all try to find someone with more power and influence or money than them. And then they suck up to them all night long, trying to get them interested in their project. It's a huge waste of time, and I 100% hate these things, but they are sadly a bit of necessity for working professionals, so they can occasionally do some real networking. I typically haunt the bar while the girlfriend networks for the both of us, because I'm not a people person. This event was different, because I had a secret superpower up my sleeve to handle the evening with. I couldn't lie. Not even a tiny polite lie to make awkward conversations a tiny bit better. I had to 100% tell the truth, and I was really looking forward to it. Probably as much as the girlfriend was dreading it. She warned me at least 5 times to be nice, and I told her that I was going to be so nice that I would be 100% honest with everyone. That did little to calm her down. At first, the evening went okay. Then, inevitably, we both got cornered by someone we've met before who constantly tries to talk about his projects, which always sound terrible and I have absolutely zero interest in. He's always been a nice enough guy, and I've always found a polite way to excuse myself from the conversation. This time, I couldn't do that. So this time I simply said, "I'm sorry, none of this interests me at all, and I don't see us ever collaborating on anything, so instead, I'm gonna go get a drink." Then I walked away. I don't know how he reacted because I wasn't looking, but I did catch him glaring at me later in the night. See? Told you, people get mad at you if you tell the truth pretty much as often as if you lied to them and they found out. Needless to say, I will likely not be making a reappearance at any of these networking events anytime soon. And you know what? I'm totally okay with that. Truth be told, I was afraid of this challenge at first, but by the end of this week, I feel kind of liberated. I've no doubt burned a bunch of social bridges, and I can probably never step foot in at least 4 different grocery stores now. But any bridges I burned were with scumbags anyway, so I'm feeling pretty okay about this last week. The girlfriend, on the other hand, is a bundle of nerves right about now, because she's always been our social diplomat, smoothing the rough waters I accidentally create, and this week, she's been the League of Nations trying to prevent World War I. She deserves a medal for all the social cleanup work she's gonna have to do over the next few weeks. I really felt like I owed her one, so just before the clock ran out on the week-long challenge, I reminded her that I couldn't lie for another 5 minutes. Then looked at her as she lay in bed reading with no makeup on and her hair a mess, and I told her that she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever met. She got a big smile on her face, and I think everything's gonna be okay after all. Back in our day, we remember grocery stores and supermarkets were small neighborhood stores. But today, they've become mega stores that sell everything from potatoes to iPods and anything in between. Today's grocery stores are so big, you could practically live in one. And that's when one of our staff members got the idea. What if you did, in fact, live in one? Sure, we could have done some research and found out if anyone had attempted to do that, sort of like our episode where a man lives in the airport for 19 years, but we had an even more brilliant idea. Let's put our very own challenge guy on the job and force him, challenge him to live in a grocery store for a full day. Can he do it? Can you actually spend a full day in a grocery store and not get caught? What would you do all day? Where would you sleep? We didn't know the answer to any of these questions, and thus set your favorite lab rat on the job to find out for us. Hour 0. I imagine that someday far in the future I'll be an old man, probably being taken care of by a cyborg nurse while my grandkids ask me to tell them about what I used to do for work back before all the polar bears died out and the ice caps melted. On that day, I'll have to look my dear, sweet grandchildren in the eye and say to them, I once spent a full day in a grocery store and tried not to get kicked out. Boy, what a day I look forward to. Alright, so in comparison, this challenge should be pretty easy. At least, there's no chance of wild bears eating me or anything truly weird. I just have to basically bum a full day inside a grocery store and not get kicked out for trespassing. I feel like somebody in the infographics office was watching the old Dawn of the Dead and thought to themselves, hey, what if you had to live in a mall in the real world? But no, that'd be too easy, so they decided to make it a grocery store instead. Obviously, I'll have to target a store that stays open for 24 hours because I don't really feel like committing an even bigger crime than trespassing, which I imagine is exactly what will happen once employees figure out that I'm not there to shop. Thankfully, there's no shortage of stores in Los Angeles that stay open all night. Although I do foresee problems with remaining undetected during the late night hours, when there's few if any people actually in the store, I'm gonna have to plan this one out carefully. So I first had to scout out stores, and luckily I found a Walmart that's open 24 hours and not too terribly far away. The thing about LA is that there's I think maybe 5 Walmarts in the entire city, and none of them are really in the city itself, but rather on the outskirts. Angelinos don't really like Walmart at all, and I mean honestly, who can blame them? They're a horrible, soulless corporation that exploits its workers and freeloads on the government by paying wages so low their workers have to apply for government benefits to make up the shortfall. Walmart is literally leeching on the American taxpayer, and also for some reason people don't feel the need to dress like human beings when they go to Walmart. There's a reason the term Walmart people exists, sort of like the term Florida man. Yeah, Walmart is basically the Florida of stores. It's the T-Mobile of stores. One good thing about Walmart is that it's big enough to hopefully get lost in, or at least stay out of sight for hours on end. However, to help me stay incognito and to not be spotted so easily, I'm going to make sure I routinely change my clothes. That's an old security infiltration technique. When you're scoping out the security in a public location, you want to routinely change your outfit. Even just changing the color of your hat and jacket is enough to help you blend in with the crowd and keep security from remembering you. Obviously, I can't pack a bag of clothes, so I'll be wearing a reversible windbreaker, which is black on the outside and red on the inside. I also have a hat I can stuff in a pocket to put on and take off throughout my stay. But to keep my looks fluid, I'm having the girlfriend meet up with me at hour 12 inside the store to bring me a complete outfit change. Figure I can sneak off to the bathroom and change there, no problem. The key here is to continuously change my appearance so I don't become too familiar to any of the staff. For food and drink, I figure I'll just buy something in the store, which presents a big problem. When you're conducting a covert security survey on site, you definitely never want to come in direct contact with the security or the staff on the site. You should be part of the faceless crowd, but here I'm gonna have to hit a checkout counter and make close-range face-to-face contact with at least one employee each time. I'll have to be strategic and try to time my meals with shift changes so that I hit a cashier right before he or she leaves their shift. As far as resting, well, I don't know, to be honest. If I can find a nook somewhere, it would definitely not be the first time I had to squeeze into a tight place and hide while taking a quick nap. But if I have to stay up the entire time, well, also it won't be the first time I had to be alert for a day straight. All in all, this is shaping up to be a very weird challenge, but I always enjoyed confounding security personnel in order to highlight vulnerabilities when I worked as a consultant. So it might be a bit of fun and a chance to polish off an old skill set. I'll check in at my endpoint. Wish me luck. Hour 22. Alright, I got busted. I couldn't quite make it the full 24 hours, and that really bothers me, but I got damn close. Let me explain. So I called the Walmart I went to before actually arriving and pretended to be interested in a job there. That gave me the opportunity to ask about their shifts and get a schedule of when shift changes happen. The first rule of infiltrating a facility is to gather as much intel as possible beforehand, and you'd be surprised just how much people are willing to give you over the phone. With shift changes at 0600, 1400, and 2200 hours, or 6 a.m., 2 p.m., and 10 p.m. for you civvies out there, I decided to start my squatting at 5:30 in the morning. That gave me a half an hour to recon the place, which would be my most dangerous phase because I'd be moving around a lot and getting spotted by the entire staff. With only half an hour left in their shift though, the employees were tired, especially since it was an overnight shift, and it's completely believable that someone would wander around for half an hour in a big Walmart. Once the new shift came on, I had a pretty good layout of the store and even identified places I could hide out and not be seen very much by the employees. Luckily, Walmarts are pretty massive stores, though boredom was going to be a real big issue. I'd brought my phone, of course, and even managed to stuff a paperback into my jacket pocket, but I knew it was going to be tough to not be bored to tears. One unexpected perk is that this Walmart had an attached cafeteria of sorts. It was small and served typical cafeteria stuff: burgers, pizza, fries, etc. But it meant that I could avoid the checkouts when I bought food and water, and thus avoid the actual store employees. The people at the registers would often leave the registers to wander around the store, and I did my best to avoid them as much as possible. I spent the first part of my day in electronics, though I quickly had to leave because I realized that was a terrible choice. Electronics is not a section you can linger in without being approached by a staff member asking if they can help you with anything, and I realized it was exposing me way too much. I'd made my way over to the greeting cards section instead to lay low, and spent an hour and a half reading funny greeting cards. Let's just say, it clearly doesn't take much talent to write greeting cards. At around 11 a.m. I started feeling a bit hungry, so I made my way to the small cafeteria and ordered some food. This was the perfect place to kick back for a while, and I figured as long as I returned and kept ordering stuff, nobody would want to kick me out. So I ate a very long lunch very slowly. First I got the fries because fries are awesome, and then a half hour later I got the burger, then a slice of pizza, then some mozzarella sticks, and then about 2 hours later I had to stop or I was going to finish this challenge with an extra 10 pounds of pure lard. It did at least give me a chance to read in peace though. Most people probably figured I was just waiting for someone or something. And like I suspected, as long as I kept ordering stuff sporadically, nobody really cared. Right about that time, I had to use the bathroom mighty bad, and let me tell you, there's no place on earth more horrible than a Walmart bathroom. I initially thought that I could easily sneak in half an hour or even an hour in the stall, but no. You cannot spend more than 30 seconds in a filthy Walmart bathroom stall. If Walmart is a soulless husk of a corporation, then its bathrooms are the fetid beating heart of darkness in its shambling corporate corpse. I headed off to the children's section next, and I spotted 2 playhouses that they'd set up for the kids and parents to check out. Perfect, I thought to myself. Once midnight hit, I could easily slip inside one, and it might be a tight fit, but I figured I'd be out of sight of any employee. I hit the games and the puzzles section next, and I gotta admit, it was getting extremely tedious to read the box of every single board game just to keep myself semi-entertained. I had to dodge employees a few times though. As a rule, I limited my exposure to any one employee to no more than a few seconds of close contact. If I came close to an employee, I immediately changed locations to as far as possible. Luckily, most employees are pretty much bound to certain areas of the store, so bouncing back and forth between them really limited my exposure. I know for a fact though that at least 2 employees gave me a double take. Thanks to my wardrobe changes, I think I threw them off the scent though. I was getting on to hour 12 though and had thoroughly exhausted my wardrobe options. Hat on, hat off, hat on but backwards, hat off again. Jacket on, jacket turned to black side, jacket off, jacket back on, turned to the red side, jacket off again. I needed fresh threads fast and considered just buying something, but the girlfriend showed up right on time to save the day. Unfortunately, I hadn't specified what to bring me, and on hindsight, I really should have called that a mistake in pre-op planning. So she brought me a pair of freaking shorts. Not only shorts, but like board shorts that I only wear to the beach, and which happen to have big, bright streaks of neon green on the legs. Pretty much a walking billboard advertisement begging people to look at me, look at me. I love my girlfriend with all my heart and all my might, but she would be terrible in any infiltration or like a heist movie, unless she was the muscle, of course, beating up the security and other crooks. She could be scary in a boxing ring. At least I had a change of clothes though, new pants, new shirt, a sweatshirt to throw on top. Not too terrible, though I decided I'd stash my jeans somewhere and change back into them after a few hours because these shorts were like wearing a big flashing neon sign begging people to notice me. You know, the exact opposite of what you want when you're trying to remain unnoticed in public. I let the girlfriend take the old clothes back with her minus the jeans, which I stashed inside a stack of tires in the auto department. Then I wandered the actual grocery section, which was a huge mistake because it just made me hungry again. I have like no impulse control, and I had to get out of there before I ended up buying a case of ice cream bars to wolf down somewhere. Luckily, this Walmart had a book section, which was perfect, because if there's any place you're expected to spend a long time in, it's the book section. Also, I can entertain myself a bit there at least, so I spent a while reading magazines and random books. I wish I could tell you that anything exciting happened during my day, but literally nothing really happened. Walmart employees don't get paid enough to care, I think. And so the few times that someone did a double take, it was as simple as moving to the other side of the store and laying low for a few hours. The electronics department was basically a huge no-go though, because those employees tend to stay put in a relatively small area, while the areas the other employees move around in are a lot larger. I started getting really tired as night came. I tried not to look at the time as much as I could though, because nothing makes time move slower than constantly checking what time it is. It must have been around 8 p.m. and I started getting really fatigued. My day was just so damn boring and uneventful. I knew I couldn't grab a nap in the cafeteria because that's the first place employees would look for homeless people or transients. And nothing screams either more than nodding off for a half an hour or more. I just couldn't risk drawing the attention, and to avoid any legal troubles, the rule of the challenge stated that if I was ever asked to leave, I had to. I guess infographics didn't feel like bailing me out of jail. I mean, not that I wanted to go in the first place. I found a solution to my fatigue problem though, and it was pretty sweet if I say so to myself. This Walmart had a garden center which closed off early, because I guess there was no need to sell plants and fertilizer for 24 hours. The area was roped off and the lights were off, so it was pretty simple to slip past the rope and find a quiet spot to lay low. I managed to find an area behind piles of gardening dirt and fertilizer, and after moving the piles of sacks a bit, I built a nice little walled-off area I could lay down in. I'm not sure when I nodded off, but when I checked the time, it was 1:30 in the morning, and I got awoken by the roar of a floor polisher being turned on. The cleaning crew must have been working their way across the store and finally made it to the garden center. I stupidly had forgotten about the cleaning crew, and I briefly thought about staying put. If the crew was lazy enough, they probably wouldn't bother to move the bags back into the proper place, but I couldn't chance it. Instead, I kept an eagle eye from behind my barricades and snuck out when the cleaner's back was turned to me. Then it was a whole process of slowly making my way back to the main store by ducking behind displays and giant pots and literally anything I could fit behind while the two cleaning people worked the floor. Eventually, I slipped out, but the store was so empty that I knew I couldn't just randomly wander the store anymore. I needed to get to my sanctuary I'd picked out during the daytime. I had to get to the toy section and the plastic playhouses out on display. I took the long way through the back of the store to avoid being seen as much as possible, and halfway there I made sure to find a camera blind spot and hide out there for a while. The girlfriend had brought me a reversible sweatshirt, and so I ripped it off and turned it inside out. Then after 5 minutes, I walked out with my brand new look, and I was banking on the fact that no bored security guard would stare at his monitor screen for 5 whole minutes, waiting to see when I would reappear. With new colors on, a tired guard would likely assume I was a different person. Never underestimate the laziness and complacency of security. I finally made it to the toy section, and luckily the aisles were really tall here, and the playhouses were well out of sight of the cameras. I crawled inside a plastic playhouse and shut the window shutters. It was a tight fit, and if I moved around I'd shake the whole thing, but I was hidden at least. I had to fight not to laugh at the ridiculousness of my situation. Seriously, this is what I get paid to do. I meant to stay alert for the final home stretch, but I dozed off inadvertently at some point. I blame the fatty, greasy food I'd had all day. Though it was really bad form on my behalf, I'm definitely losing my edge. I got woken up to a Walmart employee sticking her head inside the toy house's window and looking very, very surprised. She asked me what in the world I was doing there, and well, I just told her the truth. I am trying to stay in your store for 24 hours straight. Is this some crazy internet thing? She asked. Yes, ma'am, this is definitely some crazy internet thing. This is how ridiculous we've gotten on the internet. That people aren't even all that surprised anymore to discover someone trying to live in their store for a day straight. I guess I'm definitely part of the problem here. I mean, I've spent over a year now doing crazy challenges for you, the internet. So that was my 24 hours, or 22 rather. I got busted sleeping in the child's playhouse and asked to leave the store. And because I had swapped pants twice, I totally forgot my jeans back in a stack of tires in the automobile department. I could have definitely made it 24 hours if I wasn't concerned with legal repercussions. I mean, realistically, I would have snuck into the employees area a long time ago and simply hid out amongst all the pallets and crates back there. I worked in a grocery store when I was 16, and I know there's a ton of places to hide in a big store like this, but you know, I didn't really want to potentially make this into a whole legal thing and have my next challenge be spend 30 days in jail for trespassing. So there you go, internet. I did another crazy internet thing for your sake. What did I learn? Nothing. Other than the depths of lonely boredom and that store security is incredibly complacent and overall pretty terrible at their job. But that's not too big a surprise. Like most security, they're just there to act as a visual deterrent, not actually, secure anything. Now, won't you guys think up a more comfortable, relaxing challenge? Like, get a massage for 24 hours, or live with a hot tub installed in your house for 30 days. I believe in you guys. After all, it was the hundreds of comments from you that got me sent to Hawaii last year. This time, I promise to take pics. Mars. It's humanity's next big goal in space, with plans by NASA to put people on its surface sometime in the next 2 decades. As part of its preparations for a Mars mission, NASA wanted to find out what the effects of extended exposure to microgravity would do to the human body. In order to explore the issue, NASA paid several people thousands of dollars to lay around in bed for several weeks, studying how their muscles atrophied and weakened from a lack of exercise. Today, NASA is definitely not as inspiring as it was in the Apollo era, but we're still inspired to go ahead and find out what a whole week of being a couch bed potato would do to the human body. So once more, we're putting our finest scientists and engineers on the question. And since we have literally none of those, we're gonna go ahead and have our resident lab rat earn his cheddar by laying in bed for a week straight. Day 1. I'm a big fan of NASA and anything space-related, really. I think there's nothing humanity does that's nobler than our quest to understand and explore space. So imagine my excitement when the infographic show told me that they had a challenge for me straight from NASA. I've been forced to live in the wild for 3 days straight, been homeless for another 3 days, moved in with my parents for a whole month. When I heard that this next challenge involved NASA, the possibilities were endless. Would I be going to space camp? Maybe to a real-life rocket launch? Would I get to meet an astronaut? No. I get to lay in bed for 7 days straight, all because somebody over at the office read an article about NASA bed studies and thought, this sounds horrible. Let's get the challenge guy to do it. It was probably the narrator. Sometimes in my scripts I force him to pronounce really terrible words, and I think he has it in for me. Check out our lightning plus volcano video where I forced him to pronounce the name of every major Icelandic volcano. It wasn't, but that's a great revenge idea. Alright, so as usual, let's go over the rules. Rule number 1, no leaving the bed except for bathroom breaks. This does not include a shower, by the way, which means I'm gonna have to resort to the old baby wipe shower from my days in the military. Rule number 2 is I can't move around. I have to replicate the NASA study as closely as possible. I headed on over to nasa.gov and read up on the study, and participants were encouraged to move their upper bodies around but not their lower bodies. Apparently, astronauts in space mostly use their upper bodies, which kinda makes sense. There's no walking in 0G. And in space, you can use your hands for grabbing onto stuff and pushing off, but legs are kind of useless. Unlike the NASA participants, though, I'm doing this challenge alone. I mean, the girlfriend will be around, but she's got her own life, and no way in hell could infographics pay her enough to lay down for a week straight. I'm pretty sure she would go criminally insane if she wasn't allowed to jog and exercise for 7 days in a row. The NASA subjects had other people in the room with them, and I guess that helped pass the time. I even saw a photo of 2 of the participants playing Connect 4 together, with the game on a small table between their beds. I did some research on what happens to your body when you're stuck in bed, and well, it's mostly not good. Back in the 1900s and earlier, doctors prescribed bed rest for everything from the common cold to decapitation, because, medical science still thought that blowing smoke up someone's bum could help resuscitate them from drowning. That's a fact, and you should look it up. Turns out, though, that getting fresh air and sunshine isn't just something your mother used to say to get you to stop playing video games, but it's actually healthy and beneficial for a body that's recuperating from illness or injury. Obviously, your muscles deteriorate from a lack of activity. Gravity constantly forces your muscles to keep you upright, so they're always getting a workout every time you stand up. Did you know, though, that long bed rest can affect even your bones? Without the stress of keeping you upright, bones lose density and become more prone to breaking. Blood can also pool in your legs, which can potentially lead to things such as blood clots. While immobile, your heart actually beats quicker and pumps blood around the body at lower volumes, which means less oxygen. This is why you can actually feel more tired after loafing around than if you were just engaging in normal activity. There's literally a laundry list of bad stuff that can happen from laying in bed for a week straight, and I don't feel like scaring myself any more than I already have, so I'm just gonna end right there. I do need to mention bed sores, though, which typically affects older people who are stuck in bed for months at a time. They're caused by blood pooling and the body not being moved around, and you should absolutely go and do a Google image search of bed sores right now, or not if you like to keep your lunch down. Alright, I've got my TV, laptop, tablet, PlayStation, and cell phone along with several books. I think I'm ready for this. See you guys in a few days. Day 3. I gotta say, I'm not exactly thrilled with this challenge. I remember about a year and a half ago I was approached with the idea of doing crazy challenges for the infographic show. I thought it sounded exciting, even if my very first one, Eat the Hottest Pepper, was extremely painful and almost sent me to the emergency room. I never really mind the danger or discomfort as long as I'm doing something new and weird and out of the ordinary. Laying in bed for 3 days, though, has been the single most boring challenge in the history of challenges. My days typically start in the morning with the girlfriend getting up to go work out, coming back to shower, and then get ready for work. I have nothing to do, so I stay awake to kiss her goodbye for the day, and then I just kind of go back to sleep. I've noticed I sleep a lot more now, by the way. I guess it's a side effect of laying around all day. Now I obviously can't leave the bed for food or to walk the dog, but that's okay because modern life has a solution to such trivial problems. I signed up for a dog walking service, and I use both Uber Eats and Postmates for food delivery, and, well, okay, remember my challenge where I stayed in a bathtub for a day straight? Obviously, I need to sort the issue out with not being able to answer the door. We have a small one-bedroom apartment, and our bedroom's doors are huge and open right up into the living room. With the doors open, I can literally lay in bed and see the front door, which I have the girlfriend leave unlocked. Then, to explain why I can't go to the door to pick up my food or answer it for the dog walker myself, well, I'm not super proud of this, but I had the girlfriend borrow the bottom half of a body cast from the props department of the show she's on. Basically, I can throw the thing on in a hurry, and it looks like I have 2 broken legs. Don't judge me. Judge the infographic show. I always make sure to send my delivery person or dog walker a note and explain the situation so there's little weirdness as possible. I still very much remember Susan from my Don't Leave the Bathtub for 24 Hours challenge, so I'm really trying not to freak any more delivery drivers out. Susan, if you're out there in the internet land, I'm still sorry. I swear, I'm not a creepy weirdo. Alright, so food and dog walking isn't a problem, and you know what? Everyone so far has been pretty cool about it. They come to the door and they bring me my food to bed and typically say something like, "Hope you feel better soon," and I mumble something like, "Yeah, thanks," because I feel like a terrible person for pretending to be disabled. At night, the girlfriend is in charge of cooking, which is a total disaster because she may be a modern, independent woman that don't need no man, but she's a terrible cook. While other little girls were pretending to be princesses, having tea parties, and learning to bake cookies, she was doing martial arts and basically training to be a secret government assassin. I'm not gonna pretend like that's not kinda really hot, but man, I really wish I could leave the bed to cook. Food, though, is its own problem. You know what's really hard to eat every meal lying down. You'd feel like you're halfway to choking every time you swallow, and eating something like soup is a disaster in the making. The girlfriend actually banned me from eating liquid food because twice now I've made a mess on myself in the sheets trying to slurp down some soup. She does, after all, still have to sleep on this bed at night. My hygiene has definitely taken a bit of a dive, but the baby wipes help a lot. I know I've said this before, but if you know anyone deployed overseas, send them baby wipes in your care package. Baby wipes are a godsend for anyone downrange. I totally forgot about brushing my teeth though, because as the girlfriend loves to point out, I often miss the most completely obvious details. I just tell her that that's because I'm a big picture kind of guy, to which she shakes her head and mutters under her breath. I mean, she's not wrong. When I planned our trip to the Bahamas a few years ago, I planned literally everything we do and totally forgot to book a hotel. I only remembered when we landed and were standing in front of the passenger pickup area and she asked me which hotel shuttle was ours. I told her that, well, any of them could be ours if we wanted them to be, and that's the story of how we almost ended up sleeping in the streets of the Bahamas and why I'm no longer in charge of planning trips. Anyways, so I have a bowl and a bottle of water for brushing my teeth, which the girlfriend has to dump after every time I use it. I reminded her that one day when I'm old and decrepit, she would have to do this for me every day, and she kind of just stared at me for a moment. I swear I could see her doing the mental math and calculating if I was worth the investment. I might seriously need to look into this marriage thing. Nothing else to report, just a lot of boredom and weirdness trying to do everyday tasks when you're stuck in bed. 0 out of 10, would not recommend. See you at the end of this. Day 7. Well, I feel like I've been saying this more lately, but I'm glad that challenge is over. I literally leapt for joy when my final hour was up, and then because I hadn't used my legs for a week, I immediately fell over and twisted my ankle. On the way down, I knocked my head against the nightstand hard enough to get a bit dizzy. Because I have a history of concussions from my years overseas, the girlfriend insisted on taking me to the ER, so I hobbled to the car, leaning on her the entire way. Not only was my ankle pretty sprained, but I could barely keep myself upright due to my legs being so weak. Also, the fact that the blood now had to go uphill to get to my brain for the first time in 7 days forced my heart to work harder, and it felt like a racehorse in my chest. I honestly thought for a little bit that I'd have a heart attack. I really did not expect the impact that laying in bed for 7 days would have on me physically. I thought at best it'd just be a bit weak, but I was having serious issues. At the ER, the doctor said my blood pressure was way over, and he was seriously concerned by how weak I was. I really didn't want to tell him about what I'd done for a week or why I did it, but the girlfriend was so concerned she basically fessed up to the whole thing. So great, I'm basically now a weird story that the doctors and nurses at my local hospital tell each other every day now. Hey, remember that guy that came in with a busted head and twisted ankle? Yeah, he's some sort of YouTube weirdo or something? Honestly, dignity does not come high on the list of employee benefits you get for working for the infographic show. Alright, my ankle's going to take a while to heal and my head will be fine eventually. The doctor warned me against any more laying in bed though, and recommended I slowly start to exercise again, starting with things like walking around the block. He also basically gave me the spiel on the same warning of what laying all day could do to your body that I'd already read online. But he was familiar with the NASA study and pointed out that they had trained medical professionals on hand during the entire length of the study. Jeez. Point taken. Other than my very inglorious ending to this challenge though, how was the rest of my week? Well, in a word, boring. In several more words, the most boring week of my life. I remember years ago on a deployment, me and a partner laid under a camo net on the side of a hill for 36 hours straight, just watching the backside of a remote village. All we did was watch and count the number of people in the village, taking careful notes of who went where and for how long. Just hours and hours and hours of watching, and you know what? That was more exciting than laying in bed for 7 freaking days in a row. You'd think with access to the internet, video games, and food delivery on demand, laying around wouldn't be that hard, but let me tell you, there's only so many consecutive games of XCOM 2 Long War you can play before you're begging for an actual alien invasion so you have a reason to run out of your bed. There's only so many cat videos, meme videos, and old Star Trek The Next Generation episodes that you can watch before you're just aching for something physical to do. At one point, I was fantasizing about a burglar breaking into the house, practically wishing for it to happen, just so I had an excuse to leave the bed. My bed, which I normally have an excellent relationship with because it's warm, cozy, and just the right level of both firmness and softness, became my prison. I yearned to feel the cold wooden floor of our apartment under my feet. I even envied the girlfriend every time she went outside to go for a jog dog. And if you've been following these challenge episodes, then I've already made my position on running very clear to you. In short, spending a week in bed laying down the entire time is a different type of hell. Eating became a weird, very stressful activity, and you always feel like you might choke. Forget about soup or anything saucy, unless you want to make a mess all over yourself. The physical effects were probably the worst though. I felt fatigued all the time, and after the week was up, I could barely walk and keep myself up. I could literally feel the blood pumping in my head, and my heart felt like it was going to call it quits, just from the stress of having to pump blood against the force of gravity again. I applaud the brave men and women who laid in bed for 90 days so NASA could study the effects of microgravity on the human body, and see why they got paid so well for it too. For me though, I'm happy with my 8 hours every night, though I think I'm gonna give the couch a try for a few days. Me and my bed need a break from each other right now. I know it was you that did this to me, narrator. This isn't over by a long shot. You know, I heard there's a town in Wales by the name of Sanfai Puswingus Guger Huntropus Santosilio Goch, and I think we should do an entire episode on it. I think I need to get paid more too. This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website, head on over to wix.com/go/infographics2019 to try out one of their premium plans right now. Another challenge episode and another cruel test we put one of our staff writers through for your scientific curiosity. This time, we're concerned with the effect technology has on our lives. As various studies have shown, children spend less time outdoors now than ever before. Instead of being outside playing on bicycles or romping through the woods, kids today are spending the majority of their free time inside playing video games. And instead of getting together to chat with friends, they chat over voice chat services or inside their favorite games. We're not saying this is all bad, but we do wonder what the effect of never going outside has on the average person. So to answer that pressing question, we once more sacrifice the health and sanity of one of our junior staff writers in order to seek answers. Hello and welcome to another challenge episode of the Infographics Show. Today we're going to see what happens if you don't go outside for a full month. The rules are simple. Our guinea pig, employee, must stay indoors for a full 30 days with absolutely no stepping out for any reason whatsoever. To that effect, we hooked them up with in-home grocery delivery so that there's no reason to leave the house. With high-speed internet, Netflix, and home delivery of groceries, what more could a person want? Let's find out. Day 1. Another challenge. I'm positively thrilled. At least this time I don't have to eat any atomic peppers or go without sleep, which was a nightmare. By comparison, this staying indoors thing sounds like a breeze. I already work from home anyway, so aside from shifting responsibility for walking the dog over to the girlfriend, there's not much of an adjustment to be made. It does suck I'll miss a few movies that are coming out because I love seeing them in theaters, but I'm sure I can catch them after the 30 days in one of the cheaper places. It'll be tricky to navigate some of my social responsibilities like hanging out with me or the girlfriend's friends, but nothing that should be hard to explain away. I'll keep a journal as usual of my experiences, and like usual, I've done my research first on what I should expect. First, there's the obvious warnings about vitamin D deficiency. Apparently, there's very little food that has any vitamin D actually in it, and we receive most of what we need from the sun. The sun's rays convert fats from the food we eat into activated vitamin D called calcitriol, which in turn helps us absorb and use calcium, which strengthens and grows our bones. If you don't get enough vitamin D, you can actually develop the rickets and osteoporosis as your bones weaken, and you can be susceptible to them breaking, which would really suck. Lastly, apparently your skin can become discolored as you lose pigmentation in your skin, until you start looking like one of those cave salamanders they find living deep underground. I asked the girlfriend if she'd still love me if I turned into a cave salamander, and she told me I was stupid and to get a real job. She's clearly less a fan of these challenge episodes than I am. Vitamin D apparently also helps combat things like prostate cancer, which is of great concern to me as I happen to be very happy with the current state of my prostate. It also helps combat heart disease and improve circulation by managing the levels of nitric oxide in your blood and skin, which lowers blood pressure. Lastly, exposure to sunlight and fresh air helps combat depression, and numerous studies all say that being stuck indoors is a great way to get yourself into a pretty deep funk. Apparently, just looking at the color green can help fight depression and lift your mood, which I guess makes sense given our evolutionary history growing up in the outdoors. Also helps explain why just about everyone finds green fields of grass so comforting a sight. In light of the health effects I listed, I thought I maybe should take a vitamin D supplement and maybe put up some posters of green grass. But I decided in order for this experience to be pure, I couldn't cheat. So once more, putting my health on the line for the sake of science. Or at least YouTube. Day 7. It feels strange not having been outside for a week straight, especially because typically me and the girlfriend make plans every Saturday to go out and do something together. This week it was just staying at home and watching some Redbox, which of course she had to go get. I can tell the experiment is definitely annoying her more than me so far, because it's her that has to wake up every morning and take the dog out or take him out when she comes back home. Plus, it's her that has to run every errand that can't be done over the phone or online. I have to admit, this whole thing isn't so bad after all, though I'm definitely going to owe her afterwards. My mood and health seem fine, though I have to admit it does get a little bit boring just sitting inside every day, even with the internet and TV. Curious how this next week is gonna go. Day 14. After Pol Pot was deposed in Cambodia, he got sentenced to house arrest, which is kind of a weird punishment for someone who killed millions of people. It's almost like nobody could really wrap their minds around all that murder, so they just sort of said, okay, well, just stay inside your house until you die. Yet Ted Bundy got the death sentence for killing like 0.0001% that amount. What a strange world we live in. Anyways, I have no idea how Pol Pot managed to do it, especially since he had no internet. This week was boring with a capital B, and I guess I never realized just how much I take for granted. Even just things like going to the store or quick hangouts to grab a drink and coffee with a friend. I guess my mood is definitely shifting a bit, and the girlfriend confirmed that I am lacking my usual sunny disposition, though I think she was being sarcastic. I told her I needed realistic and accurate observations of how my mood may be changing, that it was important, and she just laughed at me and reminded me that I work for YouTube. Fair point. Tomorrow starts week 3 and I'm not looking forward to the boredom. Day 21. I'm pretty sure I've played through every game in my Steam library. And side note here, but when are they finally going to make an XCOM 3? The boredom is real, and I find that I'm even looking forward to taking the dog out early in the morning again, something I typically hate because I'm warm and snug in bed and I want to keep sleeping. My mood is definitely tanking, I think, and I actually find myself anxiously pacing sometimes when I'm alone. I think my body is literally dying for some basic exercise. I read up on deep vein thrombosis, and now I'm terrified because apparently blood clots can form in your veins if you don't move around enough. Sitting at my computer chair or on the couch as I so often am, I am definitely not moving much, if at all. Wouldn't that be a way to go? A blood clot forms in my leg and travels to my heart, stopping it in its tracks. R.I.P. YouTube killed him. I told the girlfriend and she didn't think it was funny at all, and for the umpteenth time told me my job was dumb. My appetite is also being weird. I've settled into just eating sandwiches most of the time. Even though I can technically have any groceries I want delivered, I just find that I don't have as much appetite, and simple ham, cheese, and salami sandwiches are perfectly fine. Girlfriend is worried about my health because salami is so high in sodium, and there's the concerns about blood pressure from a lack of sunlight already. So far, I feel okay, if just kind of generally fatigued and I guess kind of down. I mean, I wake up and there's just nothing really to do with my day. Every day is a bit like Groundhog Day, which I watched twice this last week, by the way. Next week is technically the final week, so I'll wait until day 30 for my final report. Day 30. Tomorrow I get to go back outside, and I couldn't be happier. I feel like a prisoner kept in isolation, except at least they get an hour of exercise a day in the sunlight. I honestly never realized how much I take it for granted being outside. Even if I'm not being a super outdoors person and just popping out to walk the dog or run errands. I also realized that I probably wouldn't cut it in solitary confinement. I'd be one of those ones that goes crazy and starts talking to himself. My mood has absolutely tanked, but it's buoyed knowing that this weird experiment would end in 30 days. So I guess I didn't get the full effect of being completely isolated from the outside world. I imagine that if I went into this not knowing when it would end, my mood would definitely be far worse than it is now. And I don't doubt that depression is a very real thing for people who don't get to go outside or just choose not to. My appetite has totally tanked too, though strangely I've been finding myself drawn more and more to fatty or sugar-rich things to eat and drink. And I typically try to limit myself to 2, maybe 3 sodas a week, but this last month, I've been drinking them almost every single day. I've also been eating really sweet snacks and foods like French toast and cookies. I think my brain is literally looking for any pick-me-up it can, and so it's getting its high from sugary stuffs. I definitely noticed that I feel much better after having a soda or eating a few cookies. Unfortunately, that's definitely given me a bit of flab around the midsection, which was really surprising. Or I guess shouldn't have been really. I asked the girlfriend if she still found me sexy, and she laughed and said, "Still?" She's a regular comedian. but I can't be too mad at her because she's been a champ about all of this. Now though, I have to run every errand and take the dog out for a month straight to make it up to her. Though I'm sure I'm not going to hear the end of this anytime soon. My final conclusion is that it's definitely not healthy to stay locked up inside for a month. My diet sucks, my appetite is in the trash, and I've gotten visibly unhealthier. I feel faint even at just the thought of strenuous exercise, and I'm sure that my blood pressure is putting up some pretty unhealthy numbers. I'm also absolutely stir crazy, and there's no amount of video games or movies or books in the world that could keep me cooped up inside permanently. I don't think I would cut it in solitary confinement or in an underground bunker if World War III ever kicked off. Screw it, let me outside and I'll happily die in all the radiation, or just become a ghoul and start picking off wastelanders. Hello infographics fans, we're back with another special challenge episode where we explore the deepest questions science doesn't dare ask, and then make your favorite and most expendable writer answer them. Today we're tackling the issue of obesity once again, but now we want to know what role does food play in our instant gratification culture. To find out, we're putting our favorite guinea pig through 30 days of nothing but fast food. As usual, he'll update us on weekly progress, so strap in and stay tuned for Challenge Eat Only Fast Food for a Month, Day 1. I have to admit, I'm not looking forward to this one at all. I don't really like fast food. I mean, I used to when I was a kid, but when you start having to pay for your own food, you kinda hit a point where you think to yourself, why am I paying to eat garbage? Now it's all I'm going to have to eat for the next 30 days. And all I could say is I'm glad the pay is worth it. Naturally, the fitness freak girlfriend did not take this well at all, but I worked some of my charm on her to ease her through this one. And by worked some of my charm, what I actually mean is that after the 30 days are up, I'm going to owe her big time again. So beforehand, I did my research on what I could potentially expect. We've all seen Super Size Me, and after it came out, everyone hated fast food until it was realized that Morgan Spurlock fudged quite a bit of the quote experiment unquote for the sake of drama. I'm gonna keep it simple. I'll figure out how many calories I'm taking in and keep track of my weight, as well as mood and energy levels, etc. I'm less interested in the numbers and more on what the actual physiological effects are on me and my life. The effects of eating lots of fast food vary, but some of the scarier ones include diabetes. Apparently, that's because fast food is loaded with carbs that have almost no fiber, and when your body breaks those empty carbs down, they turn into glucose, which pumps up your blood sugar levels. To regulate, your body releases insulin. But if you do this too many times, your body can actually stop responding to the blood sugar, leading to insulin resistance or type 2 diabetes. Nothing I've found said that 30 days of nothing but fast food is nearly enough to do this though. The other major side effect is, weight gain. The American Heart Association recommends eating only 100 to 150 calories of added sugar per day, or 6 to 9 teaspoons. But a 12-ounce soda has 8 teaspoons of sugar. So kiss the rest of your daily allowance goodbye. Then of course there's added sugar in the food itself in order to make it taste good. I heard a rumor that McDonald's soaks their potatoes in a sugar water solution to enhance their flavor, but that's just a rumor. What's not a rumor is that their fries are actually pretty amazing. There's also added trans fat in fast food, and every health website pretty much says that there's absolutely 0 levels of trans fats that are healthy for you. Luckily for me, fast food is loaded with trans fat, so hooray! Then there's concerns over sodium, but that only seems to be a real issue for people with weakened hearts and blood pressure conditions, which I do not have. Although the AHA recommends that you eat no more than 2,300 milligrams of sodium per day, and a single fast food meal contains as much as half your day's worth. So basically what I'm gathering from all this research is that we need to add more hours to the day so that then one meal won't have almost all of my daily allotment of sodium, calories, and sugar. You're welcome, fast food industry. I just ended your biggest marketing nightmare. Just add more hours to the day and your meals won't have an entire day's junk limits in one sitting. I should have been a madman. Okay, so as usual, I'll update weekly. Starting weight is 165 pounds, and I confess that I exercise regularly, so my results probably aren't going to be the same as a couch potato. In fact, my fitness Nazi girlfriend has promised that she's upping our workout routine viciously because she's starting her own 30-day challenge called I'm going to not let my boyfriend get fat and crush him physically to make sure it doesn't happen. Day 7. I've been doing some rough tabletop math just to figure out how many calories I've been taking in based off what I can find on different restaurant websites. And I'm pretty sure I'm running at about 3,000 calories a day. well over the 2,000 a day natural limit we're supposed to be taking in. I've been hitting up McDonald's and grabbing Big Macs with fries, so that's about 1,000 calories right there. And then grabbing In-N-Out for a double-double with fries, which is about 1,100 calories. By the way, if you don't have an In-N-Out where you live, why do you even live there? It's basically the only fast food restaurant that doesn't taste like fast food, and the only place where I actually feel the money I spend is worth the food I'm getting in return. Other places like McDonald's, I typically feel I might just as well have eaten the $10 I spent, vomited the tenner back up, and then eaten the vomited $10 bill. I've also been hitting up Del Taco though, until I realized that Chipotle very much still counts as fast food, but is infinitely better. I considered Taco Bell, but then I remembered that I don't actually hate my own existence, and I like eating things that on some level are considered food. Carl's Jr. has been good to me, and honestly, I'd say their quality is definitely in the upper tier of fast food, though far below In-N-Out. Then again, being upper tier quality in fast food is like being the smartest dumb guy. You're still an idiot. Speaking of dumb guy, I was getting the Swiss chicken sandwich at Carl's Jr. thinking to myself, hey, it's chicken. This is definitely healthier than a burger. And guess what? It's 780 calories, over 200 calories more than a Big Mac. Even that doesn't compare with the half-pound mile-high bacon thick burger though, which is a whopping 1,230 calories. Okay, so I've been getting in right around 3,000 calories a day this week, and I've been skipping breakfast because every fast food breakfast is awful. I hit the scale and weighed 167, but that's definitely within natural fluctuation, so I can't say I've actually gained that much weight already. There's also the fact that the girlfriend has been running me during our exercise time like an old drill instructor, a job I suspect she is secretly loving. First week done, and I gotta say, I feel pretty normal. Day 14. I've been trying to switch it up other than just hitting the same few places over and over again. I gotta tell you, fast food really tastes the same everywhere you go, and that's predominantly awful. Thank God for In-N-Out though, and Chipotle. At least those taste like real food. I'm definitely no food snob. I've eaten way too many cold MREs in my life to ever be one. But I think if we were all honest with ourselves, we'd admit that fast food tastes good for like the first 5 bites, and after that it tastes like depression, loneliness, and suicide. My mood is definitely affected. I feel sluggish both physically and mentally. Girlfriend got called up for an acting gig that took her away for most of the week, so she hasn't been around to slave drive me into exercise oblivion, and I kinda wish she had. I tried to switch things up and added Panda Express to the mix just to get away from Mexican food and burgers. 2 servings of orange chicken and fried rice are just over 1,500 calories. How in the world did I think this would be a healthier option? I've been going to a lot of fast food places, guys, and it turns out that burgers are overwhelmingly the most healthy option. I'm at 169 pounds this week, which is definitely past normal weight fluctuation. And if I remember right, it's the high point I got to when I did the only soda for a month challenge, and it's only halfway through. Well, this is definitely not going to be the month of washboard abs. Day 21. I am legitimately dreading mealtime. At first, it was kind of fun to eat fast food all the time, especially since I rarely get to. Then it became boring and repetitive. Spoiler alert, it all starts tasting the exact same. Then it very quickly became a mini hell. I literally feel like my blood has turned into barbecue sauce. I could probably flavor my own food just by cutting myself open. I now hate fries, and I've always loved French fries. Now I think we just need a new potato famine. I kinda wish I could go back in time to the famous Irish potato famine just so I could gloat over all those dead potatoes. Not so much the dead Irish though. This week I added Wiener Schnitzel to the mix, and then I immediately took Wiener Schnitzel out of the mix. Remember how I said that Carl's Jr. was the upper tier of fast food earlier? Well, Wiener doesn't even rank. It's just not food, period. Physically, I can't keep up with the girlfriend when we exercise anymore. She outruns me, she outboxes me. I'm on the verge of passing out while she's still warming up. I'm at 172 pounds, and that's not major weight gain, but the fast food just literally, I don't know, it weighs you down physically. It's like jamming chocolate and marshmallows into a car's engine. I feel absolutely terrible, and my mood has definitely been quite a bit darker. The girlfriend has definitely taken note of the mood change, and she's been sending me corny one-line jokes while she's still at work because she knows I love bad dad jokes. It's actually really sweet of her. Then she comes home and kicks my ass working out. Only 1 week left, and I'm seriously looking forward to this one being over. Day 30. Final weight is 174 pounds, or a 9-pound weight gain over 30 days. I have no doubts that if I hadn't been exercising as much as I do, I could have easily done some pretty high double digits. I know Morgan Spurlock fudged a lot of things in his Super Size Me doc, but honestly, a lot of the stuff he presented was spot on. Fast food kills your mood, absolutely ruins your sex drive, and destroys your energy levels. I used to breeze a 2-mile run, now I'm dying at a mile. Girlfriend celebrated the end of the challenge by going out and buying a bunch of healthy stuff to make for lunch and dinner for the next week. And I gotta tell you, after all that garbage I've been eating, seeing the rows of fresh vegetables and fruit in our fridge has kinda got me salivating. I can't say that I hate fast food now and will never eat it again. In fact, I think this challenge has helped me identify exactly which fast food I do like and which I'll never touch again, but I definitely have no desire to eat fast food for at least a year. My final verdict is this: if you're eating fast food pretty regularly and feel terrible about yourself or depressed all the time, try and stop or cut down. You'll be amazed at how much fast food is to blame for how you're feeling, or at least making bad feelings much, much worse. 4 weeks of 3,000 to 4,000 calories a day, especially such low nutrition calories, have absolutely wrecked me. And I can't imagine what it must do to people over the really long term. So you busted your bottom in high school and managed to score straight A's. You made sure you padded out your college applications by enrolling in every after-school program your school had available. So you played varsity football while also being the head cheerleader for your own games and captain of the chess team. All the sacrifices were worth it though, because you got a scholarship to your first pick school. But like with many college students who get scholarships, you still had to take out a huge loan to cover all the extra expenses. That's books, parking pass fees, meals, dormitory expenses, school library fees, printer fees, campus breathable oxygen fees, and fees for processing your fees. But hey, you still did it. You shunned your social life and graduated top of your class. You've done it. You've taken that first bold step in the American dream and graduated college. Now pack your bags. It's time to move back home. Because your diploma means bupkis since every employer wants previous experience anyways, and you're saddled with so much student loan payments that you technically can't even afford to be alive right now. Today we're once more turning to your favorite infographic show staff lab rat and challenging him to live like most modern American college graduates by having him move back home for 30 days. Day 1. So I had a lot of explaining to my parents to even make this challenge possible. See, they know I'm a working writer out here in Los Angeles, and they know about many of the things I've written, including some of the things they've watched, but this whole challenge thing, well, I never really bothered to tell them. It's kind of an open secret. I didn't really hide it, but I don't really volunteer the information out either. It's never really fun explaining just how weird your job can get to people. So I had my mom and pops watch a few challenges, to which my mom immediately asked me how the girlfriend puts up with my life. She then immediately felt bad for her and ended up leaving our Skype conversation so she could call her privately and make sure that she was all right. And these challenges weren't stressing her out too much. Her, not her son, her own flesh and blood, who you know actually has to put himself or his body, or his dignity at least, on the line with each challenge, but the one who just gets to watch it happen, clearly my mom has a favorite. My dad mostly just thought it was funny, and he really liked the eating the spiciest pepper challenge, which just so happens to have been the first official challenge episode, by the way. As far as he's concerned, my safety or comfort doesn't matter much. He just wants to make sure I'm being paid well. So long story short, they agreed to let me fly home and live there for 30 days. I'm kinda hesitant about this, to be honest. I left home at 18 and only ever went back to visit. I haven't lived with my parents in over a decade. I also really like my life out here in Los Angeles, and they just retired in a small town in Kentucky, so culture clash for sure. I hated it out there. There's just so little to do. Then there's also the freedom thing. I just enjoy having my own life, and it's going to be weird living under their roof again. I mean, I'm an adult now, so I won't even have chores or curfews or anything silly like that, but it's just weird to not be independent, even if only for 30 days. I guess I'll find out just how weird. So that's it. The girlfriend's taking me to the airport later today, and I'll be back home in time for supper. Weird. I never use the word supper. I'm already starting to feel the effects of this challenge. Oh, by the way, this isn't just a 30-day home vacation, because of course, I have many challenges to undergo during these 30 days, but you'll have to stay subscribed to find out what they are. See you guys in a week. Day 7. You should absolutely do everything you can to avoid ever moving back in with your parents. Consider that a general piece of advice. It's not really about rules or anything like that, it's just, I don't know, weird to the max to have to move back home when you're an adult. I know a lot of people don't have a choice in the matter, but if you can avoid it, you really should. If you're forced to move home because of financial situation, man, you guys are the real heroes out there. So immediately upon landing, it became obvious to me just how different things are back home versus my life in California. I'm used to densely packed urban sprawl with the trendiest and shiniest new shopping and dining venues anywhere in the world, spanning block after block, expensive cars, and people, typically women, wearing equally expensive clothing and jewelry. Back home, there's literally none of that. In a way, it's really refreshing. In another, it's sort of depressing. I'm not the flashy type at all, but my first few hours back home just really brought back how little there is to this place. One thing though, trees. Big, beautiful green trees everywhere. LA doesn't have many trees, it's a coastal desert, and you gotta drive out of town to see some pines. Here though, you've got trees of all shapes and sizes and they're everywhere. Oh, and also parking lots. If you've never lived in Los Angeles or New York, then you probably don't understand that parking lots are God's gift to his undeserving children. Back home, it can cost you upwards of $15 just to park your car. Here, literally every place has a parking lot. It almost makes me cry, or at least my wallet. So the first night went well enough. Parents asked me how things are going, though literally the first question my mother asked when we sat down for dinner was when me and the girlfriend were getting married. She's kind of old school, and even though we've both explained it to her numerous times, she still doesn't understand, or maybe just doesn't like that we're kind of not doing that. I had to remind her that we're both completely committed to spending the rest of our lives together, maybe having kids one day, and that we don't need a big ceremony or the government to make that official. Honestly, I just think she really wants the ceremony. Hard to blame a mother. My parents are lucky enough to have hung on to the house they bought while I was still in high school, so I get to sleep in my old room, and that's a whole other level of weird. Me and the girlfriend have visited plenty of times before, but I've always insisted on staying in a hotel. Mostly because my mother is old school. She won't let us sleep together in the same bed, even though, again, we're basically married. To her, until it's official, we're not allowed to sleep together, at least not under her roof. And it's just so weird that she needs a marriage ceremony before that's okay. Staying in this room has brought back a lot of memories, but in so many ways it feels like I'm sleeping in a stranger's bed. The very last time I slept in this bed was the night before I shipped out for basic training, and even though that was like 12 years ago, it might as well have been an entire lifetime away. Mornings in your parents' house are another bit of weird. You're so used to your own routine, and then you lumber into the kitchen and find your dad already there, and it sort of hits you. This isn't your space, it's his. He's the alpha dog around here. You can't just stroll out in your underwear and make yourself some tea, although he certainly gets to, as I was unfortunate enough to find out. When I ran into him and yelled at him for being in the kitchen in his boxers, he reminded me that me and my sister moved out years ago, and if he wants to walk around in his house as naked as the day he was born, then he very well will do just that. Skipping past a very difficult readjustment period, I tried to carve out my own routine under my parents' roof. I already feel like I don't have the freedom I normally have in my own life. Even though it's not like I'm living under any kind of rules or anything, I just feel so restricted in everything I do, like I was a teenager again. Both of my parents are retired, so they're home all the time. In order to avoid going stir-crazy or having my mom drive me insane by constantly asking me about marriage or grandkids, I decided to rent a car and explore the town throughout my week. Even though it's been over a decade, literally nothing has changed. Though, I guess I'm not surprised. All in all, this challenge is turning out to be a real bore, to be honest with you. Day 14. I Skyped with the girlfriend today, or at least I tried to. But when my mother found out, she took my iPad away from me and basically hogged it the entire night talking to her. I told you, she has a very clear favorite in this relationship, and it's not her own flesh and blood son. When they say their goodbyes, my mother brought me the tablet and very loudly said, "Such a beautiful, sweet girl. Shame nobody wants to marry her." This challenge, honestly, couldn't end fast enough. My second week under my parents' roof was much like my first. I did get some chores assigned to me, or as my dad put it, if you're gonna be living under my roof rent-free, you best pitch in around here. They have a pretty big property and a decent-sized garden where they grow their own stuff, so I mostly helped out with outdoor work. My dad tried to push me and see if, as he put it, city living's made you soft. Ha! He thinks city living with a fitness and health Nazi girlfriend makes you soft. He's got another thing coming. I've learned to not even leave my room until about 10 in the morning, which is when my dad officially decides to put on pants. My mom got on his case about it, and he protested very loudly that he bought and paid for this damn house and he'll walk around pantless if he feels like it. I guess I can't fault him. A man's home is his castle, and hey, he's had a tough life. He's earned not wearing pants until 10 a.m. if he doesn't want to. This week I went with my dad to the local VFW post. For those of you who don't know, that's a Veterans of Foreign Wars outpost that's kind of like a social club for veterans. It never really hit me until we were there that night, but we're both veterans, and both of us have the injuries that sadly typically come along with that status. The weird thing is we both got them in what's technically the same war, just at completely different times. I guess even though I know know America has been at war in Iraq and Afghanistan for 2 decades, it never really hit me until that realization. I've never really liked going to any sort of veteran events or anything like that. As far as I'm concerned, it's best to let sleeping dogs lie. Walking into a room of vets, many of them wounded in ways that are far more obvious than me and my pops, it was honestly just a bad time. But there was camaraderie there that's hard to deny, and honestly something that somewhere deep in my heart I know I miss every day. You just don't make friendships in the real world the way you make them when your life is on the line. I've been mostly hanging out with my dad this week, and I'll admit it's nice to reconnect. When I visit, it's typically only for a few days at a time. Christmas is the longest stretch of time I'll ever come back home for. I guess we're both kind of gruff about it, and don't really say things like, "I missed you," to anyone other than the woman we love. But I guess I really have missed him, just not stumbling into him wearing nothing but boxer shorts at 9 a.m. Day 21. 3 weeks down, 1 week to go. Honestly, living with the parents is turning out to be so much more restrictive than I thought. Even though I'm not restricted in any way, shape, or form, I think I'm just too wildly independent for this whole experience. I am literally itching to get back to living in my own place. I spent more time with my mother this week, and she took me to a few of the social things she does throughout the week. My mom's, well, she's not like regular moms. She may be living in a small town, but she's got no small town mind. She's whip smart, has about half a dozen more college degrees than my dad, exercises vigorously, teaches her own karate class at the local YMCA, and lets my dad roar all he wants around the house like a big lion. But it's obvious to everyone that she's the one in charge. And, oh my god, I just realized why my mother and girlfriend get along so well. It all suddenly makes perfect, terrifying sense. Wow, okay, sorry, had to take a moment to process that. Anyway, one of our first trips together was to the YMCA, where she wanted me to help her teach her karate class. Now, I know my mom's super into fitness and she's done martial arts for decades, but I thought she was like teaching a class for kids. No, she doesn't teach kids. Well, I mean she does, since she teaches all ages, but she also teaches adult classes, and you know what they do in those classes? They spar. Yeah, with headgear and protective equipment, but they still physically spar against each other. And that's the story of how I ended up sparring against my own mother. Yeah, you heard that right. I had to fight my mother. Now, it's been years since my training in the military, but my mother always taught me as a kid. First Taekwondo, which she taught me for what she called the essentials, and then she skipped straight into Krav Maga because, as my 50-year-old dear sweetheart of a mother put it, anything else is for, and then she said a word we can't repeat, because infographics is a family show. Listen, I wasn't about to be the guy that put his mother into a rear naked chokehold or an arm bar until she tapped out, but I'll tell you what, she sure as hell tried to be the mother that put her son into those exact positions. We used to spar back when I was a teen, but she was in her late 30s then, and let me tell you, age hasn't done much to slow her down. I came back home with an almost black eye. She faked me out with a low kick and got me with the left jab when I dropped my hands to block her kick. My dad barely even commented on it when we got back home. He knows better. He's been on the receiving end of their sparring sessions together more than once over their many decades of marriage. I feel like I've been watching them together a lot over the last 3 weeks, and I'm suddenly aware of so many similarities between not just me and my parents in the way we act at home, but between my relationship and theirs. It's really true what they say. You typically end up with someone that reminds you of your mother. Day 31. I'm back home in LA now, and my final week of living with my parents was in many ways my most surprising. In one way, it was literally surprising. I went fishing with my dad at the start of the week, and when we got home that afternoon, I found out my mom had gone to the airport and picked up my girlfriend. Apparently, they've been in secret cahoots this entire time, and she planned that she'd come stay for the final few days. If living with your parents alone is weird, it's even weirder with your significant other. And it's even weirder when your mom herself is acting weird and not letting the woman you've been with for 6 years and committed your entire life to sleep in the same room as you. I suddenly remembered why I always insist on getting a hotel when we visit. It's the silliest damn thing in the world to not be allowed to sleep in the same bed just because we're not married. So she ended up taking the guest bedroom, and I stayed in my room. Though you know what? It's real easy to sneak from one room to the other in the dead of night, and it's kind of really fun. For the first time in this whole experiment, I was actually enjoying living with my parents, because sneaking her into my room late at night made me feel like a kid again. My mom and girlfriend spent most of the week together, and I spent a lot of time with my dad. There's honestly little friction between me and my parents, even after so many weeks of living back home with them. We're all just so independent that it doesn't really bother us. I feel like this experience would have been a lot harder with a different family, maybe one that's more overbearing. Then there's also the fact that I am still a functioning adult with a job, so I could afford a rental car to get away if I felt like it. People who run into financial dead ends don't really have that option. Like I said before, you guys are the real heroes here. This week was honestly kind of uneventful, except for one glaring exception. We all went out to dinner together, and me and the girlfriend got some stares. Suddenly, I remembered one of the reasons I hated growing up here in California or even in New York. Her and I never get any attention for being a mixed-race couple, but here, well, small town sometimes means small minds. Nobody said anything, thankfully, but the stares were very obvious at times. It made her uncomfortable. She grew up in upstate New York and was definitely insulated against stuff like this as a kid. I'm very cool, calm, and collected. I don't react until somebody's words or actions actually hurt someone I love. My mother, on the other hand, let's just say, she believes the best defense is a strong offense. When the stares became too much, she very loudly threatened to, and I quote, smack the googly eyes out of anyone who has a problem with my beautiful daughter-in-law. Did I mention it's a small town? Everyone knows she teaches martial arts at the local Y, and that she very much meant it. The stares pretty quickly died down after that. The same mother that threatened to publicly fight a bunch of racists became a mess of tears when it came time to leave though, although I feel obligated to point out that at the airport she did the majority of her hugging and tearful goodbying with my girlfriend instead of once more her own son. I had a few hours on the plane ride to the West Coast to reflect on this whole experience, and I definitely wouldn't recommend someone moving back home unless they absolutely had to. I guess maybe if you really miss your family you could move down the block from them, or maybe like 10 blocks away. Honestly, just try and keep it to a distance where visits are common but not too common. Be far enough away to discourage casual everyday visits is what I'm saying. Sure, it's weird living with your parents, but even if you're an adult, it just kinda seems like you slip back into an old rhythm. They end up in charge somehow, even if you are actually an adult and not a kid anymore, and while you don't have to do everything they say, you just sort of feel like you have to because you live under their roof. I kinda worry about people who never move away, or who move away late in life. Can you really become an independent person until you finally live on your own? Again though, I know this isn't an economic reality for some people, so I'm definitely not judging anyone, but it's something to consider. And speaking of things to consider, I find myself thinking back to the last few nights at home, with all four of us living under the same roof. Something's changed, I can feel it. Watching my mom and dad together for weeks on end, their random arguments, and just day-to-day life together. It's so obvious that this is the future I want, and I know exactly who I want to be with, because she's been at my side for the best and worst of the last 6 years of my life. Maybe my mom's incessant nagging finally got into my head, but maybe there really is something to actually being married, to publicly and officially declaring that you're in this forever together. Great. Thanks for turning my world upside down again, Infographics Show. This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website, head over to wix.com/go/infographics2019 to try out one of their premium plans right now. Though often lumped together, deaf people and mute people are two separate types of people, and just because one is deaf does not mean that they are mute. Caused by illness, injury, or a medical mistake, muteness can rob someone of their primary method of communicating with the world. But have you ever wondered what it would be like to never use your voice again? Hello and welcome to another special challenge episode of the Infographics Show. Today we're going to be once more using your favorite and our least important guinea pig, we mean staff writer, to find out what life is like if you don't speak for a week. Day 1. Wow, when I started doing all these challenge episodes for Infographics, I thought it'd be kind of fun. Something that takes you out of your comfort zone and maybe pushes your boundaries a bit, all while getting paid for it. Sounded like a win-win for someone adventurous like me. Then I started actually doing the challenges. No underwear for a month. Okay, that's easy enough. Don't leave the house for a month. Okay, not so easy. Sleep all night and stay up all day for a month. Alright, getting rougher. Eat all your food through a straw for a week. Now it's getting painful. My point is that when I started these, I tried to think of all the zany things I might end up doing, and not once did I think about not speaking for an entire week. I can only be grateful that the devils that the Infographics Show secretly worships and feeds a steady diet of human misery, my misery, didn't decide to make this a month-long challenge as well. So I get to experience what life is like for someone who cannot speak for a whole week. Which, and I hate this about me, I'm kind of interested to try already. That's despite the fact that I've done this whole shtick long enough to know that it's going to get difficult, and then it's going to be painful in some way or another. This time, at least, it's pretty obvious. How in the world am I going to get through life without speaking for a whole week? Luckily, we are living in the digital age, and as I sat down to plan out the scope of this challenge, I realized that I might actually be able to breeze through without uttering a single word. Instead of calling someone on the phone, I can text. Instead of going to the grocery store, I can have groceries or food delivered to me via an app, and never once have to talk to anyone. The real real problem is going to be dealing with the girlfriend, since as most of you know by now, we live together. That and any unexpected social plans, which I'm insisting that we don't change at all, because the challenge is only fair if I get a real taste of what this lifestyle is like. So if any experts or things pop up, I'll be attending as a complete mute. That will take some serious planning. I'll update once every 2 days or so to fill you in on my week of silence. Right now, it's 7 a.m. on Monday, and my last official words for a week were a really bad dad joke that I told the girlfriend as she was leaving for work. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, but no atmosphere. I love dad jokes. I just realized though that if something tragic and sudden were to happen to me, a dad joke might be the last thing anyone ever heard me say. I'm kind of okay with that. Day 3. Life is certainly interesting when you're not allowed to speak. It's weird how quiet the house gets during the day without me speaking. I typically work from home if I'm not out on a gig as a photographer, and I have the house to myself with the dog until late at night when the girlfriend gets back. I never realized how much I talk to myself out loud when home alone though, until suddenly I couldn't talk anymore. I guess we all talk to ourselves sometimes, but it became pretty obvious these last 2 days that I probably do it more than the average person because the house just feels so eerily silent now. It's kind of been creeping me out, to be honest. So now to compensate, I play the TV extra loud. You know that irrational feeling that a serial killer is lurking in your quiet house? I get that feeling all the time now. I tried to do my plan of having groceries delivered to me so I'd avoid the hassle of trying to play mute in public, but then I saw what the delivery fees for someone to bring me groceries from literally right across the street, and I flat out refused to do it. It's not that I'm cheap, it's just preposterous. I'm paying almost $5 extra for what is literally a 3-minute walk for me. Also, I realized that I would look like the laziest human being alive to the delivery driver if I seriously had them drive from wherever in town they were just to bring me groceries from across the street. That's a problem I did think of a solution for though. I could pull out my crutches from when I was injured a long time ago and pretend I couldn't walk, but ultimately I just couldn't stomach paying $5 for a 3-minute walk. So my first foray into the real world without speaking was mostly uneventful. I typically wear headphones and blast my music anyways when I go out of the house because I'm not really a people person, and it's the perfect way to ignore Girl Scouts or anyone with a clipboard who wants your support for a million different causes. Once I got stopped by a lady who said she was signing a petition for improved mental health care for kids in public school. I told her I hated kids with mental health, and she never bothered me again for the rest of the week that she was in front of our grocery store. The girlfriend was with me, and she was so embarrassed that she punched me hard in the arm. And I told her I was joking, but while she wasn't looking, I gave the petition lady the craziest look I could, and it worked. Bought myself 1 week of peace. Once I did the same with Girl Scouts, just kneeled down and started explaining how she was being exploited for her labor by the cookie maker and only receiving a tiny fraction of the value of her labor in return. And even that was in the form of funds for her troop to go camping or something, while the cookie company kept most of the monetary profits. One of the adults quickly pulled the little girl away from me, and I didn't get bothered again for the rest of the month that they were there. Anyways, the trip went off without a hitch, until I got to the register and the girl tried to make conversation. See, I go to this grocery store all the time for 7 years now, so everyone there knows me. I couldn't just blow the cashier off, so instead I pointed at my throat and pretended to be sick. Luckily, she bought it, but it made me realize something. See, my plan had just been to pretend to be mute, but suddenly I feel really uncomfortable just pretending to be mute and having people believe that I have a real disability. It feels like a terrible thing to do when there's thousands of real people out there who are unable to speak. I guess I'll stick with the sick story for now, but I doubt it'll hold in a serious social engagement. The other thing to report is that the girlfriend has been texting me a lot. She won't admit it, but I think she secretly really misses talking to me, so she's overcompensating with texts. It's kind of sweet, and thinking about it suddenly made me feel kind of sad. Day 5. Well, this challenge has been a lot easier than I thought it would be, mostly because I work from home and my writing work requires very little actual voice communication with clients. However, last night the heat got turned up to 11. The girlfriend's work had a social mixer type event. Typically, I hate these things, but from time to time the girlfriend will drag me to one though. And I tend to spend the time at the open bar doing my best to really push the generosity of the free drinks, especially the gin and tonics. We decided that my cover story would be that I was really ill and my voice was practically gone, and it was painful for me to speak. Girlfriend made something up about laryngitis or something. She knows just enough about medicine to make it believable. As we were on our way, I wasn't happy at first until I realized that now I had the perfect excuse not to speak to anyone at this event, and that suddenly made me really happy. Until the girlfriend told me she wasn't going to let me spend the entire night at the open bar. People need to see your face more at these things. It's good to network, she said. If people want to see more of me, they can always right-click to save my Facebook profile pic. Then, they can see me anytime they like. To say that the girlfriend took full advantage of the fact that I couldn't refute anything she or anyone else said would be an understatement. She committed us to at least a dozen little dinner dates with other couples, which I hate with all my heart. And she committed us to a game night with a bunch of people I don't know. I love board games, but I hate playing them with a bunch of strangers. Once I played Cards Against Humanity with a group of total strangers, and let's just say that night ended with someone crying after I played a dead parent's smell-like card. Apparently her parents had just died a week or two earlier, and everyone but me, the stranger, knew. I don't know when the girlfriend discovered that she had the power to commit me to all sorts of things I would never ever do, but I suspect that she's been planning it from the get-go because she is in fact a sadistic and evil genius. To say I was annoyed would be an understatement. Day 7. I can finally speak again! Holy crap, I have seriously missed the sound of my own voice. The first time I talked, my vocal cords squeaked from disuse, but thankfully I was by myself when it happened. This challenge has been difficult, to say the least. And not just because of not being able to talk, but because of fighting the urge to speak in the first place. We take talking for granted. It becomes really obvious when you stop talking just how much we use our voice for communication. Yes, even in our digitally connected world. I know what you're all thinking though. What happened at game night? Well, it was predictably terrible for one, and I'm not sure if not talking made it worse or not. We played Risk, which doesn't really require any talking, so that's great, except I get really competitive with board games, like really competitive. See, there's an unspoken social contract you enter into when you do a fun board game night with your girlfriend's friends and coworkers. You play to have fun, not to win, and you are nice to people who are terrible at the game and make sure that they're included and get to play and have fun. I don't play to have fun, I play to win. I was Napoleon slashing my way across Europe and Asia, making and breaking alliances as it suited me. The game was over in 30 minutes, which I feel is some kind of record, and all without me saying a word, just writing messages out on a notepad. The great thing about people believing that you are really ill and can't speak though is that nobody tries to, so no awkward forced conversations with a bunch of strangers. That was a big plus for me, and something I could get used to. I've spent the week communicating via post-it notes or text messages, and my final report is that it's really lonely not having a conversation with someone. Sure, modern life might make it really easy to not use your voice to talk, but it also robs your conversations of depth and meaning. They don't flow the way they would if you could speak, and I think the event that summed it up best for me was when me and the girlfriend were driving home last night. She got really sad and said that she really missed me this week, and I knew what she was saying. Not being able to have conversations with me really made her miss me. Then she told me that she'd been thinking about the same thing I had thought about on day 1. After I spoke the last thing I've said to her all week, she said, "What if something really sudden and tragic happened and the last thing I ever heard from you was one of your stupid bad jokes?" I could tell she was really sad, so I grabbed her phone and pulled up her voice memos and showed her that before the week had started I recorded "I love you" on her phone. Not speaking may be a great way to get you out of really boring and dreadful social events that you don't want to attend, or at least get you out of having to talk to anyone at those events, but it really boxes your life in. You don't realize how free you are to express yourself with your voice until it's no longer there, and conversations without it are slow, frustrating, and really shallow. I have a newfound appreciation for the struggles of mute people, or even deaf people who have difficulty speaking with people and making themselves understood. One day you're at home, minding your own business, when your mom asks you to come see something. She sounds very worried, and as you hurry downstairs and meet her in the kitchen, you can see that she's terrified. Pointing at the table, you peer under it and you see your sister, sitting there on all fours. As she spots you, she starts barking like a dog. Then suddenly she projectile vomits green goo into your face and laughs, her head spinning 360 degrees. That's when you realize that you're really deep in it now, because your sister's been possessed by the ancient Assyrian demon Pazuzu, and now he's out for your blood. So your sister's been possessed by an ancient wind demon, and now it's coming for your soul next. How are you going to get out of this one? First, as usual, if you're going to fight your enemy, you need to know your enemy. Pazuzu is an ancient demon whose origins hail back to ancient Assyria and Babylon. Though, as most demons, he likely existed long before the rise of either of those two civilizations. It was the ancient Assyrians who first identified Pazuzu. This vile demon is actually demon nobility, and is in fact king of the wind demons, a group of evil pseudo-deities considered amongst the most powerful and high-ranking in Hell's hierarchy. As if his noble title wasn't enough, Pazuzu is also the firstborn son of HANNIBAL, the god of all evil deeds and all evil forces. If you've ever worked with someone whose dad runs the company, then you know how annoying those kind of people can be, and Pazuzu is no exception, and doesn't hesitate to call on daddy when need be. As far as powers, Pazuzu's own abilities are pretty typical demon stuff. He can obviously possess people as well as project fears directly into people's minds. He also has some telekinetic ability, able to move small to moderate-sized objects around with his mind, though nothing bigger than a sofa chair, for instance. He's also able to call up fierce winds, from hurricane gales to light breezes, and can ride those winds to quickly move throughout our world. One key feature of Pazuzu, though, is that he almost never takes physical form in our world. As with any demon, that would leave him vulnerable to the laws of physics. While once upon a time in human history, demons would manifest physically and terrorize humanity, with the invention of the automatic assault rifle, demons are far less likely to do this. While most demons have superior strength and speed to humans and use these strengths for millennia to terrorize and prey upon humans armed with swords and spears, the development of the assault rifle and other high-powered weaponry very quickly leveled the playing field. Nowadays, demons mostly stick to possession and attacking humans psychologically, so as to wear down their defenses and leave them vulnerable to suggestion or possession. Taking physical form brings on a great deal of unnecessary risks, and until demons start figuring out how to use firearms themselves, it's not going to be much of a risk going into this fight. Unfortunately for you, Pazuzu is more than capable of hurting you through others, without ever taking physical form himself. As far as vulnerabilities, Pazuzu shares the same weaknesses that any demon has. True faith is deadly to demons, and has the power to dispel them from the prime material plane of existence entirely. Luckily for them, true faith is relatively rare amongst their human victims. So if you think hiding behind a crucifix or saying the only prayer you've ever muttered in your life is going to save you, you'd better think again. Extremely religious artifacts, however, can afford even the most unreligious person great power over a demon though, and everything from splinters gathered from Jesus' cross to the blood of Christ himself have been used to banish demons from the earth before. Unluckily for you, you don't have access to any of these holy relics, and we're guessing you're probably lacking in the true faith department yourself. So just how are you going to beat Pazuzu? First, as usual, the first thing you want to do when preparing to combat a demon is to work on controlling your fear. Demons not only feed on fear, which strengthens all of their powers, but actually use it as a weapon to break down your mind and leave you susceptible to suggestion, perhaps even full-blown possession. Once a demon gets inside you, they're like bed bugs, practically impossible to get rid of. So get a grip on your fears and try to clear your mind, because Pazuzu is going to figure out what scares you and terrorize you with it until you break. Pazuzu, however, is a bit wilier than most demons, and if he sees that fear isn't working to break your will, he may just straight up offer you a bargain. Pazuzu's cunning lets him sniff out people's deepest desires, and if he suspects he won't be able to manipulate you directly through fear or break your will down enough to possess you, he might just offer you a bargain. Perhaps he might want you to act in his stead, causing terror and mayhem when he calls upon you to do so. Or perhaps he might just want to use your soul as a temporary or permanent repository. He might want to work out a timeshare-like agreement with you. You can get control of your body for most of the day, but he gets it between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. every other weekend, plus 2 weeks during the summer. In exchange, Pazuzu may offer you anything you desire: riches, good looks, power, influence, never-ending chocolates. Listen, he's gonna make you an offer and you might not want to refuse, but you have to. As tempting as a demon's offer can be, we can't stress enough how much of a bad idea it is to ever consider taking it. By now, if you've watched even just a few of the literally thousands of movies and TV shows featuring demons, then you should be well aware that bargains with demons always come with hidden strings. What might seem like a sweet deal today is going to come with some serious repercussions tomorrow. It's a lot like buying a used car or getting a student loan from a big bank. Seems great at first and you get what you need, and then you find out a few years later that the adjustable interest rate just tripled and you're basically going to be living in your parents' basement until you're 40. So whatever the deal is, heed our advice and don't take it. The moment you reject Pazuzu though, he's going to come at you with everything he's got, which is probably not going to be himself physically, but rather a whole host of individuals he's influenced or possessed. In this case, it's your sister, which he possessed earlier, and this sibling rivalry is about to get red hot because Pazuzu's presence grants supernatural strength and the ability to do really freaky, unnatural crap, like twisting your own head around 360 degrees. Now, you have to remember that your sister is still somewhere inside there, so even if she's trying to claw your face off while vomiting pea soup into your mouth, you're gonna want a non-lethal solution to stop her cold in her tracks and force Pazuzu to seek another host. For this, we highly recommend a ViperTech VTS 989 stun gun. Now, you might be thinking, Why go for a stun gun when I can get a taser and shoot from a safe distance? Well, for starters is the fact that most tasers top out at around 50,000 volts, which is fine for stopping a murderer cold in his tracks, but with Vipertech's 300 million volts, you're gonna shock Pazuzu straight out of your sister and back to ancient Assyria. Vipertech's heavy-duty stun gun packs enough of a wallop to give a small dinosaur second thoughts about making you its lunch, and it's going to pretty much guarantee an instant exorcism courtesy of modern engineering. But unfortunately, you can't shock Pazuzu's incorporeal form no matter the wattage. And with the ability to terrorize you until your mind literally breaks, you're gonna really want to finish this fight and not leave Pazuzu lingering around until your will fails and he takes over your body. Your next weapon in this epic matchup is thus going to be a pregnant woman. Yes, you heard that correctly. You need to immediately find yourself a pregnant woman. In fact, the more pregnant the better. Remember the Octomom that rocked the reality TV show circuit a few years ago? You need to find a new Octomom who's literally bursting with babies, because she's going to be your human shield against Pazuzu. Now, we know that sounds a little, well, harsh, and we generally look down on using pregnant women as tools to fight supernatural evils with. But bear with us. See, pregnant women are the favorite prey of Lamashtu, a very powerful female demon who considers newborn babies and pregnant women delicacies to snack upon. Lamashtu and Pazuzu also happen to hate each other's guts, and while the ancient Assyrians didn't leave us with any clues as to the source of this intense hatred between the two, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. There is only one thing that can make a man and a woman hate each other with a burning passion that spans millennia, and that's marriage. Sometime in the distant past, in the ages before even man's first civilizations, we're guessing that Pazuzu and Lamashtu led a happy, blissful domestic life together. Like so many couples though, when the honeymoon ended, the reality of sharing every waking moment of your life with another individual set in. If you've ever had a friend with an annoying habit, well, imagine having to deal with that annoying habit every second of every single day, because you live together for eternity. Now imagine the dozens of other annoying habits that friend probably has because you don't really know each other that intimately. And now you get to discover them one by one and deal with them every day, every month, every year of your life, from now until you die. Pazuzu and Lamashtu's relationship origins may be lost to time, but their legendary loathing of each other is not. The two hated each other so famously that ancient Assyrians and Babylonians would actually call on one of them to protect themselves from attacks by the other. They would be so eager to fight each other that they happily answered mortals' calls for help, wanting nothing in return but the chance to seriously wreck the other's day. So you're going to capitalize on this love gone sour and find yourself a seriously pregnant woman that's going to lure Lamashtu near, and then you're going to simply let her loose on Pazuzu. Next, we recommend you stay well out of the way because the ensuing fight between Pazuzu and Lamashtu is going to be legendary, in the way that only fights between two former lovers can be. Congratulations, you've defeated Pazuzu and used the power of love to win the day. Well, sort of. We guess you've actually used the power of failed love to win the day, but hey, a victory is a victory, and on top of that, you get to keep your soul after all. Now go and get your sister to the hospital because we seriously can't overstate just how much of a wallop those 300 million volts were, and the absolute hell they just caused to her internal chemistry. Who doesn't dream of the perfect life? Sadly, the real world is often uncooperative when it comes to our dreams and wishes. But if you work hard and persevere, you may not get everything you want out of life, but you can get most things. But working hard, ain't nobody got time for that. Especially when we can just simulate our perfect lives with tools like the ever-popular Sims franchise. Today, we're once more turning to our trusty guinea pig and your favorite infographics staff lab rat, as we challenge him to build the perfect life in The Sims 4. And as a special treat, we managed to rope the girlfriend in on it too, whom isn't charging us an arm and a leg for challenges as long as it's just her playing video games. So as far as challenges go, this one is definitely the most mild one I've had, maybe ever. I just have to sit and play The Sims and make a perfect life for myself in-game. It sounds suspiciously simple. I admit, I've never played any of the Sims games, so I have no idea what I'm doing. I hear you can accidentally kill your Sims though? That's already way more virtual responsibility than I'm ready for. So I've been asked to simulate my real life within the game and then make it perfect. The first step was creating my Sims, and hey, the infographics tells me that you guys have been howling for a face reveal. Well, sadly, we're just not willing to do that because, you know, the internet and the people who inhabit it can be terrible, terrible people. That's why we haven't given our names or social media out. Sorry guys, but just take a look through the comments section and you'll see why we prefer the anonymity of being animated and having a narrator. However, making our Sims characters is probably the closest we're going to get to a face reveal, and I'll admit it, I have zero artistic talent when it comes to making avatars. The sheer number of customization options on these things is overwhelming. You can tweak and pinch and pull and stretch flesh every which way to make the perfect look. I saw someone on YouTube recreating celebrities on The Sims, and it was eerie how close they came. I am definitely not on that level, but you know what? I feel I did a decent enough job.
My boyfriend's latest challenge is to create the perfect life for himself in The Sims 4, and I thought that sounded fun, so I agreed to hop in and give my 2 cents. The more I watched him play this game, the more I kind of liked it, so I started playing it when he was not around. For once, a challenge I not only don't mind him doing, but one that I kind of think is fun. Beats him having to live off the land in the wild or whatever silly nonsense the infographics has him do next. He created our characters without me, so I got no input on the matter, which is kind of annoying. He gave himself a goofy look, and I guess I see the resemblance, especially now that he's grown his beard out, but I still feel his sim doesn't look like him at all. As far as my sim, I really feel like he definitely spent way more time working on that one than his own, which I guess is kind of flattering? I don't know how I feel about that. Have you ever heard of the phrase uncanny valley? It is used to compare things like robots or animations to the real thing, and there's a place where they approach realism really closely, but ultimately just don't seem quite real, and that makes people feel really weird about it. That is exactly how I feel about my sim. Or maybe I just don't like the thought of being recreated digitally. It's kind of a creepy feeling. I do love the dress he gave me, and he tried to dress himself like a total doofus. Luckily for you, the viewer, I made him get some normal clothes too, though of course he made his character walk like a total creepster. The worst part? He has started recreating that walk around the house, and yesterday he did it in public until I punched him in the arm.
I think I have a crush on my girlfriend's sim, which I guess means I have a crush on my girlfriend, which is definitely a good sign. Anyways, I guess there's an option to start, so you're already in a relationship with another sim. But I wanted to challenge myself, so I made mine and the girlfriend's sims just to be roommates. I'm out to win her heart in Simland and make the perfect life, which I really hope is a thing I can do. Like I said, I barely know what I'm doing in this game. I learned the basics from the tutorial, so I know about peeing and eating and sleeping and socializing. You know, all the basics you learn as a baby, which I guess is another thing you can do in this game, you know? Have a baby? That's terrifying. So me and the girlfriend are digital roommates now, and I decided to start with a custom-built house that used up almost all of my starting 20K cash reserves. 20,000 for a fully equipped 2-bedroom house. Now I know I'm definitely living in Fantasyland. Also, I totally forgot to buy a toilet for a while, so my characters had nowhere to pee for the first day. My bad.
I immediately thought that the little house was really cute. I watched him play around with the 2 characters, sending them to work and having them make food and socialize, and it was just adorable to see the 2 as roommates. I guess it reminded me of our first few months together. In fact, this whole experience really gave me a lot of time to think on the past, and it was kind of sweet. We originally met at a coffee shop, which is funny because he hates those places. If you work in the entertainment industry in LA though, it is where you typically meet up for business meetings. I happened to be there on a day off when he came rushing in for a sit-down meeting with some random client. I remember he caught my eye because he had brought his dog, our dog now, and he was just a little puppy back then. He sat down on a table directly across from me to my left and apologized to the guy he was meeting, saying, "Hey man, I know this is real unprofessional, but I had just adopted my dog and I couldn't handle leaving him alone. He had a real bad time at the shelter." I immediately thought that was the goofiest, cutest thing. Who brings a puppy to a business meeting? And who does it because they can't emotionally handle leaving it at home? I guess thinking back, I knew most of what I needed to know about him as a person from overhearing that one exchange. The person he was meeting with was not as thrilled, and the meeting was over pretty quickly after that, which was the luckiest thing to happen for me because that left us both there alone. That cute little floppy-eared ragamuffin came sniffing over towards me, and the rest is history. If there's anything that feels wrong about this whole challenge, is that there's no dog in our little digital house.
So a bunch of people came over to the house when we first started playing the game for a housewarming, and I decided that my Sims needed to improve their social life, so I threw a party. I figured I'd see what the Sims do on their own though, and just kind of let them go on autopilot and navigate the party. I guess there's goals you can accomplish and you get scored for having better parties, but I'm curious what Sims do on their own.
Our first sim party was hands off, so to speak. Each sim did whatever they felt like. Immediately, his sim went to the couch and just sat there reading a book, and then went to my room for some reason and started reading a book there. I cannot tell you how true to life that reaction is. He is the worst at socializing, and when we go to networking events, he likes to plant himself at the open bar until I drag him away. I keep telling him he needs to always meet new people and show his face around so that he can sell himself as a writer and photographer, but he always says, if anyone wants to see my face, they can download my Facebook profile pic. Honestly, he is impossible. Also, I don't know why my sim decided it was appropriate to host a party in her workout clothes. She had been jogging just before the party and then just never changed. That is kind of gross. One thing that was funny though, my sim and another guy sim ended up going into one of the bedrooms for a conversation. It made me chuckle, and I asked my boyfriend if he was threatened. Then I reminded him that he still had to win me in this digital world, but now it looked like he had competition. He sort of narrowed his eyes and said under his breath, "I don't like that sim." I also realized at that moment that his bedroom had a bed for 2 people, but mine only had a bed for 1 person. I asked him what the deal with that was, and he just sort of grinned at me. Wow, someone was really confident his sim stood a chance.
So the sim party was a success, I guess. Some total creep sim went into the bedroom, my bedroom, and sat to chat up my roommate / not digital girlfriend. Who even does that? That's personal space, buddy. Anyways, I thought that if her sim got to have a social buddy, then mine did too. I called over some blonde named Naomi from the party that my sim had gotten into a few conversations with, and we hung out. I'd bought my sim a camera, so I took a picture of her, and I don't know if every sim does this, but she immediately struck a pose. I uploaded the photo to my Simstagram and got a bunch of followers. I even managed to frame it and stick it on our table.
I still hate that stupid blonde. She knew what she was doing from the start. And who in the world takes a picture like that? A tramp, that's who. Anyways, my sim's career goal is to be a bodybuilder, which of course my dear sweet boyfriend picked because, in his words, it was the closest thing I could find to the real thing. And that is definitely not true. I think he was just secretly hoping that it would turn my sim into a She-Hulk. So as part of my career goal, I had to take my sim to the gym to exercise there, and I had her hop onto one of the machines to start her workout. Suddenly, this ponytailed guy walked up and started coaching her, and it gave my sim a perk making her workout more effective. I went on the treadmill and he kept at it, although by this point my sim's hygiene stat was getting really low. I decided he seemed to be really interested in my sim, so if my boyfriend's sim gets to have a buddy, then mine does too. I chatted up this sim and the friendship bar filled pretty quickly.
Okay, the stupid gym sim. Yeah, that's a case of art imitating life. I can't tell you how many gym rats think the gym is a great place to pick up women, and the girlfriend comes home with stories all the time. Seriously guys, girls don't want to chat when they're exhausted and sweaty. So no, I'm not surprised her sim got hit on by some ponytailed gym douche. Seriously, what guy wears a ponytail nowadays? Anyway, the Naomi girl kept coming by the house, which is a little weird, but I guess sims are really friendly like that. Like 2 game days in a row went by and she just kept showing up at the front door asking to visit. Turns out my sim's becoming a pretty good cook, so I had him make food for the whole household and push that cook stat up. Here art imitates life again because, spoiler alert, the girlfriend can't cook to save her life.
It turns out that my boyfriend is as oblivious in a digital world as he is in real life. That little digital tramp Naomi kept coming around day after day to our house and asking to come in, and of course, he didn't get it. In the real world, I spot when women are attracted to him at social events we go to, and he is always completely oblivious. In hindsight, it did take him a while to realize just how in love I had become with him when we started dating. I decided that our sims needed new people in their lives, as in non-Naomi people, so I organized another house party. He said that I had to invite Naomi because we only knew like 6 other sims. So I agreed, on the condition that I got to invite Darren, the gym trainer my sim had met. He kind of got annoyed, but said I could invite Mr. Dumb Ponytail. To pick up his spirits though, I had my sim flirt with him at the party, and I swear his in-game reaction to being flirted at couldn't have been more realistic. He really is as goofy and idiotic in real life, especially in public. Then we let our sims go on autopilot again just to see what they would end up doing. I almost peed my pants when his sim started dancing to the radio in the middle of the party, because he really does dance that nerdy in real life. Then my sim decided to go dancing with him, and okay, my sim is not a very good dancer either, but I swear I am a much better dancer in real life.
After our second house party, Naomi came over again, literally like the very next day. I decided, screw it, I'll be a little flirtatious, especially because she was definitely being that way toward my sim. Next thing I knew, we were on a day date, which is totally different than a real date, by the way. I had to explain that one to the girlfriend a few times. Day dates are just, friendly, not romantic. Either way, our day date to the museum didn't end up going very well. I guess I told too many gross jokes. Either way, pretty sure Naomi wasn't into me anymore after this date.
If he got to go on a date, then I told him that I got to go on a date. So I did. I called up Darren and invited him on a date, which by the way, is a real date. I don't care what certain people say. We went to the bar/nightclub, and I guess the two Sims had a pretty good time. At one point, Darren held my Sim's hand, and I know this is not real, but this was the moment that I started feeling really bad about the whole thing. In a weird way, it just felt wrong. I know they are just digital characters, but I could not shake the feeling of gross that I immediately got for this Darren Sim. Like any girl, I get propositioned by guys occasionally, and I hate to say it, but this Darren Sim really reminded me of the worst type. The overly confident wannabe alpha males. This is the type of guy that wants to ask you for your number when you are grocery shopping and have your headphones on blasting your music. Or the type that when you tell them, "I'm flattered but sorry, I have a boyfriend," they respond with, "I didn't ask if you had a boyfriend, I asked if you wanted to hang out sometime." Gross. So gross. Back to our Sim life. I called the date off and went home, and then to make it up to his Sim, I had my Sim flirt with him a bit again.
Okay, so things got serious in this digital world when her Sim went on a date with Mr. Awful Ponytail. I decided it was time to turn up the heat. I had to win my girl. You can't just jump straight to asking someone on a date though, so I decided our Sim should have a friendly hangout, and I took her to the park to play chess. I beat her because I had the higher logic stat, both in-game and real life by the way, and then we went fishing together. After a successful friend outing, I knew it was time, so I asked her Sim out on a date the next day and she said yes. To be perfectly honest, I was a little afraid she'd say no. I don't know if I could have handled being rejected by my girlfriend's digital avatar, especially if it had anything to do with stupid ponytail face. But no, she did not reject me and we went back to the park for a moonlit stroll and to get to know each other. Then, well, the dialogue option let me try for a first kiss, so I went for it.
The first kiss was the most adorable thing I have ever seen. And of course, he had not been taking care of his Sim's toilet stat, so as soon as our Sims kissed, he ran off to go pee. If you knew anything about my boyfriend, you would know that this is typical.
After our first kiss, our Sims got flirtatious with each other, and after my Sim tried to be romantic and hold her hand, her Sim bopped mine on the belly and then made a chicken impression. Honestly, this game is pretty realistic.
So a few days of our Sims officially being boyfriend and girlfriend, and they started sleeping in the same bed together, which would have been really cute and romantic if his stupid Sim's walking animation was not set to being a creepy vampire. The worst part is that he has taken to doing that in real life, and I told him that if he does not cut it out, I'm gonna make him sleep alone from now on.
Our Sims are an item now, so I sold the bed in her bedroom and turned her room into an exercise room. Also, Naomi has been calling my Sim on the phone non-stop and even showing up at the front door, and it's officially all kinds of weird. I learned that you can lock the door for certain Sims, so sorry Naomi, but you know, I've moved on. You should too. Also, my Sim drew a portrait of the two of us and, well, his art skill needs some serious improvement. I worked on upping that romance stat and knew what my Sim had to do next, propose. So I asked her on a date back to where we had our first date, found a nice quiet spot by some trees, and popped the question.
Ooh, Subao. Yaunim Yadavak.
Rabuda! Kipino Mistel! Oh! Yumba!
No!
Honestly, I don't know why I still got so nervous while my Sim was going to propose, but I was legitimately worried her Sim would say no or something. I'm still haunted by that stupid ponytailed Sim. But you know what? She said yes, so eat that, ponytail face. Our Sims are now engaged, only one thing left to do, a wedding.
The proposal was really cute. I was not around for it, so I had to watch the video of it after the fact, and it was adorable. In the real world, both of our parents bug us constantly about marriage, but especially his mom. We have had to explain to them that we plan on spending the rest of our lives together, but just don't need a big ceremony or a government certificate to prove it. Growing up, I was never the little girl that dreamed of her big wedding, and I don't see what the big deal is. Next thing our Sims did, though, was get married, which again was really cute. Except, of course, he picked the wedding venue to be a kids' park in front of a giant toy rocket because, as he put it, you are out of this world. Honestly, he really is an idiot. After our Sims got married, he told me he was done with the job, and I was a little sad to see our time with these two Sims be over. I have really gotten attached to those two, and it has been really adorable watching them go through the stages we went through in our own lives when we started dating. But I was confused, too, because his assignment was to make the perfect life in The Sims. When I asked him, he just looked at me and said, "I married my dream girl. My Sim life is officially perfect." I know my boyfriend can be a huge goofball and or an idiot occasionally, but sometimes he says things so sweet I can't help but want to happy cry, and most of the time he doesn't even realize what he said, and that is what I love most about him. The sweetest, most genuine things come out of his mouth without thinking, and I know that is how he really feels inside about me, about us. I told him that since Infographics gave us a copy of The Sims for this challenge, that he should not delete it. I think I want to keep exploring these two Sims' happy little married life together.
Okay, challenge complete. As far as I'm concerned, I did it. And the best part, I got stupid Jim douche ponytail face right there at the wedding. That's right, I got the girl. Now go home and cry into your stupid little ponytail. There's a wonderful new neighbor that just moved in down the block, a middle-aged man who seems to always have a polite word to say to everyone as you come across his path. His front lawn is always perfectly manicured, and his small home seems to always be kept in impeccable order. He's charming and can hold a conversation on a variety of topics, and it's clear he's extremely intelligent. Then one night, he invites you over to dinner. Yeah, just you. In fact, he's insistent on this. Strangely though, he doesn't bother to ask you what your appetite is like, or what you like or dislike to eat. Actually, he doesn't even mention the menu at all. As you enter his home, he quickly locks the door behind you and ushers you into his very chic dining room. Even offers to pour you a nice glass of Chianti. Right about then is when it slowly starts to dawn on you why your kindly new neighbor, Mr. Lecter, was it, never bothered to mention the menu. Because it's you that's on the menu. So you've been taken hostage by a super intelligent, mass-murdering, cannibalistic serial killer that's hell-bent on making you his main course. How in the world are you going to get out of this one? As usual, in order to defeat your enemy, you must understand your enemy. Hannibal Lecter was born on January 20th, 1933, in an ancient castle in Lithuania, the name of the town being one that we didn't feel like torturing our narrator with trying to pronounce. Thanks, guys. Born into a wealthy order of Lithuanian aristocrats, Lecter comes from a long line of distinguished European royalty and very clearly carries the nobility of his birth in the way he speaks and moves. It's rumored that Lecter was also related to a ruthless 12th century man known as Giuliano Bevisangue, who was himself a descendant of the infamous Machiavelli line, and whose name literally means blood drinker. Though Lecter furiously pursued research into any possible links to Mr. Blood Drinker, he was unable to confirm the heritage, and we can't blame him because if we could claim a familial relationship to someone named Blood Drinker, we would legally change our name immediately. An extremely gifted child, Lecter was beloved by his father, who invested greatly into his education, teaching him English and German along with his native Lithuanian. When he was 6 years old, his mother gave birth to his sister, Mishka, and the two very quickly cemented a strong bond. Unfortunately, Lecter's childhood bliss would be shattered when on July 23, 1941, the Nazis overran his family castle as part of Operation Barbarossa, the Nazi plan to have the Soviets destroy them completely. Lecter was forced to flee into a lodge in the forest where his father was forced to live off the land, feeding on wild geese caught by his father, whom then taught Lecter to hunt. In hindsight, that might have been a bad idea, but identifying cannibalistic serial killing tendencies in young children is notoriously difficult to do. One day though, a Soviet tank stopped by the lodge and the crew demanded water. Suddenly, a German Stuka fighter bomber struck the tank, blowing it up and killing Lecter's entire family, except for himself and his little sister. Then a few days later, a group of Lithuanians who had joined the Nazis stumbled upon the lodge and held Lecter and his sister captive. When food ran out and the winter seemed like it would refuse to let up, the group killed and ate Mishka, which scarred young Hannibal Lecter for life. Later, he would say that this destroyed his faith in God and that he no longer believed there was any real justice in the world. When the captors left the lodge, Lecter was left to wander the forest alone, with a shackle around his neck. That shackle would end up scarring him for life, the skin around his neck rubbing raw and never truly healing. Eventually, a group of Soviet tankers found Lecter and brought him back to his family's castle, which had been turned into an orphanage. And there, Lecter stayed until he was adopted by his aunt. Falling in love with his aunt, Lecter would commit his first murder when a local butcher insulted her, and Lecter stabbed him to death, then sliced off his cheeks and ate them. His first act of cannibalism. Though the Lithuanian men who had eaten his sister claimed that he had also partaken in the feast, so the point is a bit murky. What is extremely clear, though, is that from his first murder, Lecter would grow up to become a prodigal murderer and cannibal until his capture in 1975. Though the court would find him insane, it ultimately spared him the death penalty, and he was instead sent to the Baltimore State Hospital for the criminally insane to serve out 9 consecutive life terms. He would eventually escape even his custom-made high-security cell, which he earned after ripping out a nurse's eye, dislocating her jaw, and biting off and eating her tongue. For his escape, Lecter would top his previous brutality though by severely wounding a police officer and then skinning his face off and wearing it as a mask as he fled to safety. Physically speaking, Hannibal Lecter is on the wrong side of middle age, but is by no means a weak old man. His sheer brutality is enough to see him rip people's tongues off with his teeth, and that kind of raw violence and the willingness to commit it is a strength all its own. The fact that such animal savagery is backed up by one of society's keenest intellects is all the more terrifying. So just how in the world are you going to defeat him? First, forget about trying to outsmart Lecter. We don't care how clever you think you are in the comments section or how sick your burns are. Lecter is on a totally different level and will outthink you 3 ways from Friday. In fact, trying to outwit Lecter has often been his victim's greatest mistakes. That and falling for another of Lecter's unique talents, hiding his violent predisposition under the guise of civility. We've all seen the movie where the victim realizes that the next-door neighbor is the serial killer, which means you, the audience, knows he's the killer, and the victim knows he's the killer, and the killer knows he's the killer, and that the victim knows he's the killer. And yet in every single movie, the killer will politely invite the victim into a situation that places them in danger, and the victim agrees. Why? Because of the social contract we all buy into that forces us to maintain the illusion of polite civility, even when we're about to have our face eaten by a cannibal. Lecter is a pro at using this unwitting social contract to lure his victims to their own demise. And you can bet that even as you're realizing that this wonderful new neighbor is going to eat your most delicate bits and pieces, he's still going to try to use this social pressure to lower your defenses and seal your doom. Instead, we're going to take a page out of Lecter's own book and tap into the more wild side of mankind. It's said that civilization is nothing more than a thin veneer over the true savage nature of man, and that it takes very little to pull that veneer back and unleash the animal within. Many sociologists fear what would happen to modern civilization should our daily conveniences fail en masse one day and stay down for a prolonged period of time. How long would civilization stay, well, civil if the power went out for a week, for a month, for a year? How about fresh water pumped directly into your tap? How long would the average person stay polite and conscientious of the law as resources run out? Our personal guess is that would be a matter of days, and the events like the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in August of 2005 bear witness to how quickly even our mightiest cities can fall into chaos and lawlessness. So to win this fight, you're gonna have to get to Katrina levels of uncivilized behavior. You're gonna have to make yourself an animal. Pretend PUBG's servers were down for an entire day, or that YouTube was failing to post your brilliant comeback on every single comment section fight you got into. Get into touch with what it would feel like to have the conveniences and indulgences of modern life stripped away. Let that rage build and push you over the edge. To beat Lecter, you're gonna have to get brutal, like gouge your eyes and rip your tongues out and eat them level of brutal. Sheer animal ferocity is going to win you this fight, because you can't outthink Lecter and you can't outmaneuver him. Sure, you think you can get up off the table and run away, maybe find a weapon to arm yourself with, but you're inside his house that he invited you into. Don't you think he's planned every possible scenario out already? You're sitting in a big, fat trap, and now its jaws are closing around you, and in minutes, Lecter is going to be grilling you up and storing the leftovers in Tupperware. But you can take advantage of Lecter's hubris, because the last thing he would expect is that you would be willing to forego our polite social contract and jump straight into an animalistic frenzy. See, Lecter doesn't just believe he's smarter than you, he believes he's more savage than you. So you need to prove him wrong. Leap up onto that table and howl at the moon. Grab the nearest sharp object and commit yourself to a fight to the death. Then, when you survive your deathmatch, you'll have plenty of time to get back in touch with your humanity from inside prison, because you did initiate the attack after all, and good luck convincing a jury that the kindly, charismatic Dr. Lecter was actually going to eat you. This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website, head on over to wix.com/go/infographics2019 to try out one of their premium plans right now. Hello, infographics fans, and welcome to another special challenge episode of the Infographics Show. Today we're taking on the obesity issue. While global stereotypes like to paint Americans as a bunch of fatties, in actuality obesity figures from around the world show that weight gain is a problem in most modern nations. The reasoning is pretty simple. A modern economy brings modern jobs, modern conveniences, and modern not-so-healthy food. Modern jobs means mostly blue-collar work for most people, which includes a lot of sitting around in the office, not getting much exercise. And when coupled with the modern conveniences of video games, on-demand video, and a billion cable channels, coupled with modern fast food or delivery right to your doorstep, this all spells disaster for expanding waistlines around the world. But what about soda? What role does it have in this modern weight epidemic? Let's find out today as we challenge your favorite guinea pig and our least important staff writer to drink only soda for a whole month. For science! Day 1. Drink only soda for an entire month. This one didn't go over well with the girlfriend at all. Like most Los Angeles actresses, she's a total health and fitness nut. And like most Los Angeles actress boyfriends, I have to partake in at least 50% of that nuttiness. I mean, I'm generally active and in decent shape anyways, but I'm not a total health freak, and I don't even know what kale tastes like, but I'm willing to bet it's terrible. Soda is, as far as I'm aware, not even allowed in our refrigerator. And even though I actually like drinking Coke, I tend to just order it at restaurants. Luckily, the girlfriend isn't a total Fourth Reich health Nazi, and she doesn't really mind, but when I told her I could only drink soda for an entire month, she got this very weird, dead look in her eyes. Then she very slowly narrowed them at me, but didn't say a word. It was terrifying. She just sort of left for work without saying anything and then texted me from the car saying, "Your job is stupid." So, as usual, I did my initial research, and it turns out drinking soda is pretty god-awful for you. So it's hard to blame her response. It destroys the enamel of your teeth, which makes it easier for your teeth to rot. It raises, then crashes your blood pressure, can lead to diabetes, and of course, is pretty much guaranteed to make you gain weight. Apparently, every 3,500 calories extra you consume per week can lead to 1 pound of weight gain, and calories definitely add up fast. I did some math and looked up the calories on average I eat per week. Thanks to California's laws, figuring out total calories of everything you eat is actually pretty easy. Turns out I'm taking in an average about 2,500 a day, mostly because of weekend meals. During the weekdays, I typically cook something pretty healthy for me and the girlfriend, but on weekends we cheat by eating out. We both exercise though, and my weight is pretty stable, so I'm guessing that the amount I exercise totals out with the average of 2,500 calories a day. But that is of course without drinking much soda at all, maybe 2 a week from eating out. Now I'm gonna have to drink only soda, not even any water, so that's for sure going to skyrocket my calories. They say you're supposed to drink about 8 12-ounce glasses of water a day to stay healthy, but that figure doesn't account for all the water you actually get from your food. So a more realistic estimate is more like 5 glasses of water a day. Assuming I did the soda equivalent to that, it would be 140 calories times 5, or an extra 700 calories per day, or 4,900 per week. Yikes! That's well over the 3,500 needed for a pound of fat. Of course, that's just calories though, which isn't the full picture because each soda, I plan on drinking Cokes by the way, includes a whopping 39 grams of sugar, or 78% of your daily allotment. That's going to majorly increase my weight gain potential, not to mention pave a pretty strong foundation for diabetes. I could just go with, say, Coke Zero, which is supposedly healthier, but A, it tastes like donkey sweat, and B, it seems more fair to go for the real stuff. So as usual, I'll update once a week and try to keep a total tally of how many sodas I drink per week, along with the total amount of calories I'm consuming and any weight gain effects. Day 1 weight is 163 pounds, svelte, sexy, and with just a little bit of love handles. Sue me. I'm not the actor in the house, and I don't need to set unrealistic physical expectations in front of the camera all the time. Love handles is what peak performance looks like, people. Deal with it. Anyways, here we go. See you in a week. Day 7. The refrigerator is stacked with red cans of Coke, all gleaming and shiny and frosty cold. I gotta admit, it's kind of beautiful in a way. I cannot stress how much the girlfriend really hates this challenge. Just for laughs, I built a Coke fortress around her vegetables, but apparently I was the only person who thought that was funny. Drinking only soda is weird. I catch myself going for some water out of thirst, and I have to remind myself, nope, get a Coke instead. I could cheat, but integrity is pretty important to me. Now, I actually really like Coke, so this challenge didn't seem all that bad, but I gotta admit that I'm getting a bit tired of the flavor. I bought lemon juice to squirt in each can in order to zing the taste up a bit, and it worked pretty well, but I think I'll try limes next just to keep the flavor from getting boring. Maybe I'll even switch to Pepsi, but if Coke Zero tastes like donkey sweat, Pepsi tastes like a donkey drinking the sweat of another donkey and then sweating the sweat out itself. This week, I've drunk 3,640 calories worth of Coke, which is just a bit more than 3 Cokes a day. I find that I'm not drinking as much Coke as I would water. I think I'm just naturally avoiding drinking as much Coke as possible. My weight's ticked up from 163 pounds to 165. Not bad and well within the natural pound or two fluctuation. I'll see how this next week pans out. Day 14. This week I drank 4,060 calories worth of Coke. Definitely a bit more than last week. The aluminum recycling is really stacking up. By the way, did you know aluminum is one of the few things worth recycling? Look it up. Anyways, my weight shot up to 168, which is definitely not an accident. It's pretty obvious soda is having a serious effect on my weight gain. Surprisingly, I'm not getting all that sick of the taste though. I mean, I do have to use lemon or lime occasionally, but it's still okay to me. Then again, I did used to eat pretty terrible MREs for months at a time in the military, so I think my palate's become pretty easy to please. On the home front, I cannot stress just how unhappy the girlfriend is with this challenge. She pinched a love handle yesterday when I got out of the shower and she just flatly said, "They're getting bigger, gross." She's also been sending me emails from work about the terrible health effects of soda and planning a crash diet for as soon as this month is up. I think every time she gets a break from filming, she's firing off a new email to warn me that I'm basically going to die because of this. Too bad for her, she's not my insurance beneficiary. Too bad for everyone that I don't have one. Crap, I should get that sorted. Day 21. So one of the effects of soda is sugar high followed by sugar crash. This is because sodas flood your circulatory system with a bunch of sugar that your body isn't ready for. In the wild, coming across a huge amount of sugar is basically not an issue our biology ever had to deal with. So now when you flood your body with concentrated sugar, your body freaks out. It immediately overproduces hormones to lower your blood sugar because it thinks that you're literally about to die, which makes your blood sugar levels drop to below normal levels, hence the crash. Turns out if you drink nothing but soda all the time, your body thinks it's under sugar attack all the time, and those crashes get really bad. I think I'm taking more naps each day now than I've ever taken before, and typically I'm off to nap every 4 to 5 hours. Luckily, I have the house to myself during the day, so it's not a big deal, but it's cutting into my productivity big time. I also kind of feel like my heart might explode, or my arteries, one or the other. I guess this is my blood pressure spiking, and I'm realizing now that I should have bought one of those blood pressure monitors if I even had any idea of how to use it. My breath is also worse. I guess that's the sugar feeding all the hungry little bacteria in your mouth, and I'm having to brush my teeth a few times each day. Although to be honest, I already was, because I don't even want to think about the plaque holocaust this soda is putting my teeth through. Turns out one of the side effects of drinking nothing but soda for a month is a very grumpy girlfriend. I know she hates it because she's concerned for my health, which is actually kinda sweet. She's already meal planned a crash diet to detox me from all this soda. I reminded her that detoxing, not a real thing, and only a trendy term that West Hollywood hipsters use to sell you overpriced health nonsense. And she took my soda out of my hand, put her finger over the hole, shook it up and, I'm not kidding about this, sprayed me with it. Then, cool as a fresh, all-organic cucumber, she just turned around and walked away. I think this soda experiment has literally broken my health nut girlfriend. Anyway, this week I drank 4,200 calories and my weight jumped up to 170, which is alarming. I realized it's not just the soda though, because it makes me so tired. I haven't been exercising nearly as much and have been skipping entire days, so all the calories from everything else I eat is adding up. Thankfully, there's only 1 week left. Day 30. I am not sad at all that this challenge is over. Drinking soda for a month straight sounds pretty alright at first, then it gets kinda meh, and then very quickly becomes a bit of a nightmare. I don't think we appreciate just how much non-soda we drink, even heavy soda drinkers. Sure, you might down a few sodas a day, but imagine drinking nothing, and I mean nothing, but soda for a month straight. Wake up in the middle of the night, thirsty? Soda. Eat something dry and need to wash it down? Soda. And by the way, washing food down with soda is pretty terrible. Thirsty after working out? Soda. Or at least try working out, because I've definitely noticed that I can't go as long or hard as I could a month ago. I don't know if it's the psychological weight of knowing that I'm basically destroying my body with all the sugar, or if it's actually making me sluggish, but I can't exercise as hard as I used to. Strength is basically fine, but anything that requires endurance, forget about it. I'm getting winded just thinking about hitting the track tomorrow on my first day back to normal. My weight is still at 173 pounds, which means that in 1 month I've gained 10 pounds. And that's while still mostly exercising. I can't imagine what my weight would be if I had drank nothing but soda and not exercised, but I honestly think I could have gained easily twice as many pounds. The constant soda makes me feel pretty terrible. I literally feel sometimes like my heart is going to beat out of my chest. And I swear my blood has become the consistency of syrup. During the course of this challenge, I've drank approximately 16,800 calories worth of soda, or one entire week's worth of normal caloric intake. And I know I've been pacing myself, typically drinking 3 to 4 sodas a day. The girlfriend couldn't be happier that this whole thing is over, and she's promised me a crash diet of uber-healthy pre-made meals that she's created herself until my weight gets back to normal. Challenge over. Summary: drinking nothing but soda for a month is pretty terrible for your body, kills your energy, makes you gain a bunch of weight, and really irritates your girlfriend. Minecraft. Is there literally any game more accessible or more popular than the iconic sandbox title? Well, during one of our routine social distancing appropriate remote conference meetings, we discovered that the infographic show's favorite lab rat has never even touched the game, saying, "I don't get it, the graphics look awful." Well, we couldn't really fire him for having a bad taste in games, so instead, we challenged him with playing Minecraft for the very first time. Start. Alright, I'm gonna be completely brutally honest here, I don't get it. I mean the Minecraft craze. It looks like a game for kids, but some of my very adult friends are some of the most hardcore Minecraft players out there. One of them even used to make Minecraft worlds for some game show based on the game. I got a copy of the game and it booted up and, well, the graphics are awful. I guess I get it though, it's a huge open world that's totally your sandbox, so you can't have good graphics or your computer will melt. I do like the tongue-in-cheek loading screen tips though, that's a nice touch. Okay, so I loaded into my temporary Minecraft life and I started in the middle of nowhere. My starting area is right next to the ocean, but it looks like somewhere really cold because I can see ice sheets. Maybe I'm in Minecraft Canada? I have no idea if this starting area is good or not, because I have no idea what a good starting area would even be. There's trees though, and I heard that you basically start with wood and you chop it down with your bare hands, so I got to karate chopping trees. Not long after starting to chop down trees, I had a dog come up to me, which was kinda cute. To be honest, I thought it was a sheep until it turned profile to me and I could see it better. Cute doggy, unless it tries to kill me of course, which thankfully it did not. Which was weird because I'd heard that Minecraft was full of monsters that would try to eat you, which I quickly discovered after making my first crafting table or whatever it's called. Right there on the shore of my brand new beachfront property were 3 zombies. One was carrying a trident, which is a bit weird but very nautical. Seeing as I was armed with literally nothing but a block of wood, I gave them a wide berth and got back to karate chopping trees. But pretty quickly night began to fall. I guess nighttime is when all the other monsters come out because suddenly there were zombies and spiders all over the place, and one managed to kill me. I guess blocks of wood don't make for very good weapons. Also, there was a weird, creepy, tall black creature with glowing eyes that kept teleporting around, but not attacking me. It was just weird. Luckily though, I literally died like 30 steps away from where I spawned into the world, so dying a further 2 or 3 times was really nothing much more than a minor inconvenience. Okay, so little research I did beforehand told me to set down that crafting table block thingy and start making tools out of wood, so I did that. No idea what the hoe does, and when I asked the girlfriend what a hoe does, because her little cousins play a ton of Minecraft, she just responded with, "Ask your mama," because my girlfriend is a comedy genius. I made a hoe anyway, along with an axe and a sword, which definitely sounded like a good idea because I was tired of dying a ton. Then I figured in the game called Minecraft that actually mining stuff was important, so I got a pickaxe. Good thing I got that sword too, because very shortly after, another zombie came rushing at me and I whacked him into pixel oblivion. He dropped a cool gold helmet with an enchantment on it, so that was pretty sweet. My first piece of armor. Hopefully all the bad guys will start swinging at my head now since that's pretty well protected. Alrighty, it was time to get serious about survival. So I dug my first mine shaft. Figured it would be a bad idea to dig straight down since I'd have no way to get back up. So I made sort of a round staircase going down as deep as I could go because I was curious exactly how big this world is. It was kinda cool to be so in control of the environment, I'm not gonna lie. Eventually I hit blocks I couldn't break, which I googled and it turned out to be bedrock. Basically there you keep from falling off the world, and that makes sense. I started digging in a random direction and found what Google told me was iron ore. Hooray! Now I can make armor, so I'm not so squishy anymore and I die in like 3 hits. My flimsy little pickaxe broke, so I headed to the surface, excited to try out the iron stuff. When I got up top though, I got hammered by some weird manta ray floating thing up in the sky, which Google said was the Phantom. Apparently it's the equivalent of pestering parents who want you to go to bed, so I decided that building a bed and sleeping in it should be at the top of my list of things to do. Unfortunately, this meant finding a sheep so I could get some wool, which took forever to find. Eventually though, I came back to my little slice of beachfront property and started building a home to sleep in. Well, a hovel would be more accurate. I literally threw it together out of whatever blocks I had on me at the time, eager to get inside of something safe and stop that weird sky manta ray from attacking me. After a good night of sleep, I went back into the mines. I have to admit, digging and finding resources was kind of exciting, and I can see why it'd be addicting for people. I was even starting to think the graphics were kind of cute, especially when I ran across a baby cow while up top. The girlfriend looked over and immediately awed, so I killed that baby cow. That was revenge for the hoe thing I told her. Night came again, and along with it, a zombie dressed in gold armor. This blinged out zombie needed to die, because I very much wanted what he was wearing. Much to my surprise, he dropped both pieces of armor he had on, and I had a full health gold chest plate and pants with blast protection. It's a good thing I had blast protection too, because I very shortly thereafter met a creeper. I can't tell you how much I hate those piece of crap green idiots, and I can't tell you how many times over the last few days I'd been sitting there quietly minding my own business on my farm when suddenly, boom! There goes my terrain, my fencing, several of my animals. Anyway, that first creeper promptly blew up in my face, and I resolved to find a better way to try and kill them. Returning to my third world hovel, I decided I needed to take my living situation a bit more seriously and experiment with constructing something a bit less horrible. I kind of liked the look of cobblestone, and I had a ton of it, so I threw up some walls to make the frame of a new, larger living area. Nothing fancy, just a larger sleeping storage area for all my stuff. I'm not really one of those super creative types when it comes to building things in games, though I was finding it kind of fun here in Minecraft. The next morning, a sheep or something with the skin made out of what looks like a bunch of country flags wandered near my house, and a wolf ate it. That's a shame. I bet it was super rare or something, and Google had taught me how to tame the sheep and cows by now. Well, in revenge, I killed the wolf because that's the code I live by. And with my sweet gold armor, I was feeling like exploring instead of mining all day, so I took off in a random direction. My environment had a ton of hills and rivers cutting through the hills, and I have to admit, initially I thought the graphics sucked, and well, they do, but there's a certain type of beauty to this Minecraft world. I think I'm starting to get it. As I was taking in the beauty, a witch threw potions and magic at me and killed me, making me lose all my stuff. Goodbye gold armor, and screw exploring. I went back to mining, since I needed to replace all of my gear anyway, and I punched through into a natural cave, which was really unexpected. I guess I hadn't thought that that type of thing existed. It was really a neat surprise. Less neat was the skeleton archer that popped up below me and shot an arrow, knocking me upward and causing me to fall through the hole I had punched into the cave, taking massive fall damage. I very quickly learned to hate skeletons when exploring this strange cave. One of them shot me with an arrow and knocked me into lava. This exact same thing would happen at least 4 or 5 more times throughout my Minecraft career. And now I hate skeletons almost as much as I hate creepers. Almost. Making my way back down, naked again, I managed to beat the 5-minute timer and recover most of my gear that didn't fall into the lava with me when my corpse did a loot explosion. I was determined to explore those caves, and soon my efforts were rewarded when I discovered gold. I filled my greedy little pockets with as much goodies as I could find in the cave, though sadly no diamonds. I had read up on diamonds, and I very badly wanted diamond gear by now. Shooting back to the surface, I found one of the weird, tall black figures again and decided to Google it. Enderman, nice to meet ya. Time to die. I read that Endermen were supposed to be kinda tough, but I ended up killing a few and none of them were really a big problem. Also, I got a bunch of Ender Pearls, which apparently do stuff later in the game. Google had also taught me that you can tame wild wolves and turn them into dogs, so the next day I got a chance to do just that, turning a wolf into a loyal friend. The little hearts animation was pretty cute, not gonna lie. This game was growing on me. I planted some crops because I was doing pretty poor in the food management department, and then headed back to the exciting stuff, caving and exploring. This time I broke through to a cave with magma and a bunch of resources, including more sweet gold. Also, I ended up falling into that lava eventually, but luckily pulled myself out in time to avoid dying. After loading up on coal, iron, gold, redstone, and lapis lazuli, I went up top and found it raining. Some guide I had been watching on YouTube said that you can catch a lot of stuff if you fish when it's raining. So fishing I went, and stuff I caught, including some enchanted pieces of equipment, which is kinda weird. True to form, a creeper snuck up on me while I was fishing and kabloomed me straight into the water. Seriously, I freaking hate those things. The next day I was back to my hunt for diamonds, only I accidentally broke through a wall holding back lava and almost died. Instead of diamonds, I found an Enderman deep in my mine, which seemed kinda weird, but I killed him too and scored another pearl. Back up top, I'd been working on a cow farm because I read up on enchantment and really needed the leather. tending to my sweet dear cows, another piece of crap creeper snuck up on me and blew up my fence, my dog, and one of my cows, along with a bunch of the terrain. I really hate creepers. I chased down my cows and built a second enclosure for my sheep, only for, guess what, creeper time, and boom, there went my stupid fence and terrain. I had found diamonds by now, though, and though it took me a long time to find the first vein, I had quickly found a second the very next day. Alright, I stashed a bunch of resources by now, and I was getting tired of living in a crappy little shack. So it was time to build something special. It was time to build a home for me and my happy dog friend. Oh wait, never mind, because a stupid creeper blew him up. I decided I'd build directly on the water and make myself a nice little beach house. That would require a lot of clearing of sand though, which I would use in turn for the construction of the house because I wanted it to look a bit like one of those New Mexico, Arizona desert homes. I started reclaiming land on the ocean, like I was in China illegally building military bases in the South China Sea, and made a sand bridge over to my man-made island. While diving down into my mine to dig up resources, I'd accumulated a bunch of crap I didn't want, and got the idea to bring some lava back up and make a little trash pit. So after a few buckets full of lava, I had my very own lava lake to toss crap I didn't want into. The next day, I went to check the crops I had planted, and to my surprise found a turtle stuck inside the plot of wheat. It was kinda really cute, so I left it stuck inside for now. The next day, I went to check on my turtle friend, and guess what? Another stupid frickin' creeper exploded behind me for like the 10th time, killing my turtle and ruining my landscape for the umpteenth time. If I ever meet the person who programmed creepers, we're gonna have words. I turned my frustration back into building though, and finished my artificial island where I'd build my dream home. Or at least the home I could build with my meager skills in this game. I needed a ton of sand though for the house, so I quarried it out of a nearby island, so I could turn it into sandstone. Finally, I was ready to start building and I got to work. Some lapis lazuli blocks and flowers later, and I built myself a cute little house. Sure, it's not the fanciest thing, but I kinda really liked it. Then, because I had fallen into my own lava trash disposal lake at least twice, I built a stone fence around that and surveyed my tiny little Minecraft home. Sure, it wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but you know what? For having started the game like 2 days ago, I was kinda proud of it. Beat my terrible stone shack, which I quickly turned into storage at least. Alright, I'll admit it, Minecraft kinda grew on me. I had goals for this tiny little digital slice of paradise, and besides exterminating the creeper species, I wanted to keep building. Next would be a perimeter wall to keep mobs out, and then a nether portal to check out what lies on the other side. This experience has been an emotional roller coaster, from the joy of building to the horror of dying in lava while holding 20 diamonds because I accidentally punched through a ceiling supporting a lava lake. I've wanted to throw my PC out the window several times thanks to this game, mostly because of creepers, but I'm also kind of in love with my little Minecraft world. And you know what? Those crappy graphics have definitely grown on me. Those of you smart enough to subscribe to our channel have probably already seen our episodes on the recent craze sweeping men all over the world, six-pack abs courtesy of cosmetic surgery. Our deep dive into this new craze amongst men revealed some pretty disturbing things, like for instance, the fact that men now opt for cosmetic surgery at a greater rate than women. Selfie culture seems to be taking a pretty big hit on the egos of men around the world. But what if you don't have thousands of dollars to spend on a quick surgical upgrade? Or what if you prefer to do things the more natural way? Stay tuned as we once more put your favorite and our least important staff writer through the ringer and challenge him to shape up or ship out as he does sit-ups for 90 days straight. Day 1. Well, as far as insane challenges go, I guess I should count my lucky stars that this one is pretty mild. Doing sit-ups for 90 days is probably the tamest thing that Infographics has put me through in a long time, maybe ever. And I guess I could use it. I like to stay in shape, but I have an unreasonable hatred of doing any kind of ab workout. It's exhausting on an emotional level. Like having to be the shoulder your friend cries on after the guy you warned her to never date inevitably breaks up with her. Only it's my abs doing the crying. If you followed these challenge episodes, you might remember that I also hate running, and for exactly the same reason: complete and utterly boring exercises. I know firsthand the benefits of constant sit-ups though, and used to rock a six-pack throughout my military career thanks to all the constant running and ab exercises. Seriously, the military loves making you do sit-ups. It's the weirdest thing in the world and almost on a fetish level. But you're always doing some variation of ab exercise from sit-ups to burpees. There were daily lunges, mountain climbers, burpees, side planks, supermans, bicycle crunches, Godzilla stomps, Russian twists, and butterfly kicks. So many insane ways to torture your abs that you probably didn't realize I made one of those up. So I guess I'll be hopping in a time machine and going back in time to restart my old daily exercise routine. I stopped my normal exercising for a few weeks before this to get a better sense of how effective this would be for the sake of the challenge. So I'm looking forward to not feeling flabby and gross again, but I am not looking forward to the actual exercises. There's literally nothing more tedious than ab workouts, except maybe running. My routine will consist of the following in sets of 3. 20 butterfly kicks, 20 traditional crunches, 20 Russian twists, 20 elbow to knee crunches, 20 burpees, 20 mountain climbers. Don't expect that I'll be able to fully complete 3 sets at first, and it'll take a while. So if you're following at home and can only do one of the sets or part of one of the sets, don't sweat it. Just keep at it and note how you gradually get better and better. That kind of slow improvement is a great source of inspiration. I'll check in every 30 days, so I guess I'll see you guys in a month. Day 30. As predicted, I couldn't fulfill all 3 sets of each exercise at the start. In my regular life, I stayed pretty fit. But since I stopped exercising for a few weeks in preparation for this challenge, I definitely lost a lot of stamina and strength. I could barely crank out the first set on each exercise at first. And now, at the end of the month, I'm hitting the full 3 sets, but definitely feel like I'm about to die at the end. As far as my actual abs, well, they're definitely noticeable when I press down on my stomach, but they're not super well defined. You can see a vague shape, but I'm not rocking a noticeable six-pack. Sadly, that's gonna take a lot more work. I guess I do feel better about myself overall though. It's nice to be exercising again, and I kind of miss getting the blood pumping every morning. I've never been an exercise junkie, I just do it because I like the results and because I need to. But I don't get literal pleasure out of it the way my girlfriend does. But I think she's insane. Never fully trust anyone who says they honestly enjoy exercise. They're probably not really human. Probably some weird space alien in disguise, waiting for you to drop your guard so it can harvest your brains. See you guys in another 30, if my brain hasn't been harvested. Day 60. So, over the last 30 days, the workout routines have become a lot easier, to the point that doing the entire 3 sets of each exercise is not a problem. I'm still ending a bit winded, but I definitely feel that I could push it harder if I really wanted to. I know I talk a lot of trash about exercise, rightfully so, but honestly, getting to the point where you're doing things you could barely even start doing weeks ago does feel pretty good. There's few things in life with such clearly defined goals or moments of success as with exercise. Rarely in life do you physically see the goal you're striving towards, then realize the exact moment you've achieved it, and the moment where you're ready to push past it. As far as my body, well, you can definitely see ab muscles, and I guess I'm rocking what you'd call a 4-pack. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know if I'll be able to get to the 6-pack. My diet is a bit all over the place, and honestly, all the insane infographics challenges aren't helping in that regard. But more importantly, I just don't live the lifestyle I used to. Last time I had a clearly defined 6-pack, it was basically my job to work out and keep in fighting shape. And my diet was pretty well defined thanks to the chow hall and MREs out in the field. Now I definitely do a lot less cardio, spend a lot less time in 100+ degree temperatures, and eat a lot more terrible snacks. I feel like getting to an actual well-defined 6-pack is an entire lifestyle choice, and I have no interest in that. I enjoy overeating occasionally and devouring an entire pan of cheesecake once in a blue moon. I have 1 more month left to go, but I'm not confident I'll be seeing a 6-pack by the end of this. Day 90. 90-day sit-up challenge complete, and the journey was rough, then got okay, and then, I don't know, all the exercising just got to be part of my daily routine. I'm not going to pretend that exercise routines are easy, and I'll admit that if it wasn't literally my job to have committed every day to this routine, I would have taken plenty of cheat days. But as anyone following along at home knows, starting this journey is pretty damn difficult, especially when you're wheezing and gasping through the first few reps in your first set. In time though, it gets easier, and it feels pretty satisfying to see yourself pushing past your old limits. Eventually, if you stick with it long enough, it kind of becomes part of your nature. Surely, you'll take your cheat days, but I think the longer you stick with the routine, the harder it becomes to actually quit that routine, because it just starts to feel unnatural to not do it. After 90 days, my 60-day prediction held true. I'm definitely not rocking a 6-pack, but it's not because the muscles aren't there. The muscles are definitely there, but I just didn't commit to a complete diet change that would trim all the excess fat around my midsection and the belly. That's the thing about working out your abs. It's not just gonna get rid of every ounce of belly fat unless you're carefully monitoring every bite of food you eat. It's called diet and exercise for a reason. I am, however, rocking a pretty nice 4-pack with some great definition, and, well, it kinda does a lot for your self-esteem. Also, the girlfriend is practically in love with it, so that's a pretty big plus. In the end, though, getting those results is a personal choice, and if you can't find a reason to want this for yourself, not what other people think about it, sticking to a workout routine like this probably isn't gonna be realistic. I really wish any of you following at home good luck, and I encourage you to stick with it. Getting in shape feels great and is great for your health. And take it from me, I know what it's like to want to quit, but don't. Keep with it and you'll see some pretty awesome results in time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I had to go buy a bunch of super douchey name brand workout clothes and take a series of really obnoxious Instagram pictures in front of a gym mirror. For thousands of years, mankind was unable to recognize the color blue due to it appearing so rarely in nature. On the grasslands of the savanna, the plains of Europe, and the steppes of Asia, the color blue appears extremely infrequently amongst natural fauna or wildlife. And because we evolved to identify edible plants and animals, our brains ignored the color blue in the few places it did appear. For an untold amount of time, humans were simply oblivious to the color blue, and ancient writers such as the Greek even referred to the ocean as wine-tinted purple rather than the beautiful blue of the Mediterranean Sea. This inability to see blue still occurs in a few isolated African tribes that live on the savanna, and when shown the color blue on a color wheel, they're completely unable to identify it since their brains don't have the idea of blue wired in. Yet they're able to identify dozens of different shades of yellow that we ourselves are blind to. It's a crazy mixed up world of color out there, and while seeing or not seeing blue is fine and dandy, what about eating it? Once more, we turn to your favorite experimental guinea pig, which, after the dozens of comments we're forced to publicly state, is a term of endearment. Just don't tell him that. If he feels more important to the show, he's going to start demanding higher pay. Now stay tuned as we challenge him to eat only blue foods for 72 hours, because our brainstormers were really bored. For scientific reasons. Day 1. Well, this should make for interesting poop, was the very first thing that popped into my head upon reading my next assignment from the infographic show. The very next thought was, where the hell do I buy blue food? What blue foods even exist? I guess it's a good thing they provided a healthy shopping stipend for this episode. I did some research online and it turns out that there are some naturally occurring blue food items, though definitely not very many. Blueberries immediately spring to mind, and it's a good thing I happen to like blueberries because I'm going to be eating a lot of them. There's also apparently a fish called the lingcod that's naturally blue, though it can be hard to find. Shouldn't be an issue for a city as big as Los Angeles, though, to score one of these fish. Although I am not looking forward to it because outside of survival challenges, I really don't like eating fish at all. It's all, well, fishy. I believe it was the great and underrated comedian Jim Gaffigan who joked, "How can you tell when a fish has gone bad? It smells like fish." I did find a ton of recipes to just turn your food blue, but that sounds like cheating, so I won't be doing that. From my research, though, it does kind of look like I'm going to be pretty restricted to what I can actually eat. There's blue potatoes, which apparently have an earthier taste than regular potatoes. I guess people don't like their potatoes looking kind of gross blue, and so they're not very popular, but they do exist. Then there's also blue carrots, which, by the way, is the color all carrots used to be until the Dutch decided to grow only orange carrots in support of William of Orange, and the new look just kind of stuck. Yes, we did do an episode on this, why carrots are orange, because we do episodes on everything, including apparently eating only blue foods. There's also blue corn, which was popular with Native Americans until betraying and killing Native Americans became itself popular with the Europeans. You are still able to find blue corn, though, because mankind loves novelty enough to keep certain species from going extinct. Sorry, rhinos, we love money more than you. There are also bilberries, which I feel is sort of cheating, but is apparently a European cousin of the blueberry. Luckily, once more, I'm in a major city, so finding them shouldn't be a problem. Concord grapes are apparently considered blue, although to me they look more purple, but you know what? If they're going to increase my food variety, I'll take it, because right now it's looking like fish and blueberries for 3 days straight. And, honestly, that's kind of it. At least foods that wouldn't require being flown in from the most remote parts of the world. These things are so niche, like a certain kind of mushroom that grows in only a certain part of Japan, that they cost an arm and a leg. If I presented an expense report for a crate of those things to infographics, I'm pretty sure someone there would have an immediate heart attack. Okay, well, it's time to go shopping. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Day 2. Alright, so I said that I would stay away from food dyes, but I never said that I wouldn't eat foods that had been pre-dyed. After all, I could simply buy some food dye and marinate a big juicy T-bone steak in it. Also, sorry, it turns out there's like so few naturally blue foods that all I would end up eating really is fish and berries, and I'm not a grizzly bear putting on fat for the winter. I need variety. So I went shopping yesterday, and I should call it hunting more than shopping. I had to cover at least half of the city to find blue potatoes, bilberries, blue carrots, and ling cod. Which, by the way, I was unable to find filleted and actually had to buy a whole fish. Try and imagine how well that went down with a girlfriend when she came home and found a 20-pound, 3-foot-long fish sitting on the counter. Oh, and fish guts were everywhere because I'd been trying to fillet the damn thing for 15 minutes before she got there. Also, apparently, not all ling cod actually have blue flesh, but I got lucky and mine had, well, not truly blue flesh, but I guess it's more blue-greenish. Their guts are about as red as any other fish's though, and the girlfriend made me swear to disinfect the entire kitchen when I was done. Also, we are temporarily not on speaking terms because I chased her out of the house with a handful of fish guts. So, fish has been on the menu, which I prepared alongside of some blue carrots. Honestly, the fish tastes like fish, and other than being a bit earthier and maybe tangier than normal carrots, the blue carrots tasted exactly like normal carrots. What an earth-shattering discovery. Glad infographics insisted on confusing my digestive system for 3 days with this silly challenge. I did have a helping of pudding that happened to be colored blue. Listen, I know that milk, eggs, and, well, to be honest, I don't know what goes into making pudding, but I know these things aren't naturally blue. But like I said, it's not my fault that nobody at the show specified I had to eat naturally blue foods only. Also, fish is terrible and pudding makes me happy, which is a feeling I need after eating blue-green fish for 2 days. The color doesn't help with the smell, and the idea that you can't really tell when the fish has gone bad, but when you cook the flesh, the color goes away and it's just normal white. That's kind of disappointing, to be honest. I thought it'd at least be fun to eat blue fish flesh. I guess I could make it into sashimi, but literally every blog and website I found on the matter said do not risk this. The ling cod is apparently not a great fish for sushi or sashimi because of parasites. Parasites which I realized were simply being cooked to death and then I would eat. Extra protein, I guess, but yet another reason to never eat fish if you can help it. Day 3. It is really hard to eat only blue foods. I mean, you can find plenty of artificially colored blue junk foods in the supermarket, but if you don't want to gain 30 pounds overnight, which I don't, then trying to eat even remotely normal and eat only blue foods is a hell of a task. I couldn't stomach fish anymore, so instead I switched to potatoes, carrots, bilberries, and blueberries. The blueberries and bilberries I made into a jam by smooshing them, adding some sugar and corn syrup and letting it sit overnight. In the morning it made for a pretty delicious breakfast, and even the girlfriend enjoyed it until I told her that I also put blue fish in it. She looked very much like she was going to vomit on the spot until I told her I was only joking. But given the very weird nature of my challenges, I'm not sure she believed me completely. She's thus decreed that from now on, whenever I'm doing a quote, stupid challenge, end quote, our food is going to be strictly segregated. The bilberries taste more tart to me than blueberries, and they are definitely not my favorite. Probably explains why they're not as popular as their blueberry cousins. Can't say they were very noticeable on their own when made into the jam though, but if you eat them individually you can definitely taste it. For lunch I made myself a giant heaping serving of blue french fries. Now if you're a fan of our challenge series, then you know that I'm myself a huge fan of french fries. But to be honest, blue french fries are just gross. They taste completely normal, but you can't get it out of your head as you're eating them how unnatural they seem. I guess we associate the color blue with colors of rot and decay. It's the color of a rotting corpse after all, and so it can be hard to swallow blue foods that aren't things like berries. Even the oven-baked blue carrots I had for dinner alongside more stupid blue fish were hard to eat. It turns out that the color really does affect our appetite and our feelings about what we eat, which is why I guess we prefer brightly colored food items. They just seem healthier to our brain because they don't have the same colors that rotting food does, and trying to swallow a bunch of blue fries down without thinking about them being rotten and disgusting is pretty difficult. I honestly think that this is the only observation I have from this whole 3-day experiment, along with the fact that I don't think I want to touch fish again for a few months, because out of all the food across the earth, fish really is just the worst, unless it's made into sushi. And that's weird, right? I'd rather eat raw fish rather than cooked fish, which I find disgusting. Welcome to my topsy-turvy life. So, should you only eat blue foods? Definitely not. The diet is pretty restrictive and you're mostly going to be left with boring old fish, like 2 vegetables and 2 types of fruit. I guess if you went ahead and cheated with blue-colored food that's man-made, you might be able to get away with it for a while. Then you can include all kinds of pudding, yogurt, and jello into the mix, along with various types of cake. Although, fair warning, blue-colored cakes are typically gross. Not that cake itself is gross, because it's just colored bread, really, but for some reason, blue-colored cakes are always topped with weird things like fruits or jelly beans. The biggest risk from eating blue-only foods, though, is the lack of nutritionary variety. If you're a subscriber to our show, and really, why wouldn't you be, then you probably saw our episode on the British kid who lost his eyesight from eating nothing but junk food. Go check it out. It's called Teen is Blinded by Junk Food. Whether you saw it then or are going to watch it now, you'll know or are about to find out that overly restrictive diets can seriously harm you over a long course of time. Limiting yourself to only blue foods will eventually starve your body of much-needed nutrients and minerals. And much like our British kid in the junk food episode, you can suffer serious harm, to include loss of vision and even deafness. So I'm going to go back to my normal life of eating a rainbow of regular foods, though I'll have to work through the 4 12-packs of blue pudding I bought because I desperately needed something other than fish and fruit. As you might have learned by now watching these challenge episodes, impulse control is not my strong point. Guess what time it is, info fans? That's right, it's challenge time. And that means only one thing. Time to get all up in your favorite lab rat's life and try to challenge him to explore everyday mysteries for fun and profit. Today, we're wondering what it's like to live without your sight. So we're challenging him to live for 3 days with a blindfold. Yes, we know 3 days is a cinch, but as most of you know, the world right now is a bit upside down, so we had to go easy. Now grab yourself a drink, sit down, and hang tight for another awesome challenge. Day 1. 3 days with a blindfold? Even I gotta admit that this challenge has me curious. I've always wondered how people adjust to suddenly losing their sight, and what it's like to experience the world through your other senses. Yesterday, I spent the day thinking about just how much we use our sight. We literally use it for everything. Suppose you could make a living without it, since I know how to type, but it would have probably been pretty difficult to learn how to type with no vision. Also, can you even imagine the spelling errors? You can forget about driving too, although with Uber, I guess that's not such a big deal either. But what about entertainment? It feels like the overwhelming majority of our entertainment is made specifically with vision in mind. From movies to video games to comic books, etc. I feel like this is going to be a pretty enlightening challenge, though it does feel a bit daunting. Alright, I'm off to challenge land now. I'll report in at the end of my 3 days and let you know what life wearing a blindfold for 3 days was like. End of day 3. To say that the last 3 days were a challenge would be a huge understatement. I mean, yeah, they were a challenge because that's pretty much what I do for a living, but I meant that, you know what, you get what I meant. Alright, day 1. I started the challenge in the morning with the aid of a black blindfold. A few folds of the fabric and it was definitely pretty opaque. I couldn't see a thing the moment it went on. Now, before the challenge started, I tried my best to mentally map out our apartment because I knew I'd be in serious trouble wandering around with a blindfold on all day. Turns out, I sorta did a pretty crap job. The girlfriend's home for this challenge, which I'm kinda glad about, to be honest, because after what I've been through, I'm pretty sure I would have killed myself if she hadn't been here. Starting on like minute 2 of the challenge, I tried to walk out of the bedroom to the living room and misjudged where the door actually was by like 3 feet, running straight into the wall. This would very aptly set the tone for my 3-day weekend. It pretty quickly dawned on me that my biggest issue would be boredom. I busied myself responding to emails and work stuff, which meant that the girlfriend had to read everything out loud for me and then spell correct the word stew I typed out. Hey, in real life I'm a great speller, but on a keyboard my hands move faster than my brain. After that, we had breakfast, and I insisted on making my own cereal after she helped guide me to the kitchen. That turned out to be a mistake because I poured my milk about half a foot away from the bowl and ended up drenching our poor dog instead. That meant that the dog had to be bathed, which I insisted on helping with because I need to get a feel for what life is really like when you can't see. That would also be a mistake. At one point, the girlfriend left the bathroom to answer a phone call, and I reached for what I thought was our dog's shampoo. When the girlfriend came back to the bathroom, she practically screamed in panic when she realized I was using her extremely expensive body wash on our dog. And when I say using, I meant like a ton of the stuff. I don't know what the crap that stuff is made of, I just know that it makes her skin flawless and super soft and costs like $40 a bottle. Well, now our dog is pretty much the fluffiest, softest pup in town because I seriously squirted like a quarter of the bottle on him. The girlfriend pretty much became my babysitter at that point and watched me like a hawk. I insisted on learning the floor plan of the apartment, and that led to several stubbed toes and more than one bruise from running into stuff. Eventually, though, by following one of our walls, I could make it from the living room to the bedroom and then back out to the kitchen, which was handy because lunchtime soon came around. The girlfriend popped out to walk the dog real quick, because that's probably something I definitely should not be doing while blindfolded. No telling where we would end up, because he's about the worst guide dog you could ever have, and I swear he has attention deficit disorder and is always wanting to go meet random people. Anyway, while she was gone, I figured it would be easy enough to make myself some mini corn dogs, so I groped my way to the fridge, managed to find a baking sheet, and dumped a few mini dogs on it. I figured I knew the oven pretty well, so I stuck in the sheet and cranked the oven to what I was sure had to be somewhere around 300 degrees. I mean, there's only so far the dial goes, so if you stick it somewhere in between, it should be a decent temperature for defrosting corn dogs, right? Wrong. Turns out I had set the oven to broil, and we only found out when the apartment started smelling like burning bread. The girlfriend pretty much banned me from the kitchen from that point on. The rest of my day was pretty uneventful, and even though I thought it would be pretty boring not being able to see, I was still able to enjoy TV. It was almost funner to just hear the voices and imagine the characters and situations the way I wanted to, although I do feel like I missed a lot by not being able to see what was going on. Turns out the easiest thing to enjoy while not being able to see, though, are sitcoms. They typically don't rely on visual gags, so they're super easy to track through just hearing. The worst thing to enjoy? Action movies, especially superhero movies. I guess that makes sense. Alright, for day 2, I refused to stay stuck inside the house all day. I wanted to experience the world, so I insisted on joining the girlfriend for grocery shopping. In order to not look like a total idiot in public, I had beforehand taken a pair of large black sunglasses and spray painted the inside of the lenses with black paint. Presto bingo, worked like a charm. I couldn't see anything except for a little bit in the periphery. And if you think that's cheating, let me tell you, you're dead wrong. I ran into at least 2 of those off-the-shelf displays they hang on the aisles in the grocery stores, scattering condiments and random crap all over the floor, as well as earning myself a decent bruise on my forehead. A store employee came rushing over and apologized profusely, and it was then that I realized we probably shouldn't come back to the store for a long time, just in case the people thought I was blind. I also realized my girlfriend is a terrible guide, though to be honest, I tend to be impulsive and not easy to keep a leash on. Which, by the way, is something she seriously considered. What can I say? I like to wander around. When we got home, we went outside to lay by the pool and relax for a bit. I know what you're thinking, and no, I didn't fall into the pool like some hilarious but completely predictable comedy film. What I did do, though, is manage to stick my foot through the small slats on the deck chair I was laying down on when I went to get up and trip, throwing my hands out to catch myself and grabbing onto a small table which came crashing down with me. On top of that small table, the girlfriend's cell phone, which landed on the floor completely unharmed, except upon hitting the floor it managed to slide 8 feet and straight into the deep end of the pool. Goodbye, $800 iPhone. After that, the girlfriend practically begged me to just sit on the couch and, in her own words, stay still. She even offered to bring me literally everything I needed if I would just stop flailing around the house, running into things and destroying expensive items. I swear that this challenge has given her gray hairs. Okay, on day 3, we had to go back out into public because the girlfriend absolutely cannot be without a phone due to her job. The Apple people said that if she had dropped it in normal water, and not water with high chlorine content like a pool, it would have had a pretty good chance of still working. That's when she very loudly pointed out that she hadn't dropped it, but that it had been my fault. Of course, when she said this, I was still wearing my blind person glasses, and very much looked like a blind person to pretty much everyone. This, in turn, ended up making her kinda look like a giant dick to everyone in the store. And let me tell you, you don't need to see people's faces to know when they're thinking someone's a dick, it's all in the tone. I pointed this out to her on the drive home and she punched me in the arm, hard. On my last day, I got tired of sitting in front of the TV, which was kind of the only thing I was really able to do over the last few days. I know blind people can learn to read with Braille, and to be honest, I really wish I'd been able to do that. I said that to the girlfriend on the last day, and she just kind of went quiet for a second before saying, "You know there's audiobooks, right?" I didn't need to see her face to know that she was looking at me like I was a complete idiot. And yes, I completely and totally forgot that audiobooks existed. Anyways, because I got bored of the TV, I just made my way outside and sat next to our front door. I really love our new little apartment. Sure, the rent is insane, but the small community is really nice. There's flowers literally everywhere, and it's like a block away from the beach. I just sat there in my chair and took in all the sounds of the local neighborhood with the sound of the surf in the distance. I also took in the smell of the salt air and the flowers, and it kind of struck me how I normally don't pay attention to those things at all. I can't remember the last time I just sat there and fully enjoyed the warmth of the sun, the smell of the ocean and the flowers around me, and the sounds of the waves in the background and our quiet little neighborhood. I know they say that when you lose one sense, your others overcompensate, and maybe this was what was going on. I can't tell for sure, but I do know that I completely enjoyed just sitting there alone for a good hour. Finally, it came time to take my blindfold off and see the world again for the first time in 3 days. Yes, I had even slept with the blindfold on, except I unfolded it so it was much bigger and I didn't accidentally roll it off my face in my sleep. When I finally got to see again, my eyes were super sensitive. I immediately realized why this challenge was only 3 days long. I honestly think that going any longer than that may have had serious consequences for my eye health. Guess the infographic show knows at least somewhat what it's doing. I gotta tell you, I was happy to finally see my girlfriend's face again after 3 days. It's weird seeing someone's face after so long. You notice little tiny things that you missed in your memory. Sure, we've spent time apart, but we're always FaceTiming and there's pictures of us all over our social media, plus all around the house. But spending 3 days with only a mental picture of her face was just so strange. And when I took the blindfold off, I just noticed how many tiny things I guess I forgot. Like the way her smile kinda tucks into one side slightly, for instance. Or how her eyes squint when she's happy laughing. I know she was right there beside me the whole time, but the first thing I said when I could see her with my own eyes again was, "I missed you." And then she started crying and hugging me. Man, you girls are weird. This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website, head on over to wix.com/go/infographics2019 to try out one of their premium plans right now. Cable subscriptions around the country are in decline as internet streaming services take the place of expensive channel packages. In many ways, it makes perfect sense. After all, why should you pay for hundreds of channels when you only like watching a few dozen? Yet many households in the US have both streaming services and cable. But with the explosion of internet TV, we find ourselves asking, is the net enough to satisfy our entertainment needs? To find out, we once again turn to your favorite and our least important staff writer to challenge him to give up an entire day of his life that he'll never get back and watch YouTube for 24 hours straight. Hour 0, a 24-hour challenge. This is so much nicer than the typical month-long nightmares I have to endure. And for once, the challenge doesn't involve something ridiculous, dangerous, or my personal favorite, ridangerous, a combination of the two. The rules to this one are simple. Watch YouTube for 24 hours straight. What I watch doesn't matter, I just have to physically watch it, pausing only for bathroom breaks and I guess emergencies such as the house burning down around me. Although with YouTube streaming on smartphones nowadays, even that probably wouldn't qualify. Short of a zombie apocalypse that also knocks out the internet, I have to watch YouTube non-stop. I admit that I already get most of my watching done online and I haven't had cable for at least a decade, and life has been perfectly fine with just streaming subscriptions. Less ads and you get exactly the content you want without paying for 100 channels dedicated to rural soccer teams in the Amazon rainforest. It's a pretty damn good deal if you ask me. To be honest, I don't even know why people still pay for cable. Although I guess maybe there's a few shows on TV you can't get on streaming as fast as you can watch on TV, but even most of the best TV shows are available on streaming anyways. Like Game of Thrones, although after that disastrous finale, I'm not even sure HBO Go exists anymore. Do they even make other shows? So I hesitate to say this, but this might actually be fun for once. I'll check in a few hours and record my experiences. Hour 5. 5 hours down, a little over a fifth of my challenge complete. This is cakewalk. At first I thought it might be difficult to get through because despite there being billions of videos on YouTube, I honestly didn't think there would be anything I really wanted to watch. I'm not big on internet celebrities or watching streams, probably because I'm not 12 years old, and meme videos are entertaining for about 10 minutes because again, I'm not 12 years old. I do love animal prank videos though, so I watched a few of those and just kinda let it autoplay from one video to another. An hour later, I was watching animal fail videos, which somewhere around hour 2 segued to human fail videos, which was fine until those led to some very annoying internet celebrity videos, at which point I stopped watching. We get it, you're cool online. I decided to rewatch some of my favorite movies trailers and found a bunch from way back in the day loaded online. Watching the original Alien trailer gave me the chills, as well as the original The Thing trailer. They really don't make horror movies like they used to. I just let it autoplay again and realized I spent almost 3 additional hours watching trailers for old movies, which got me to thinking, who the hell uploads these? YouTube is like a huge virtual library for video, but who in the world actually takes the time to upload all of these videos? Whoever you are, you're doing a hell of a service for humanity. Keep it up. 5 hours down, 19 to go. Easy peasy so far. Hour 9. There's a lot, and I mean a lot, of movie trailers on YouTube. I watched trailers up until an hour ago, and I realized that trailers may be my favorite part of a movie. I always hated getting into a movie theater late and having missed the trailers. And if I'm being honest, there's sometimes when I'm disappointed that the trailers are over and the actual movie is beginning. I feel like I've watched every trailer for every movie ever, from Caddyshack to the latest Pacific Rim. Girlfriend finished work early today, so she came home and has joined me for at least part of this journey. My ass is sore and my eyes are a little fuzzy from staring at a big screen TV all day, but I'm definitely still entertained. And I still cannot think why anyone would need a cable subscription with all this media at your fingertips. I've decided to let her pick what we watch, and I'm curious if she can be as entertained as me by YouTube. Hour 13. Girlfriend made it 4 hours, although to be fair, she did have to leave for one of her classes at the gym. She said she felt kind of worn out from just sitting and watching, and when she did, I realized that I'm pretty worn out too. Even though I work from home and spend a lot of time on the computer, I still try to make sure I stay somewhat active, and I've definitely never sat on my ass for 13 hours straight. My eyes are kind of fuzzy and my brain feels just a little bit mushy, which is ironic because we just spent the last 4 hours watching documentaries. I didn't realize how many documentaries YouTube has, and I love docs, so it was a pleasant surprise. I also didn't realize just how wide a variety of docs they have. We watched one on the moon landings and then another on the hunt for the giant squid. For laughs, we watched one on Bigfoot and another on the Nazis. We went from moon landings to giant squids to Bigfoot to Nazis. Wow, YouTube, is there anything you don't have uploaded? I'm feeling pretty tired already though from just sitting here, so I think I need to energize myself, and I have just the idea. With the girlfriend gone for a few hours, I'm gonna watch a bunch of old, really cheesy music videos on full blast. And I mean super cheesy but energetic stuff, like Barbie Girl by Aqua. That should wake me up. Hour 15. Girlfriend came home and caught me singing along to Spice Girl songs at the top of my lungs. I don't have anything else to report other than my humiliation. When she went to the kitchen and asked me what I wanted for dinner, I blasted out the opening to the Spice Girls Wannabe, belting out, "Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want." She stuck her head out of the kitchen and just glared at me. Hour 20. Okay, things are getting a bit rough, but I don't think YouTube is to blame. To be perfectly honest, there is literally no end to the entertaining crap I've found on YouTube all these hours, but sitting here on the couch and just watching TV is killing me. Funny because I'm getting paid for it, and it's basically 8-year-old me's dream job. My ass hurts from sitting though, and I've had to get up and pace around the living room just to wake my legs up. Honestly, the biggest challenge here is not finding things to watch for 24 hours on YouTube that makes the experience bearable. It's just physically watching for 24 hours. I watched some redubbed old school cartoons like Captain Planet, G.I. Joe, and Transformers, and almost busted a gut laughing. Then I went back to watch some really obscure music videos like really obscure stuff, and discovered Hillbilly Metal. Yes, that's a thing, and yes, you should go watch it immediately after this video because you won't regret it. I also found Mongolian throat singers rapping, which is also pretty mind-blowingly awesome. If you don't know, Mongolian throat singers are men and women who sing directly from the back of their throat and have really deep, scratchy melodies. And some younger Mongolians have learned to rap while singing in that style, and it's the best thing I've ever heard. Maybe even better than Hillbilly Metal. And then for some reason I started watching a bunch of old Enrique Iglesias music videos. Don't judge me, the girlfriend already has. Hour 24. That's it. An entire day of watching YouTube? Done. I've watched everything from movie trailers to redubbed cartoons to the weirdest music videos humanity has ever created. And there are some real head scratchers out there. So what have I learned from this experience? Well, the most obvious is that humans are weird. Like really weird. I don't know how strange aliens will be when we finally meet them, but I have a very hard time believing that any intelligent life we ever encounter is going to have an online repository with literally millions of videos of people scaring their cats with cucumbers. Or their space cats, I guess. I also confirmed that you can in fact watch 24 hours straight of YouTube and never ever run out of content to keep you entertained. I stand by my original position on owning cable, and if any of you do still own cable subscriptions, why? Cable is expensive and forces you to take packages with a ton of channels you don't like, while the internet literally offers you whatever you want right up front, and most of the time the only cost is your internet subscription. Honestly, the hardest part of this challenge was the physical element of it. Not moving from the couch for 24 hours is incredibly exhausting, more so than just staying up. I've worked for over 24 hours before on film sets and when hitting writing deadlines, or even my time in the military, but when you're just not doing anything, now that's hard. Even if you're being entertained with people failing in hilarious ways, cats being scared with cucumbers, or very loudly watching embarrassing music videos you secretly love. Honestly though, as far as challenges go, my brain feels fried, but at least this one was entertaining. I feel like you could watch YouTube straight for a year and never get bored. By the way, for my sake, don't suggest that in the comments because I'm pretty sure the infographics show will totally think it's an amazing challenge idea and immediately make me do it. So keep on suggesting they send me to Hawaii for a month because it totally rocks that you guys have my back. All my suffering feels like it's not for nothing. See you guys on the next challenge. What is sexier and more useful than a thong? From exotic dancers to people not wanting to show underwear lines, the thong is there to titillate and aid in keeping you from embarrassing yourself in public. But what's it like to actually wear a thong? Well, we could have simply asked literally any female in the world, but we thought it'd be really funny. We thought we needed a scientific investigation into the pros and cons of this underwear choice. So once more, we turn to your favorite guinea pig as we task him with wearing man thongs for a whole week. Day 1. Is anybody in our audience old enough to remember the Thong song? Just curious. Cisco. Because that's been stuck in my head now since I first opened the email with this challenge. Wearing man thongs for a week, well, I've already went commando, so honestly, what could be so hard about this? Well, turns out I have to go buy them first, because of course Infographics isn't going to spare a single ounce of potential humiliation if they can't help it. Oh, and I also have to go to a public pool and try out the swim style too, because apparently that's important to the thesis of this challenge. They literally wrote that in the assignment email that they needed to, and I quote, understand how thongs operate in an underwater environment. Right. It has nothing to do with the public humiliation. Well, the one person who's got no problem with the challenge is the girlfriend, who's been looking at me with this weird half-smile, half-daydreaming look on her face since I told her about the challenge. I asked her what was going on, and she finally kind of blushed a little bit and said, I don't know, I think I'm kind of turned on by this whole idea. I blame that male stripper movie. What was it called? Oh yeah, Magic Mike. She never saw it. We don't do anything that could take the intimacy focus away from each other, and honestly, we never really need to. But I think she really likes the idea because, well, she's had me strip for her on more than one occasion. Hey, when you're with someone long enough, you have to put effort into your romantic life and keep it exciting for both of you. So now she's apparently kind of really excited about me having to wear these for a whole week. If this turns into a whole role-playing thing and ends with me getting a job at a male strip club, I'm gonna be calling it quits on this whole challenge thing. The rules are simple. Buy man thongs, wear man thongs, 24 hours a day for a full week. I'm not sure what to expect. I've never worn anything similar before, honestly. It kind of seems like thongs would just give you a permanent wedgie and you'd have that uncomfortable feeling all day long. I guess I'll be finding out. See you guys in 3 days. Day 3. The first thing I had to do was go actually buy me a thong. And it turns out you really can't just go anywhere and buy a thong for men. I went to Target at first and, well, they didn't carry any. Though the girl I asked for help in finding them gave me a very odd look for a moment after I asked her. I went to another chain store and same luck. Finally, I texted the girlfriend for help in finding somewhere and I could practically feel her rolling her eyes through the text message. She told me go to an adult clothing shop. In hindsight, that's kind of obvious. I asked her to come with me because I felt it'd be really weird going into a place like that on my own, and I guess I thought it would be less weird if I went in there with my significant other. She agreed, and an hour later, we were both in a small boutique shop. That's the great thing about Los Angeles, you can find literally anything here. The store was run by an older woman who was super friendly to us as soon as we walked in, and then immediately started asking us about ourselves. She told us she'd been married for over 20 years, and then went into way too much detail about their love life and why she opened up the store. Then she looked the girlfriend up and down and said something along the lines of, "Ooh, you're a hot mama. Have I got some things for you to wear that'll put him on his knees?" That's when I had to explain that we were actually here for me. And she sort of looked me up and down and said, "Oh, well, good for you, honey. You know, most men don't even put any effort into it." Did I mention how overly friendly this woman was? Well, I told her I was looking for thongs for men, and she showed me to an astonishingly large selection of them. And let me tell you, I'm a pretty confident guy. I exercise regularly and watch what I eat, but man, I was immediately intimidated thinking about having to walk around in one of these things. I feel like for a man to confidently walk into a store and buy a male thong, he either has to be European or a male stripper. Well, I selected 3, although the girlfriend maybe put back a kilt thong and told me not to be ridiculous. Yes, a kilt thong, as in a tiny little kilt that was also a thong. I'm not making this stuff up. I went into the changing room with my 3 thongs and slipped the first one on. Honestly, I wasn't even sure what it was supposed to feel like. What would be a good fit, so to speak. What I do know is that I turned around to look at myself in the mirror and realized something. There were no mirrors in the changing stalls. There's only one mirror, and it's outside, in the small hallway where all the stalls are at, and which is wide open to the rest of the store. That seems like poor design choices in my opinion. So I slid out of my stall, hoping the store didn't immediately become packed with people while I was in my stall, and I ran straight into another guy. Like, we literally ran into each other and touched chest to chest, and well, other parts too. I guess his girlfriend or wife or whatever was in another stall, and he was going to check on her or something when I came out of my stall, and we ran into each other. Hey, you know what the most uncomfortable thing is in the world? Making chest-to-chest contact with another guy when all you're wearing is a ½ millimeter of fabric wrapped around your package. I think I saw him die a little inside when I looked into his eyes. I know I certainly did. He hurriedly shuffled past me, mumbling an apology. Oh man, this is gonna be a hell of a week. So the girlfriend was waiting by the mirror along with the shopkeeper for some strange reason. Somehow she'd become part of our shopping experience, as if she didn't have a store to run. The girlfriend's eyes immediately went wide, and then she started laughing. But then she kind of quieted down and bit her lower lip. The shopkeeper looked at her and winked at me and said, "I think she likes it." I looked in the mirror and, well, you'd seriously better have some good body image if you're thinking of wearing a thong, because those things leave nothing to the imagination. Also, they're drafty, to say the least. Like I was there on full display, keeping almost no secrets from any prying eyes. I decided I really didn't need to know what they looked like on me and rushed back into the stall. The challenge was officially on, so I just wore it out under my jeans and ripped out the tags so they could be rung up. The shopkeeper was nice enough to recommend a swimming set, but she warned us that some public beaches forbade the wear of thongs for men or women. No mention of public pools though. So I've been wearing these things for 2 days now, and well, it feels strange, to say the least. Before I even went to try one on, I realized that these things are so tiny that I'd have to, well, manscape, if you will. Only turns out you have to manscape like a lot. Basically, unless you want to look like a gorilla in a Speedo, you have to weed whack almost everything away. That left my skin extremely sensitive, and well, the material is really soft, and the feeling of it on your skin can sometimes be kinda nice. I didn't mind that much. What I did mind is the tendency that thongs have to ride up on you. More than once, my thong ended up poking out the top of my jeans and I'd catch people staring. Once, it happened in front of a lady and her small kid while we were waiting in line at Panda Express, and I'm pretty sure that this lady now thinks I'm some sort of deviant because she quickly moved her child to the opposite side of her body, away from me. Oh, I very quickly forgot about bending over to pick things up. Instead, I bend at the knees now for everything, which is kinda really weird to see a guy do. But you know, I don't want to keep looking like a tramp in public. That's half of my week's worth of observations. See you guys at the end. Day 7. Who knew wearing man thongs would be such a journey? One of the things I regularly do is go to the gym and do laps in the pool. It really helps with my back and my leg injuries from my service years, and keeps me from getting really sore. If you've been watching our show for a while, then you already know that going commando is nothing new for me. I occasionally do it, and you know what? If you show up at the gym changing room and you drop your pants and aren't wearing underwear, it's literally no big deal. There's tons of naked dudes in a men's locker room. It's the most natural thing in the world. Dropping your pants and revealing you're wearing a thong, though, now that gets attention. And it's not very comfortable attention, it's just not normal. Also, and I didn't expect this at all, I kind of felt extremely self-conscious, which is weird because I just mentioned that at least once a week I drop trousers in front of several dozen men and shower off in a big shower room full of them. Being naked is honestly not a big deal for me, but being in a thong? Well, that was different. Wearing a thong is like making a statement, and my uncomfortable feeling came from a nagging question in the back of my mind, which I couldn't help but ask myself, can I pull this thing off? I feel like when you're wearing a man thong, you're saying to the world, look at me, I have the body to do this. Am I the only one that thinks this way? Like I said before, I'm in good shape, but I'm definitely not like the male models in catalogs that actually sell these things. I guess this is what it feels like to be a modern woman. Wow. I'm so sorry, ladies. Well, if it was weird to drop my pants and show to the locker room that I was wearing thongs, it was even weirder then to switch into thong swimming bottoms. How can I explain them? Well, imagine you have the tiniest sack in the world and you have to stuff all yourself into that sack, and then the tiniest bits of string stretches around your waist to keep the whole thing from falling off. That was my bathing suit. I think I was 99.99% bare flesh. Nothing, and I mean Nothing was left to the imagination. Not knowing if I'd get kicked out or not, I strutted out to the pool and waited for a lane to be clear so I could hop in and do my laps. Lucky me, the place was pretty decently packed. Although since it's a gym, there were no kids around. Pretty sure at this point I could have been arrested as a sex criminal if there had been a minor in that gym. Nobody stared at me more than the head lifeguard on duty. It was like he was trying to figure out if there was any sort of regulation against my swimwear. Obviously, you're not allowed to swim naked, that's against regulations, but how much of a difference is there between naked and a few inches worth of cloth I was physically wearing? In the end, none of the lifeguards said anything, and I was happy to get in the water and get my shrink-wrapped plums out of the line of sight of several dozen eyeballs. When I tell you that this left nothing to the imagination, I mean it. Although, as I was doing my laps, I had to admit, it feels so much better swimming this way. It felt so free, like I was just me and the water and nothing between me and the sweet caress of Mother Nature. I felt like a dolphin just sliding through the water effortlessly. No friction, like a hot knife through butter. This is the way a man was meant to swim. Then, I climbed out of the pool and I realized why I had been feeling so free. My thong had slipped completely off and was floating somewhere in the middle of the pool. I stood there, my captain's mast on full display to men and women of all ages, and the next thing I remember is like 4 lifeguards' whistles blowing at the same time, and the nearest lifeguard throwing her towel on me and yelling at me to get out. And that's the story of how I'll never be returning to that gym ever again. Thanks, infographics. Alright, so other than marking yet another public place off the list of places I'm allowed to show my face at, how was my week wearing man thongs? Honestly, you kinda get used to it. The string up my cheeks really bothered me for a while, and then I kinda just got used to it. It really just sort of fades from your mind, although it does make you strangely sensitive to stimuli like the fabric of your jeans rubbing against the fabric of your thong in the front. Also, it turned the girlfriend into a total hornball. I don't think either of us knew about this secret fixation she apparently has with man thongs, but even though I won't be wearing them voluntarily ever again, and definitely not for swimming, I'm also going to hang on to them for, special events. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm pretty sure that the girlfriend is about to ask me to sign up for male stripping lessons. This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website, head over to wix.com/go/infographics2019 to try out one of their premium plans right now. Modern phones are great. Odds are right now that you're watching the show on a smartphone, and you probably have half a dozen apps all running in the background, waiting for you to switch to them with the flick of a finger. But do you really think you could live your life without your phone? How about just for 1 week? No texting, no Instagram, no net on the go. What would it be like to be disconnected from the world without a phone for a full week? Today, we're putting your favorite and our least important writer through another challenge for the sake of your curiosity. In Challenge, no phone for a week. Day 1. I actually remember life without cell phones. In fact, I didn't get my first cell phone until I was 18, shortly after I got out of basic training and finished all my initial military training schools. I remember how isolated we were from the world during basic, and then all the schools that came after. And I remember the shock of returning to the civilized world almost a year after. 2 things stood out the most. First, there were ads playing in movie theaters, and second, everyone had Blackberries that could browse the web on their phone. It literally felt like I had been away from the world for years. This challenge seems deceptively easy. How hard can it be to not have a phone for a week? After all, it's not like I'm on a total media blackout. I still have my laptop and my desktop at home. Nobody uses a phone for calls anymore, and if you are one of those people that insists on calling when you could just text, you're a terrible person. Calls are for emergencies only, and like big ones. Missing limbs or getting taken by Eastern European sex traffickers kind of stuff. Literally everything else can be texted. I digress though. Even if I wanted to call someone, I could just Skype from either of my computers. Browse the web, computer. Play games, computer. Email, computer. Honestly, this challenge is going to be a cinch. And it's kinda nice for once that infographics is giving me something easy to work with. I'll check in every few days, but honestly, this might be the easiest challenge yet. Nice to finally get an easy layup. Day 3. I underestimated this challenge. At first, I thought it would be no big deal. Anything that I can do on my phone, I can do on my laptop. From calling people to writing emails and even ordering food. But you know what? It's kind of a giant pain in the ass to do everything you could do from your phone on your laptop. I don't mean to sound super first world about this, but having to constantly go back to the laptop for everything from ordering food to sending an email is a serious pain. Without a phone, you suddenly remember just how boring life is. And I kind of feel sorry for those of you young enough to never have experienced the absolute drudgery that life is without being constantly connected. You really can't appreciate how good you have it. With no phone, you remember how terrible it is to sit in traffic and be forced to listen to music on the radio. Don't like the song they're playing? Sure, you can skip it in about 3.5 minutes. Not your style? No problem. Just flip to another station and hope they're playing something you actually like and that the reception is good. Finally find a station playing a song that you really dig, crank it up and sing along, then cringe as hard as you can when the ending gets chopped off for some inane commentary from some stupid radio DJ, especially in the mornings. Oh God, do I hate radio in the mornings. Morning shows are so stupid, and people who grow up wanting to be morning show DJs should be removed from the gene pool. Oh, and do you remember what commercials were? Don't worry, here's 10 minutes straight of commercials to remind you. Yeah, okay, this challenge is harder than I thought. Day 5. I've never realized how very boring and inane my life is. Well, I mean it isn't, I actually happen to enjoy my life, but I guess what I mean is that I never realized how much boringness pervades my day-to-day life. I went to the doctor today and I had to wait a solid half hour due to a scheduling mix-up. And predictably, all of the magazines were terrible. Who even reads golfing magazines anyway? It's like a rule that doctors carry only the most random and uninteresting magazines in the world, along with a bunch of celebrity trash rags. Anyways, the magazine sucked, so okay, no problem, I'll pull up Popular Mechanics on my phone. Wait, that's right, no phone, FML. What else could I do but read about the top 12 golf courses in the world? Which were all pretty, but isn't golfing just hitting a ball with a stick and trying to put it in a hole far away? What could possibly be so different about each course? Put some random windmills and robots and giant clown faces you have to shoot into, and then you've got my attention. Because golf sucks, but mini golf is awesome. That wasn't all though. I went to meet a client hiring me to do a script rewrite, and as usual, she was late because everybody in LA is always late everywhere. I reached for my phone and forgot no phone. Instead, I had a slip of paper in my pocket with her phone number just in case I had to call her when I got there. That's right, just in case something happened and I had to physically call her on a landline telephone from somewhere and let her know I'd be late. That statement sounds insane, but it used to be real life when I was growing up. Now, I'm not even sure that businesses have a physical landline anymore. I haven't carried numbers written on pieces of actual paper, I think in 20 years. I actually remember getting girls' numbers on slips of paper. That used to be a thing. And then you'd lose the slip of paper and you hated yourself forever. So I sat in the coffee shop waiting for my meeting, having literally nothing to do, and you know what I discovered? When you're sitting at a public coffee shop alone and doing nothing, not typing on a laptop, not watching something or texting on your phone, not listening to music, just sitting at your table doing absolutely nothing, you look like a serious creep. I kept catching people looking at me out of the corner of their eye, probably thinking things like, OMG, what is that weirdo doing sitting alone doing nothing? You know what? Growing up, people did that. And it was perfectly normal. They just went places, sat down, and enjoyed a drink and getting out of the house. Now, you get treated like a sex offender if you're not texting or watching something on a phone in public. Like, people can't trust you. You're an alien unless they know you're physically connected to the electronic world through your cellular umbilical. Or homeless, because one person actually left a quarter on my table as he passed by. What the hell have phones turned our world into? Although hey, free quarter. Day 7. Alright, I'll admit it. I'm an overprivileged first worlder that needs his gadgets to enjoy life. A week without a phone has been terrible and a lot more difficult and boring than I thought. It's weird to have to ask to use people's phones at businesses to make phone calls. People literally look at you like you're robbing them or like you're the weirdest person in the world. Yet, just years ago, this was a thing everybody did all the time. You'd walk into a shop and say, hey, can I use your phone to make a call? And they'd be like, sure, no problem. And that was it. Now you do that today and people's faces look like they think you're gonna molest them. So here's the thing. I've been through crap in my life. I've been deployed to some really tough places. I know I can handle life without a phone, no problem. I even enjoy camping and getting away from everything a few times a year. But just because I'm capable of doing that doesn't mean I don't want to enjoy maximum convenience and comfort when I can have it. That's the thing that pisses me off about people bemoaning us first worlders and our technology. We could easily live life without it, but there's nothing wrong with enjoying it if you do have it. One of my absolute pet peeves is when people post stupid memes on Facebook saying how everybody's too busy staring at their phones to talk in public anymore. That is 100% BS. Because if you look at photos from the past of people riding trains or being in public, you see everyone is reading a newspaper, sleeping, or just ignoring each other. People love to pretend like phones have somehow disconnected us from each other, as if in the past our everyday lives were filled with passionate public discourse and our crowded subways were modern Greek forums where everyday commuters discuss the finer points of art and philosophy with complete strangers. Nonsense. We tried to avoid talking to each other just as hard as we do today because people are terrible. It's just easier to do now and more enjoyable. Besides, everyone busy messing with their phone instead of talking to random strangers is actually engaging with people from all over the world over the internet, or speaking with their best friends via text messages. So if anything, we've become even more engaged in social situations where we have historically always ignored the crap out of everybody, just not with people around us, which again, we always ignored as hard as we could. Anyways, life without a cell phone is boring and full of drudgery. It's also very unproductive. There was a ton of work I didn't do because I didn't have my phone on me during the million lost minutes spent waiting places with nothing to do. I didn't find any spiritual enlightenment in the silence. No life-affirming truth about the nature of humanity or any other feel-good crap. I only found boredom. Keto diet, paleo diet, no-carb diet. The world is full of suggestions on how to get healthier and lose weight. But how are you supposed to know what's real and what's bunk? It's another challenge episode of the Infographics Show, and today we're going to help you on your quest to live healthier by once more using your favorite and our least important staff writer as a human guinea pig as we challenge him to drink his food through a straw for a whole week. Monday. Well, this is definitely a different type of challenge, and I can't say that I'm upset about that. The 30-day challenges can be kind of brutal and definitely take a toll on my personal life, and by comparison, doing a single week seems like a cakewalk. At least that's until I really started to think about the exact challenge. Drinking your food through a straw for a whole week? I'm not much of a nutritionist, so this is going to take some serious research to figure out how to drink my food and not starve to death. I've done fasts before for a day or two at a time, and typically the health nut girlfriend will fix all kinds of juices to get us through the fast, but I gotta admit that I'm always left feeling absolutely famished even after drinking a nice thick fruit smoothie. I guess I'm just hardwired for solid food. Fasts, by the way, turn out to have some pretty good health benefits. It's not just all new agey feel-good mumbo-jumbo, and evolutionarily they make a lot of sense. In the wild, you don't get to eat as regularly as we do in civilization, so everyone scoffing at the idea of a fast for health benefits is out of touch with reality. So I've decided to break this challenge up into days since I typically do weekly reporting. This time, I'll just report on my day-to-day meals and how I feel about not eating solid food. I have a little bit of a leg up since I've worked closely with a pretty well-known fitness model as her photographer and videographer, and have the benefit of her health knowledge rubbing off on me. She used to fast for up to 72 hours at a time, and would regularly eat liquid meals during her fast, so I'll be passing on some of her tips here in this challenge. Hopefully they'll be of help for anyone interested in recreating this challenge themselves, or just starting their own habit of fasting. Today, Monday, and tomorrow, I'll be following a medical liquid meal diet, which includes hot cereal with milk, soup, more soup, and oatmeal. This already sounds so boring, I want to kill myself. Wednesday and Thursday, I'll be drinking juices from a juice cleanse diet and a few bottles of Soylent, which you can order online as a meal replacement. Friday and Saturday, I'm going to be eating a milky rice thing that the girlfriend swears by and learned to make in Spain, consommé and yogurt. Sunday is the wild card, and I'm going to be trying the one thing that I know everyone watching this video is thinking of, eating an actual meal through a straw. In other words, I'm going to take real breakfast, lunch, and dinner options and put them in a blender and try to eat them. I expect this is going to be disgusting, and I am in no way looking forward to this, but I thought it only fair because, to be honest, even I'm curious about what that would be like. If I clicked on this video, I'd expect to see someone actually try this, and lucky me, I get to be the lab rat. I'm already gagging thinking about what it's going to be like, to be honest. Well, I'll see you guys in 2 days. Tuesday. I'm not as hungry as I thought I would be. Typically when the girlfriend and I do a monthly 2-day fast or something like that, I'm always starving because liquids just don't fill me up. Either she's the best liar in the world or she really honestly feels completely satisfied drinking just juices. She's insane. I thought that a liquid meal plan would basically mean I'd be starving all the time. But it turns out oatmeal, hot cereal, which I found it is different from oatmeal, and soup can be pretty filling. Then again, I made my oatmeal pretty thick and I got clam chowder and tomato soup. I was gonna go for chicken noodle, but there's no way I can slurp the noodles and the chicken up through a straw. And that's the main stipulation of this whole challenge. Sucking up the oatmeal alone was a task and a half, and I swear, I almost ruptured a lung trying. But then I got the idea to run olive oil through the straw first and it worked like a charm. Now I'm thinking about just buying a bigger straw. Pretty sure if I cut up steak small enough, I could suck it through a large straw. And no, that's not cheating. The rules specifically say that the food has to be drank through a straw. It's not my fault infographics forgot to stipulate how large the straw could be. So far, I feel fine, I guess. As far as the challenges go, this one's pretty easy. And for once, the girlfriend is relieved that the challenge isn't something ridiculous/dangerous and actually kind of healthy. Thursday, please send help. I am starving to death. The last 2 days have been the polar opposite of the first 2 days. Juices are terrible for filling you up. My body literally craves solid food, and I think it's actually eating itself. I always get like this during a fast, but I always tend to stuff my face immediately after the 48 hours are up, so I have something to look forward to. Typically, we end our fasts early in the morning after starting around 5 a.m. 48 hours prior. So I'll go for a huge breakfast burrito with bacon and ham on the side, or a giant waffle with syrup and lots of butter. Oh my god, I think I'm actually getting sexually excited thinking about solid food. Anyways, the point is having something to look forward to can help you endure a fast. But this time, I don't have anything to look forward to but another 3 days of liquid crap to drink up. I'm so hungry the dog is starting to look delicious. I honestly don't understand how people like yogis and monks can go for weeks just drinking nothing but juices. I need to immediately kill a wild animal and eat it raw. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go take my phone into the bedroom and lock the door while I look at pictures from a Denny's breakfast menu. Saturday. If anyone offers you milk rice or arroz con leche, immediately throw it in their face and run for your life, because that person is not your friend and is trying to hurt you. Knowing how poorly I always do with just juice and fruit smoothies during our fasts, the girlfriend made me the milk rice thing that she learned from Spain, thinking it would be solid enough to satisfy me. A for effort, but it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever tasted. I can't fathom how it was created. Seriously, bear with me here and imagine the following. Some guy is sitting in his medieval kitchen and staring at a sack of rice. Then he looks at a pitcher of milk, then the rice again, then the milk, rice, milk, milk, rice. And for some godforsaken reason, his primitive little brain decides this will be a pretty cool combination to try out. And millions of people agree. Rice does not belong with milk, ever. It doesn't even remotely ever come in contact or in the proximity of milk in the wild, and it is an abomination to combine the two. Sorry, I feel like this all-liquid diet is starting to wear on me, and I've developed an unreasonable hatred for milky rice. I still ate it both days the girlfriend made it though, because when you live with someone in a long-term relationship, you make those kind of sacrifices when they think they're doing something really nice and sweet for you, even if it kills your soul. You just grin and suck more milk rice through your straw. That's called love, folks. It's a stupid invention, but we're stuck with it. Also though, I gotta admit, I crave literally anything semi-solid, and the milky rice has the consistency of pudding, which makes me feel more full than juice ever did. Thank God, only 1 day left. Sunday. Today was a disaster beyond measure. Today was the day. D-Day. The day literally all of you have stayed tuned for. What it's like to drink a real meal through a straw. You think you know, you think you have some vague idea of how disgusting it would be to blend together a cheeseburger and then suck it up through a straw. You know nothing. You are ignorant to the pain and suffering that is life. I decided that this was the most important part of the challenge, and it was only fair to give it as good a try as possible. To that end, I went online and had a menu for breakfast, lunch, and dinner automatically generated on a meal planning website, and then let it randomly select a dish for me. My rules were simple. Whatever it selected, I would make. I would stick in a blender, and I would drink as much as I could. You think you know how disgusting this was. You know nothing. For breakfast, I was automatically assigned pancakes, a delicious treat of fluffy bread stacks topped with syrup and melting butter. If there's a meal more traditionally American than that, I don't know what it is aside from apple pie, I guess. Normally, pancakes are an absolute favorite of mine, a real treat that I look forward to and enjoy with all my heart. Today, pancakes were hell. I made them the way I normally do, even topped them with butter, which I let melt, and then poured syrup liberally all over them. Next, I took the delicious smelling stack of flapjacks and stuck them straight into the blender, set to the highest setting, and mixed. The pancakes turn into a brownish-whitish goop, which vaguely smells like syrup, but a bit like butter, and looks 100% like vomit. The first problem was immediately obvious. It was way too thick to suck through a straw, and I nearly had a coronary until the girlfriend suggested I water it down somehow. First, I tried just pouring more syrup in, but that barely did anything to dilute the thick sludge. Then I resorted to milk, and after another thorough blending, that did the trick. Let me tell you, it wasn't pleasant, but I did manage 2 mouthfuls before I had to quit. The smell and even the taste remind you you're eating pancakes, but the sludge in your mouth makes you think you're eating pancake vomit. For lunch, I randomly selected bean burrito, and I was more relieved than you can know. It almost felt like a cheat because, let's face it, a good bean burrito is already halfway to being drinkable with a straw. I fixed up the beans and rice, added sour cream, wrapped it in a flour tortilla, and into the blender it went. If the blended pancakes were awful, the bean burrito was actually not that bad. It was actually easier to drink up because the taste of the beans is so powerful. It really just felt like a thick bean paste, which I had to water down with salsa to make it easier to drink. I managed a few mouthfuls until I made the mistake of looking down at the beanie slushy I was drinking, which reminded me of drunk vomit, and I nearly lost it. Next was dinner. I don't want to talk about dinner. We shouldn't talk about dinner. Dinner was hell. I randomly selected a cheeseburger, which made me really happy because I'd kill for a cheeseburger right now. But then I remembered how I had to eat my cheeseburger. I was already pre-gagging before I was even done cooking it. I decided that fair was fair, so I made a cheeseburger and I topped it with lettuce, mistake, mayo, mistake, ketchup, mistake, and even some bacon strips, even bigger mistake. Then, you guessed it, into the blender it went. I almost ralphed the moment I saw this beautiful, amazing, delicious cheeseburger turn into a brownish, sludgy mix. There were streaks of different shades of brown, like a poop rainbow, and even before I sucked up some of it, I knew that this was the moment I would regret this stupid idiot challenge. I pressed on regardless, and the girlfriend watched me with her mouth slightly open, incredulous that I was actually gonna do it. She had bet me I wouldn't dare after I saw what the blended mess looked like. Well, I proved her wrong, sort of. The moment the meat sludge hit my mouth, I lost it. I puked up some juice I had in my stomach straight into the blender cup. And then the smell of the blended cheeseburger and fruity juice both hit my nose at the same time, and I ralphed again. The girlfriend went bright red on seeing me go a second time, and she ran away into the bathroom. I heard her dry heaving for a while afterwards. I can't even explain to you the mixture of taste and smell of blended meat, and I'm already gagging remembering it. That's it. My challenge is over, and I can finally go back to eating like a normal human being. For anyone curious, I did manage to lose 1.5 pounds, but was it worth it? No. I hate juice now, and I hate milk rice, and I hate whoever invented the blender. I'm starving but way too nauseous to eat, and I don't think I'll ever be able to smell a burger again without vomiting. Challenge over. The infographic show is proud to be working with Dollar Shave Club, and they helped make this video possible. So if you're in the, let's say, more mature end of our audience, you might remember the ads in the back of comic books for all the wondrous gadgets that were guaranteed to work. Except that no, they didn't work at all. From truth rings that would let you know when someone is lying to you, to the fabled X-ray specs, which would let you see people's underwear. There's probably no device that held more promise than hypnosis goggles, and there's very few processes more misunderstood than hypnosis itself. But does hypnosis really work? Can you really scramble someone's brains and make them obey your every command? That's what we're gonna find out as we try to manipulate the brain of your favorite and our least important staff writer in this new hypnosis challenge. Day 1. Okay, so this time I'm running 2 challenges simultaneously, though I won't mention the other one as that's for a different episode and has no bearing on this challenge. Bosses over at Infographics decided that 12 wasn't enough months in a year, so they got the genius idea of cramming 2 challenges together into the same month as long as the effects of one wouldn't detract from the experiences of the other. Morally ambiguous, but definitely ingenious on their behalf. This time, I'm going to be hypnotized to report on the effects of hypnosis, which means that 4 times a week I'll be going to a hypnotherapist who I guess will manipulate my brain. I'm not really sure what to expect here because I have absolutely zero experience with hypnosis, so as usual, I'm doing my research beforehand. Hypnosis apparently started back in the Hindu temples of ancient India, with people taking sick loved ones to temples where they hoped to be cured by hypnotic suggestion known as temple sleep. The procedure is exactly what you might guess it was. The individual slept overnight at the temple while communicating with the gods. Apparently, the gist was that sickness was in the mind, and the gods could tap into your brain and sort things out if If only you came to their temple first. They didn't make house calls, and the Wi-Fi outside the temple grounds must have been too bad to chat remotely. Then in the 1770s, knowledge of hypnosis came to the Western world, where it became all the rage amongst the Europeans. A guy named Frank Mesmer, who believed that all living creatures had what he called animal magnetism, started promoting the health benefits of hypnosis. And the French king was having none of that silly new agey crap, so he put together a medical board of inquiry which proved that animal magnetism had about as much effect as a placebo. It was all in the mind, they decided. From there, we have hypnosis and, sadly, magnetism still prescribed as a cure for literally everything that ails you, from weight loss to cancer to quitting smoking. If you need a behavior changed or something cured, wave a magnet over it or let someone hypnotize it out of you. Okay, so clearly I'm showing my true colors here in that I'm a bit of a skeptic, and don't take this too seriously. Well, that's what this challenge is all about. Can hypnosis really change my life? To find out, I'm going to challenge the hypnotherapist to try and rid me of my greatest addiction: French fries. I love French fries. See, you're hearing that sentence thinking to yourself, oh, he has a great like for French fries, but you're not actually understanding the words I'm saying. I love my girlfriend, she's the rock of my life, but I really love French fries. I would do anything for them. I'd probably even kill if they asked me to. Home-cooked French fries, fast food French fries, bad French fries, old French fries. It doesn't matter to me. I love them. I love them with ketchup. I love them with mayo. I would eat them in a box. I would eat them with a fox. I would eat them here or there. I would eat them anywhere. So tomorrow I start my first hypnosis session, and the therapist is challenged with trying to get me to stop loving French fries. Good luck. Though the girlfriend would love it because she knows how unhealthy they are for me. She's got her hopes pinned on this working, and I've bet her an entire week's worth of her making dinner that it won't. And the catch is that those dinners have to include French fries. Day 7. End of the first week, and I love French fries. I don't feel any different. If anything, I kind of feel like I'm craving them more than ever because of all the constant reminders that French fries are a thing. At the therapist, she has me lie down on a couch and slowly relax. She talks real soothingly to me, and the first time that this happened, I thought to myself that all the ASMR lovers out there would have a field day with this stuff. I gotta admit though, the atmosphere is pretty relaxing and the therapist is very soothing. There's no music and no watch swinging like a pendulum that I have to stare into, nor any spinning black and white spirals I have to hold my gaze on. It's just a couch, dim lighting, and her voice. She tells me to get into a deeply, deeply relaxed state and to clear my mind. And then she asks me to think about French fries. This part always makes me hungry. She asked me to concentrate on French fries, to smell them, to taste them, and to linger in the feelings that this brings up. Then she tells me to imagine that the French fries are rotting away and that I can taste the mushy staleness of them. She asked me to think about finding a month-old stepped-on French fry on the floor of the car and to feel it in my hands, to taste what it would taste like to eat it. Then she lifts me out of that and brings me back to the fresh, hot, delicious French fries, and then back to the stale, dirty, gross French fries. She'll do this 2 or 3 times, and then she tells me how from now on when I think about French fries, I'll think about the stale, gross taste of them and not the delicious, warm crispiness. Then she has me come out of my hypnosis by having me feel my limbs come back to life one by one, and at last she tells me to just open my eyes. That's it. No snap of the fingers, no magic word, no nothing. I just fantasize about French fries, then gross myself out over them over and over again, and I leave her office. 2 out of the 4 times I went to the hypnotherapist this week, I went straight to a fast food place and got an order of French fries. Still delicious. Looks like I'm winning this bet. Day 14. I guess you could consider my version of hypnotherapy pretty aggressive, given the fact that it has to fit within a 30-day challenge. Typically, these are supposed to drag out over 2 or 3 months, sometimes even as long as a year, and the therapist tells me that that's the best way to ease someone out of a deep addiction. With me though, I'm getting emergency hypnosurgery. I have to admit, I cannot think about the things the therapist makes me visualize when I think about French fries now. I still love them, I'm still eating them, and I'm still sure I'm gonna win this bet, but images of gross stepped-on French fries pop into my mind, and I kinda have to take a second. I told the girlfriend about this, and she just got this little smirk on her face and said, "It's working." Yeah, right, nobody is gonna mess with my mind that easily. I'm winning this, and I'll celebrate victory with fistfuls of French fries salted by my girlfriend's crocodile tears. Day 21. I've realized that on average I eat French fries about 3 times a week, either making my own or just ordering some while driving to random places. I don't like much fast food, but fries, well, they're fries. This week though, I didn't even realize I hadn't eaten any until the girlfriend brought me home a fresh, large serving of fries from the place right across the street. She told me that she had asked for them to be fresh and waited an extra 5 minutes for a new batch to be made. Then she looked at me with that same little smirk she gets when she's doing something devious and said, "I just wanted a little reminder that I love love you. At this point, all kinds of alarm bells and klaxons started going off in my head. I don't doubt she loves me. In fact, she's always on my case about food exactly because she loves me and wants me healthy, but this French fry offering, something wasn't right here. I took it, I smelled it suspiciously. I half suspected that she had seasoned it with some weird powder that would make me hate French fries, or I don't know. I just knew that something was wrong here. I ate about half, no big deal, same old French fries. No weird tastes, no weird smells, just same old delicious fries I always get. Then, once I hit that halfway mark, I didn't want to finish them. I felt full, even though I hadn't eaten anything, but more than that, I just felt bad. These last 2 weeks, the hypnotherapist has been asking me to imagine eating French fries and then imagine all the grease and oil inside them spreading throughout my body and slowing it down. Now, halfway through this serving of fries, I felt full and sluggish. Also, they didn't taste as good anymore. I knew I liked the way they tasted, but it just wasn't as good as it always had been. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I had to stop. I didn't want them anymore. What in the world is going on with my brain? Day 30. I concede defeat. Sort of. A full month of intensive hypnotherapy, and I honestly just don't find myself craving or loving French fries as much as I used to. Now when I drive by a fast food place and smell them in the air, I get a little bit, not queasy, but uncomfortable. I can't stop thinking about the way the hypnotherapist asked me to constantly imagine what it would feel like for the fat and oil inside them to spread across my body and saturate me completely. I have to admit, I was skeptical, suspicious, and more than a little flippant about this challenge, but I think it got me. I mean, I can rationally explain away the effects as nothing more than just having gross imagery and feelings reinforced on me over a 30-day period, and that my brain isn't actually hacked. But then again, isn't that exactly what hypnosis is meant to do? Modify your behavior? And how can my behavior not be modified when every time I think about French fries, I picture gross fat in my body, or imagine the taste of eating a month-old fry from the floor of my car? I'm confident this will fade now that I'm no longer being hypnotized 4 times a day, but I guess I can see now why hypnotherapy programs are meant to last for months or even a year or more, and are far more gradual. That kind of constant reinforcement really paves the way for some big changes. So I have to admit, hypnosis may work, and I definitely lost the bet between me and the girlfriend. So instead of her making me French fries for dinner every day for a week, now I have to make her dinner every day for a week, which is convenient because unless it's raw fruits and vegetables, she can't cook worth a damn. You know that terrible feeling of trying to do something with your non-dominant hand? Maybe you're a righty like most of the world and you're trying to throw a ball with your left hand, only to wind up embarrassing yourself as your throw comes up about 20 yards too short. Trying to use your non-dominant hand sure is hard and awkward, but what about trying to use no hands at all? Once again, we're turning to our staff lab rat and challenging him to find out the answers to things we think about all the time, but don't feel like discovering ourselves. Now get ready for our newest challenge, can't use my hands for 72 hours. Challenge start. Alright, this one's different, and not just because, as usual, it's going to make my life very, very difficult, although on second thought, guess that's not that different, but because this time the challenge comes with incentives. A while ago, I mentioned that infographics was turning my challenges into a sort of crazy, weird Japanese game show, and this challenge is no different. I have 5 cash incentives to undertake 5 different mini challenges, and for each one I complete, I get $200. So that's an extra grand on top of my regular salary for each challenge I complete. How hard could it be? Well, I'm not gonna lie, some of these are gonna be tough, but you're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. So, okay, first things first, I can't use my hands for anything, which means I'll be relying on the girlfriend for most things, like feeding me, dressing me, opening the front door, walking the dog. Yeah, it's all hands on deck, or maybe just her hands on deck for this challenge. A good thing for that extra $1,000 on the line. Guess in a way infographics is sort of paying her salary too, because she's gonna have to be deeply involved. So I got a pair of padded handcuffs for this challenge because I've used regular handcuffs out in the real world plenty in my old life, and let me tell you, they hurt bad if you lean on them the wrong way or get jerked around. You can easily break a wrist as well, so I'll be wearing cuffs with some padding. Getting dressed was pretty much as hard as I thought it would be. I'm a simple guy. I like clean jeans with a simple solid white or black t-shirt and a nice but comfortable pair of leather shoes. It's a simple style, but have you ever tried to put jeans on without hands? It's basically impossible. The t-shirt was also completely impossible, and I had to slip out of those handcuffs so the girlfriend could feed my arms into the shirt. I pretended to be an ancient king, and I called her my wench and maidservant as she was putting my pants on, which earned me the dirtiest look in the world and the privilege of eating my cereal on my own. Oh, she poured the cereal for me and even the milk, but then dropped the bowl in front of me and said, "Now you can be your own wench," and just walked away. You know what's hard? Eating cereal without a spoon and no hands. It was basically a gross, loud slurping affair, and I almost drowned/choked to death after inhaling a Cheerio that went down my windpipe, quickly followed by some milk. Despite me choking to death and the fact that with my hands cuffed behind my back I couldn't possibly give myself the Heimlich maneuver, the girlfriend just looked over her shoulder at me from the couch and shrugged her shoulders. After my coughing fit, I asked her if she would have seriously let me choke to death just because I called her my wench while she was dressing me, and she very calmly said, "Not to death, I'd just let you pass out for a bit." And that, dear audience, is true love. Okay, first challenge of my no hands challenge. Grocery shopping, but I have to do it alone. The girlfriend can't come with me. Luckily, there's a grocery store just a few blocks from our house, so getting there wasn't a problem. I think infographics thought this would be a great way to get me to shop, clenching a shopping basket in my teeth and using my feet to knock products off the shelf. But you know what? Infographics severely underestimated me, and they underestimated the greed of the Girl Scouts. Before I left the house, I had the girlfriend tuck $40 into my shoe along with my debit card. I figured I'd find someone and pay them to do the grocery shopping for me. Now, in order to not look like a total freak, I didn't wear the handcuffs in public. I just stuck my hands in my pocket and kept them there. When I got there, I spotted a troop of Girl Scouts between 10 and 16 years old peddling their cookies like street corner drug dealers. You ever run into Girl Scouts selling cookies? They are aggressive in their sales pitches, and that's the kind of greed I was counting on. I managed to talk to one of the older girls off on the side and showed her the money in my shoe, telling her she could keep all the $40 for herself if she just helped me buy a few things in the store. I explained I couldn't use my hands because of an internet challenge thing, doing my best to make it sound believable, even though it was of course not a lie. Still, you try to convince a stranger you're not a pervert or a crazy person when you ask them to do your shopping for you and to reach into your shoe for money. The teenage girl looked incredibly skeptical, but I could tell she wanted that $40. On a side note, this whole thing probably looked real shady. But she agreed, and I put my foot up on a picnic table so she could grab her money and my debit card. I guess she could have run off right then and there, but she didn't, so kudos to you Girl Scouts for instilling good values in your troops. Though maybe do a better job on the whole not talking to strangers thing. 20 minutes later, grocery shopping was done, and some teenage girl was $40 richer, and I was walking home with a reusable tote bag of groceries in my teeth. I'm not a complete idiot, so I made sure we didn't buy anything heavy. I don't feel like having half the teeth in my mouth ripped out. Of course, I did also forget the girl still had my debit card, so the girlfriend had to drive over in a hurry to retrieve it after I got home. Alright, first challenge done, $200 richer, or I guess technically $160 richer. Not bad for an hour's work. I was feeling plucky, so I decided to take on the second mini challenge. Do my laundry, all of it. That sounds simple, right? What's so hard about doing laundry? Well, next time you go to do your laundry, imagine doing all the steps without your hands. Luckily, we have a washer and dryer unit in our apartment, and the washer happens to be one of the front-loading ones, not the top-loading ones, which would have been all but impossible. First, I had to drag our laundry basket to the laundry area, which is tucked in a large walk-in closet in our kitchen. I basically had to bite down on the edge of the basket and just drag it along the hallway. I swear I'm gonna lose a tooth by the end of this. After a very long struggle, I managed to get the basket into the laundry room, and by now I had started using my feet a lot. I kind of have a monkey grip with my toes, so opening the washing machine doors wasn't that hard. Putting the clothes in was a different matter altogether though, and eventually I had to use my teeth again. And let me tell you, there's nothing more gross than loading a bunch of sweaty exercise clothes from you and your girlfriend into a washing machine by mouth. The soap was a problem. We used liquid soap, so I had to unscrew it by smashing it against the machine with my body and then using my teeth to twist open the top. Then I realized I'd never be able to pour the soap into the lid to get an accurate measurement, so I just sort of grabbed the handle with my teeth and splashed soap into the machine. This naturally got soap everywhere, not just the machine, leaving our little laundry room a soapy, slippery mess upon which I would probably slip and fall straight onto my butt. Good news, though, was that the laundry was in, soaped up along with me and everything else, and starting it was as simple as using my feet to kick the selector dial, then push the start button. At this point, the girlfriend who had been listening to all the commotion walked in and immediately facepalmed, realizing she'd had to clean up the mess. A half hour later, I used my feet and teeth once more to move the clothes from the washer to the front-loading dryer and started up that bad boy. Then it was as simple as biting the clothes and dragging them back into the hamper, at which point I decided I had enough of the household chores and collapsed on the couch exhausted. Second challenge done, another $200 earned, and all it took was splashing laundry soap all over the floor and washing machine and me nearly breaking my coccyx. Alright, by this time it was time for a late lunch, and this meant the girlfriend had to feed me. We'd have made amends over the breakfast incident, but she thought it'd be funny to feed me like I was 3 by pretending the food was a truck or an airplane. I'm so glad we don't shoot this show live action because I'd never allow for this to be published for the world to see. I decided to take it easy on challenges for the rest of the day and hit up Challenge 3 first thing on day 2. Challenge 3 was, well, unusual and more of a challenge for the girlfriend than for me. You ready? Challenge 3. Do your girlfriend's makeup and go outside together. Yep, I had to do her makeup without using my hands. To say that this ended in disaster would be an understatement. Now, I know nothing about makeup, so I had to follow her lead. Luckily, the girlfriend doesn't like to wear much makeup, but that doesn't mean that this ended up any less a nightmare. First, it was moisturizer for her face to prepare for the rest of the makeup, as she put it. How do you apply moisturizer without any hands? Well, I licked it, getting a glob on my tongue, and then I licked it all onto her face, all over her face. She was basically ready to quit right then and there, but I reminded her that $200 was on the line, and I swore she could have every dollar. By the way, moisturizer tastes terrible. Next was the primer, which I guess helps makeup stay on longer. Either way, it's a lot like moisturizer, so you guessed it. Onto the tongue it went and then straight onto her face. Primer also tastes terrible. For someone I kiss and make out with regularly, the girlfriend sure was making a fuss about me licking all over her face, and I think our dog was confused since he typically isn't allowed to lick people. I mean, it's okay if he licks us, we just don't want him to learn to lick so much that he does it to everyone who comes over. Either way, he was clearly getting mixed signals here. Alright, next was foundation, which the girlfriend warned me to use only a little because I don't need much and it's very expensive. So I grabbed her brush with my teeth and started painting her face with it, getting foundation literally everywhere. Her mouth, her eyes, her hair, myself, yeah, everywhere. The girlfriend banned me from touching her very expensive concealer after that, so we went straight to the eyes. First there was eye paint stuff, I forget what it is, but basically it was the same story as the foundation. Brush in mouth, then start painting. Only it's kinda hard to be precise. So while I tried to give her sexy smoky eyes, instead I gave her sexy smoky eyes, forehead, cheeks, and nose. Next was her lashes, using that weird brush thing again. I forget what it's called. But this one ended with me practically poking out both her eyes, so we cut that short, like only half her lashes fluffed up and looking all sexy. Lipstick was next, and if you don't think that went disastrously, then you clearly haven't been paying attention. I meant to give her a sexy shade of red and ended up making her look like the Joker. Again, it's very hard to be precise when you're using only your mouth to apply products. So the girlfriend, who had not been allowed to look in the mirror until now, promptly took one look in the mirror and practically screamed. Then she realized how much of her very expensive makeup I had wasted and screamed for real. She flat out refused to leave the house and immediately marched off to take a shower. Challenge most definitely failed. And I also think I owe her most of what I'm making off this challenge. Alright, the next challenge was a solo challenge, and I figured I could do this one without causing another disaster. More of a physical challenge. It was simple: swim 100 meters with no hands. This one reminds me of my old days in the military, and swimming without the use of your hands is something we all had to learn to do, so needless to say, I was pretty confident about this one. I slapped on the handcuffs and had the girlfriend, who wasn't yet speaking to me, help me into a pair of shorts, and into the pool I went. With the girlfriend acting as judge, we measured our apartment complex's pool, which is actually pretty big for our little block of apartments, and determined that 4 laps, going from one end to the other and back again being 1 lap, would be pretty close to 100 meters, the Olympic standard. Swimming without the use of your hands is actually not that difficult. You just have to learn to use your feet like flippers, and it helps to keep them pressed together so you have more surface area. Also, there was no time limit, so I could take my time. I was starting on lap 3 when I realized that I might have trained to do this in the past, but I was definitely not in the same physical fitness level as I was back then. I mean, I'm in good shape, but like back in those days, we were practically all in Olympic athlete shape, which apparently is exactly the level of fitness you need to complete a 100-meter swim without your hands, because I started to what I like to call gracefully drowning as I refused to give up. The girlfriend called it plain old drowning and jumped in to drag me to the side of the pool, cussing me out for being hard-headed and refusing to quit even when my head was more under the water than above it. So yeah, challenge failed. 2 for 4. Not great. I took the rest of the second day off to recover from my near drowning, and dinner was slightly less humiliating because we had soup, which I could mostly drink through a large straw. Alright, day 3, and I gotta tell you, I was stoked for the last challenge. This one was simple, or at least supposed to be. Fix a full meal with no hands. It was a great way to say thank you to the girlfriend for putting up with me the last 3 days, or at least it was supposed to be. It predictably became a disaster. I decided on something simple: mac and cheese. cheese. I make a great homemade cheese sauce using butter, 3 different types of cheese, and milk. But getting it all into a mixing bowl with no hands was challenging. I ended up dropping the milk, spraying half a gallon of milk all over the floor and our clothes, and promptly did the same thing with the box of macaroni I was trying to pour into the pot. At this point, the girlfriend stepped in and said, "Challenge over," and that she wasn't cleaning up this mess. So I guess Challenge 5 failed, along with the challenge overall, because she was serious about challenge being over. Instead, I spent the evening cleaning the kitchen, though I did end up making macaroni and cheese the right way using my hands. They say a way to a man's heart is through his stomach. But believe me, the same goes for women, because as annoyed as the girlfriend was for me basically destroying our house, nearly drowning and wasting tons of her expensive makeup, once she had some hot, warm, gooey goodness in her belly, she was very forgiving. This episode is brought to you by Dashlane. Try Dashlane Premium free for 30 days at dashlane.com/infographics. And never forget another password and keep all your online accounts secure. Numerous studies have shown that rich people tend to have better or more positive habits than poor people. And in some areas, the difference is so statistically significant that we can't help but wonder what impact changing your habits could have on your life. Could eating better food and setting goals for yourself really get you from reading Word Up magazine to having Salt and Peppa and Heavy D in the limousine? Once more, we're turning to our favorite lab rat and really hoping that this challenge doesn't somehow place him out of our price point for insane challenges. In our new challenge episode, try rich people habits for a month. Day 1. Typically, infographics challenges involve some level of danger or health hazard, so try and imagine how surprised I was to discover that the latest challenge is actually something to potentially improve my life. Makes me deeply suspicious. But I read and reread the challenge outline and yeah, seems pretty legit. All I have to do is basically change my personal habits to those of a rich person for a month and see how that changes things. The girlfriend is pretty excited about this one. She's all about self-improvement, so anything that's about building yourself up and making yourself better or getting healthier, she's all gung-ho for. Honestly, she's probably the reason why I'll live past 40. So I did some research to discover which habits I'll need to amend, and these are the big ones I saw as things wealthy people do that most of the rest of us don't. Number 1, no eating junk food. Though recent studies into the issue show wealthy Americans eat more junk food than we've been led to believe, I'm going to limit myself to a weekly average of 300 calories a day. I'm not sure you can go to any fast food restaurant in the world and get one meal that's under 300 calories. Pretty sure that the smell of French fries alone is like 250 calories. So I'm guessing that this is data collected over an entire week's worth of eating. That seems reasonable, I guess. With the girlfriend being the Heimlich Himmler of modern health Nazism, I don't get to eat that much junk food anyway. This won't be a difficult habit to stick to, though when I was single, it would have been a different story. Number 2, goals. Rich people have goals and stick to them, working toward them with all due diligence. Apparently 80% of wealthy people do this and only 12% of the poor do it. I guess that makes sense. You're not going to become CEO if you don't have goals. This one might be harder for me to adopt because I tend to be very free-flowing in my lifestyle. I have some overarching goals, but nothing finite and super specific. Guess this will be a good habit to try out. Number 3, exercise. Apparently, poor people exercise 50% less than wealthy people. Well, that figure also doesn't take into account that poor people typically have a great deal more stress in their life than wealthy people. Taking time out to exercise when raising kids and working both a full-time and a part-time job is just not realistic for most people. Honestly, this statistic hit me as being a bit elitist, but it's a rich people habit, so I'll have to do it. Of course, I regularly exercise anyway, so honestly, this won't be that difficult to do. Number 4, audiobooks and non-fiction reading. Okay, so this one is self-explanatory, I guess. Most wealthy people listen to audiobooks during their downtime, such as commutes to and from work, and spend plenty of time reading non-fiction books. Personally, I don't listen to audiobooks because I much prefer to read them myself, and I read both fiction and non-fiction books pretty voraciously. This is so I can stay informed on the vast variety of topics jobs like the infographics requires, but also because I like to be informed, period. The smarter you are, the more successful you're going to be, so I can totally see how this habit is beneficial for building and maintaining wealth. Guess I'll have to pick up an audiobook habit then. Number 5, to-do list. Okay, now this one I already hate. Like I mentioned before, I prefer to keep my life kind of free-flowing, and I've never ever in my life made a to-do list. Yet most rich people have to-do lists versus only around 19% of the poor. Again, totally makes sense and totally not my cup of tea. The girlfriend makes to-do list for literally everything. I make fun of her and ask her if she's going to to-do list our vacations when we have a getaway together. She's tried to get me to do this myself, and I've flat out refused for years, probably why she's far more successful than me, to be honest. You know how God has a sense of humor? He makes complete opposites fall madly in love. Number 6. Lastly, the final habit I'll be adopting or tweaking will be volunteering. Apparently, volunteering is proven to increase happiness, which directly improves just about everything in your life. I actually already volunteer with teenagers suffering from sexual assault and mentor one kid one-on-one. I sneak in other bits of volunteering here and there, but for this month, I'll try to make a greater focus of it and see how it affects me. So there we go, 6 habits to work on, and then maybe in a month's time I can march straight into the infographics and demand more money for my sufferings. I wonder if they thought about how this challenge may backfire on them. Day 7. Week 1 done and dusted. It was kinda weird to shake up my life and try to incorporate all of these things into my daily routine, but I guess after over a year of infographics challenges, I'm kinda used to the random chaos, so adapting wasn't that difficult. To start off, I began waking up earlier than usual because I read somewhere that rich people start their day early, like really early. I'm talking like 5 o'clock early. That's been a nightmare because I typically wake up early just long enough to kiss the girlfriend goodbye as she leaves and then go back to sleep until the dog wakes me up because he has to poop. That's the best thing about my job. You make your own schedule. So I've been getting up early and eating a healthy breakfast instead of my Smacks or Raisin Bran I love so much because both are loaded with sugar. That means fresh fruit, oatmeal, and other random and completely bland things that oatmeal people with no discernible pulse eat. You know, healthy stuff. Okay, I might trash it, but after a week, honestly, I do feel a bit more energetic in the morning. And even though I love sleeping in, I also hate to admit it, but I'm being more productive. I stepped up my volunteering and on top of my mentoring, started doing Meals on Wheels 3 times a week. Basically, you deliver hot meals to seniors who can't really leave the house, or who perhaps don't have much of an income or family to support them. I'm not gonna lie, this was huge for me. I've met the sweetest old ladies living home alone and it's really tugged at my heartstrings. Still reading as much as normal, but picked up audiobooks, which I totally hate. I listen to them during my downtime, so when I drive somewhere or if I take the dog on a long walk. I guess for some people, audiobooks are a great way to inform yourself while being busy throughout your day, and obviously being informed is going to make you more successful. But for me, first of all, I hate hearing another narrator speak out loud a book. It's just weird to me. And second, during my downtime, I've spent that time listening to music, which for me has traditionally been one of the ways I really boost my creativity. As a writer and a photographer, I need to let my mind wander into random, strange, weird places, and music is amazing for that, especially Monster Magnet. Every human should listen to Monster Magnet. But that's not the challenge, so I listened to audiobooks instead. I picked up Obama's Wars as an audiobook to learn more about the behind the scenes of the conflicts during his presidency, some of which affected me directly. It was definitely interesting and, as always, informative. During my regular reading time, which is also part of Rich People's Habits, I've been reading the memoirs of Nikita Khrushchev, former Soviet premier. It's interesting to see the Cold War from a totally different standpoint, and honestly, anyone who never bothered to learn past a single viewpoint is a fool. Day 14. Okay, this week I really focused on my to-do listing as well as goal setting, which was really annoying. I hate breaking down my days or even writing down goals. I mean, I definitely have goals in mind for what I want to accomplish, but I don't ever write them down or break it down into a step-by-step instruction or objectives. So I sat down with a girlfriend who makes lists for literally everything, and we broke down my goals for the rest of 2019 and 2020. I have a new art show I've been putting together and a major script I've been working on that's all my own, not a commissioned work. So we broke down step-by-step how and when each of those things was going to get done. For the show, we broke down exactly what I needed, how many photo shoots I'd have to do, when I'd start casting, etc., etc. It was driving me nuts. I honestly hate planning so damn much. Like I said, totally free-flowing over here. Because you know who made and loved lists? Hitler and the Nazis. I even had to sit and make daily to-do lists, which made the entire experience like pulling out teeth. I wake up every day and I have literally no idea what I'm going to do with my life that day. I mean, I know that I have due dates for this script and that script, or I have to prepare for this shoot or that shoot, but it's all just like up in the ether as far as when I'll do what. It drives my secret Nazi girlfriend insane, and she can't even figure out how I get anything done. Yet I do, and that's my point. Listen, rich people may make lists and plan out goals, but you don't have to live like they do. Some people are free-flowing, but I guess you have to be really honest with yourself and ask, are you not making to-do lists and writing down goals because you're a free-flowing person who still manages to be successful, or are you just being lazy? Day 21. I cheated on the challenge. I couldn't take it anymore and I drove myself to In-N-Out while I was home alone. And I think I ate more calories than can fit in a normal human being. I'm supposed to average less than 300 calories of junk food a day, which includes things like candy, sweets, not just fast food. And I'm pretty sure I ate a month worth of double-doubles and animal-style fries. Other than my brief slip-up, hey, nobody's perfect. The challenge wears on. In some areas, I can genuinely see how some of these habits could be of benefit. Waking up early and eating better in the morning really does make me feel better. And, well, while I always did regular exercise, I know that not doing it can really lower your self-esteem and your energy levels. Being a couch potato is not conducive to a great life. Trust me, I did, after all, do a challenge on it. But other habits are driving me insane. Making a to-do list every day drives me bonkers. Instead of feeling more focused and like I get more done, I feel constrained and uninspired. I hate seeing that little slip of paper saying what I should or should not have done throughout my day. Screw you, to-do list. You don't own me. I'm a free man. The goal setting, I guess, was good, even though I hate to admit it. Getting an idea down of some practical steps to take in some of my goals was not a bad thing, and actually helped me focus on them a bit more. But not when it comes to my writing. I'm supposed to have a set amount of pages done every day for the script. I'll be shopping around town when it's done, and that's just not happening. My own manager has tried countless times to get me to set these kind of goals, and sorry, but I just don't work that way. Some days I'll write a single page, other days I have literally spent from sunrise to sundown writing, even ignoring meals. The girlfriend really hates those days, because it makes her worried about my health. And I love her for how she always brings me food but doesn't try to interrupt me. You can't cage inspiration, man. Day 30. Challenge completed. And honestly, when I reflect on everything that's happened over the last month, it wasn't all that terrible an experience, at least not compared to some of the other monthly or weekly challenges. I'm still psychologically recovering from spending 24 hours in a tub. So some parts of the challenge stuck, others not so much. Honestly, I think that rich people's habits can be great and definitely see the merit in a lot of them. But ultimately, you're your own person. What works for some people may not work for you, and you should embrace that. But like I said in a previous week, just be honest with yourself and admit if you're being lazy or not. The to-do lists can go straight to the deepest depths of hell and stay there. I have literally nothing else to say on the matter. Planning out my goals, though, has actually not been a bad thing. With my writing, it's impossible, but other goals are definitely more manageable. I think if you primarily work as an artist, whether that's writing, painting, photography, acting, or anything else artistic, it's definitely harder to pin down goals, because typically you have a different rhythm that doesn't really mesh well with overly detailed goal lists. But I know from personal experience that not having goals is also dangerous. Leaving everything a little too freeform can be a great way to get lazy or just fail outright. Keeping your motivation can be so difficult, especially if you're just starting out as a writer, actor, or anything else that isn't really a typical 9-to-5 job. I think the one habit I'll be sticking with for sure is the increased volunteering. I've grown to love my time with Meals on Wheels. Some of those elderly people are really incredibly lonely, and the Meals on Wheels volunteers are the only people they get to see on a daily basis. It actually made me really sad to discover this. This week, me and the girlfriend went to have an afternoon tea with one of the ladies on my route and just pay her a visit, and she was so excited and happy to have company over. Of all the habits I picked up or improved on, I can't recommend volunteering your time enough. Find a cause that jives with you and go for it. Make someone else's life a little better for a day, and you'll be surprised how it makes yours better too. Also, I'm officially asking for a raise. Sorry, infographics, but you did this to yourself. This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website, head over to wix.com/go/infographics2019 to try out one of their premium plans right now. Makeup. It's a girl's best friend. Nothing can boost a woman's self-esteem quite like having her makeup on point, and nothing can ruin it faster than a botched makeup job. While we here at the Infographics Show believe that all women are beautiful with or without makeup, we were curious what life is like when you have to wear makeup every day. We could have easily assigned this job to one of our female writers, but our corporate research team did some focus groups and discovered that there would be absolutely 0.0% fun in doing that. So once again, we're tasking your favorite and our least important staff writer with finding out what life with makeup is like in this challenge episode. I wore makeup for a day. Start of day. I think I said in one of these episodes before that I stopped being surprised at the challenges that the Infographics Show tosses out at me, but I stand very corrected. Honestly, I'm not even sure what the appropriate response is to this new challenge. I opened up my email and saw that there was a new challenge, and the attachment simply read, "Find out what wearing makeup is like." A million questions ran through my mind, like, I don't know, why don't you just ask literally any random girl? Infographics can do a 10-minute video on serial killers or how to protect the earth from an alien invasion, but they can't just interview a girl about makeup? Clearly, this would be too easy, and not nearly as entertaining as forcing me, of all people, to wear makeup in public. Why are you people watching this show? It's run by sadists. Speaking of sadists, I'm starting to suspect that the girlfriend is in cahoots with the infographic show's bosses, because when I told her about the challenge, she started laughing hysterically and then got really excited. She said she couldn't wait to do my makeup, and then ran off a million different ideas she had for how to do it, and then finally just said, "You know, I always thought you'd make a pretty girl." And that's the story of how in 5 seconds flat she completely emasculated me. So there's literally no research to do here, so I'm not going to bother. The job is simple. I'm gonna let my girlfriend do my makeup because I have literally no idea how to do it or what goes where, and then, well, I'll go about my day as normal. The girlfriend's been in a few fashion shows, and she used to be a model for the cover art of those really awful cheesy romance novels that are basically porn for older women, so she knows what she's doing, even though she typically wears little makeup in her day-to-day life. I thought it would be only fair to do the challenge on a day I'm not going to spend lounging around the house, so I'll run the same errands I would have had to do on a normal day. I'm already seriously dreading this, but on the plus side, Los Angeles is a really open-minded place, so in all honesty, I suspect that I'm not really going to get too many weird looks out here. A guy in full makeup is, well, not normal, but not really all that out of the normal here. Unfortunately, we don't live in West Hollywood though, where men in full makeup are pretty much par for the course. I would have completely fit in there, and literally nobody would have thought it even remotely out of the ordinary. So I guess I'll see you guys at the end of the day with my report. End of day. Well, this day was definitely one of the most interesting of my life. And before I say anything else, let me just say this to the lady fans of the infographics show. I'm sorry. Honestly, I had no idea the hassle you go through every day to put on makeup and to keep it fresh, and then all the cleaning at night so your face doesn't break out into a hot mess from the leftover makeup. I never knew. Now, onto my day. As I said earlier, I let the girlfriend do my makeup because that only makes sense. I warned her though to be subtle, and I think she half heard me through the giant grin on her face and the constant, very delighted and slightly evil giggling. She kept me away from a mirror while she worked, and it took her half an hour to get me ready. She broke out into hysterical laughter at least a dozen times throughout, but then at the end, just before she let me look in the mirror, she got serious and said, "Wow, you'd be a hot girl." And that's when I finally got to look in the mirror. I'm very glad that infographics is an animated show, because honestly, I don't think I could get paid enough for someone to post my photo in full makeup in a video with tens of thousands, possibly even hundreds of thousands of views. Anyways, I looked, well, I guess the only word is stunning. I mean it, I barely recognize myself. And if I had shaved and maybe was in a dimly lit room and had longer hair, I don't know, maybe I'd be attracted to myself. It literally kills me to say this, but the girlfriend might have been right. I've always had long eyelashes, and the makeup makes them absolutely pop. They look gigantic now. I feel like every time I blink, I sweep the floor with them. The girlfriend has always told me how jealous she was of my eyelashes, and now I see why. For my lips, she decided that a lighter pink was more my color. She said I definitely wouldn't be a femme fatale with ruby red lips. And even though I know this is wrong in every possible way, I have to admit that it kind of bruised my ego to know that I couldn't be a femme fatale. Instead, she told me that I made a much better girl next door, innocent and sweet. She told me if I wore a long sleeve shirt and hid my tattoos, then for sure some creepy old man would hit on me today. I don't even know how to process that statement, other than to say that my girlfriend was enjoying this way too much. She gave me some subtle blush on my cheeks after laying down a foundation, of course. I've got a pretty normal face, but just like anyone, I've got my imperfections, and the foundation made my face look smooth as a baby's bottom. I gotta admit, looking like you have perfectly smooth skin really does give you a tiny little lift to your self-esteem. I guess I'm starting to get this whole makeup thing. Of course, then there's blush on your cheeks and the painted lips, and you remember that you're a regular bloke who looks like a lady and your self-esteem disappears. For my eyes, she gave me some lighter eyeshadow so it would complement my lips, and then she told me that I needed to wear light cream colors today so my makeup would match my outfit. I reminded her that she's dating a guy whose wardrobe consists primarily of plain black or white t-shirts, and she recommended I wear one of her blouses instead. I recommended she stick her head in the blender. I had warned her that there would be no pictures allowed today, but she immediately snapped one as soon as I was done looking in the mirror. I ended up chasing her around the house, the dog going crazy and barking at us as I tried to wrestle her phone away from her. Finally, I full-blown tackled her to the ground and she was laughing so hard she couldn't hold on to the phone. And that's when I saw that she had already posted it to Instagram. I tried to delete it, but she managed to steal it back and then locked herself in the bathroom, laughing her head off as I could hear her phone blowing up with texts from friends commenting on the pic. From there, my day didn't get much better. I had to go to the post office, the grocery store, and the pet food store today, so I got on with my day. I immediately started getting looks the moment I stepped out of my apartment. And one of the first faces I ran into was that of my landlord. I've lived in the same apartment for 7 years, and this kindly older man knows everything about me and my life. He said good morning out of reflex and then just sort of stood there, shocked. The next thing he asked was, "Are you and your girlfriend still together?" I assured him that we were and just told him it's a work thing, trying to push to rest his fear that we had broken up and that I had gone off the deep end. At the grocery store, I got plenty of looks, but predictably it turns out nobody really cares that much in Los Angeles. In fact, I had actually felt judged for exactly the wrong reasons. I was wearing what I considered to be iconic me, blue jeans and a black t-shirt, but I couldn't stop getting the girlfriend's words out of my head. "You have to wear cream colors with this makeup." I actually started feeling stupid for not matching my outfit with my makeup, and instead of being judged for wearing a girl's makeup, I felt judged for wearing girl's makeup and looking like total crap. I don't even want to get into the psychology of what was going on there, but the feeling only got worse as the day went on, and I swear, I almost went back home and changed. At the post office, I got a really long, very severe look from the guy behind the counter. This was an older man and definitely not one of the more enlightened residents of Los Angeles. I thought for a moment he would kick me out or refuse me service, and I got worried about seeing the uglier, more hateful side of people. But I think he was just more shocked than anything. And maybe it's just in my head, but I swear he looked down at my outfit and then back up at my makeup disapprovingly. Back outside on the street, I definitely did run into the more ugly side of people. As I was walking my dog, a car full of younger kids, probably in their teens, drove past me and two of them leaned out the window yelling all kinds of expletives YouTube doesn't let us say, then calling me a fairy. I really dislike bullies, and even though I'm a really laid-back guy, whenever I see someone getting bullied, my blood runs red hot. But you know what? This time, I just laughed. My entire day was one long, ridiculous affair. My beautifully made-up face was gracing my girlfriend's Instagram with a few tens of thousands of followers, and I'd been getting stares all day. At this point, nothing could touch me anymore. I was bulletproof. So instead of hating those kids, I just laughed. For anyone watching, remember that you can't control how people treat you, but you can control how you feel about it. So, I don't even know what my recap should be. What did I learn from this? If you're a regular bloke wearing makeup for a full day is pretty humiliating, but in a weird way I feel it's kind of good for you. Once you get laughed at or stared at a few times, you realize that people's opinions don't really matter. And that is a message for our lady fans too. I realize the pressure we put on you as a society to wear makeup, and I realize today what a pain in the ass it can be to apply makeup and keep it from making you look like a clown as the day goes on. But you know what? You're beautiful already, and touching up some blemishes here and there is not a bad thing. But I hope none of you feel obligated to wear a painted up face every day for our sake. As a guy, trust me, our opinions aren't worth it. We're mostly just happy that you're paying attention to us in the first place. We here at the Infographics Show believe that good work should be rewarded. And yes, we've heard you calling for your favorite lab rat, our least necessary writer, to be sent to Hawaii. We figured, sure, after a year of challenges, he's certainly earned a nice break. So today we're listening to you, the fans, and sending our #1 guinea pig on some much-deserved R&R. Day 1. I can't believe I'm sitting on a plane about to take off for Hawaii. And it's all because of you, the fans. I love you guys, but I have to admit, I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. I've seen the suggestions. Send him to Hawaii, but make him live in the jungle. Or send him to Hawaii, but he can't leave the hotel room. Honestly, I keep waiting for the twist. The Infographics Show has made my life into an M. Night Shyamalan movie, and I think it's giving me PTSD. But so far, nothing. No challenge other than to spend 7 days on the beach courtesy of Infographics and you guys. So I guess I'll check in from day to day, but I doubt I'll have much to report. Thanks again, and see you in another time zone. Day 2. The hotel is great. The beach is great. The weather is amazing. And it's all really messing with me. I keep waiting for the email or the phone call that says, "Hey, now that you're there, you have to do a challenge where you jump in a volcano." I got a massage and the masseuse said I had a lot of tension. I couldn't begin to guess why, he said very sarcastically. Day 4. Okay, no email, no phone call, other than a call to check in on me and make sure the accommodations were good. I've been lazying it up on the beach doing some snorkeling and, well, a lot of nothing. Like, a lot of nothing. The girlfriend is stuck back home because of her work and couldn't make it, so it's just me out here. And, well, there's only so much diving one person can do. Day 5. More beach, more sun. There's a terrifying thought in the back of my mind growing day by day, and I can't believe it. No, I'm gonna push it out of my mind and enjoy my vacation. Day 6. Beach, sun, sunburn. Things feel strange. That thought I've been having, it's growing stronger. Day 7. Okay, I admit it. I think I missed the challenges. These 7 days have been great, but they've been so, well, normal. I didn't have to walk around in full women's makeup, no trying to secretly poop in a field because I can't use my home toilet, and no eating all my meals through a straw for some godforsaken reason. Everything's been so damn normal. And this is the thought I've been so afraid of. The lingering idea in the back of my head as I soaked up the sun and dove to see pretty fishes. Am I incapable of enjoying a normal life anymore? Does life not have meaning without insanity, danger, and extreme inconvenience bordering on life-threatening? I think so. I want to thank all the fans that asked for this trip. It was amazing and definitely well-deserved. But now I'm kind of wishing I did have to spend it living on the edge of a volcano or arm wrestling a shark or something weird and strange. Now I'm afraid of what new challenges they've cooked up for me since they sent me on a free vacation. Alright, we're not gonna lie to you guys, we do hundreds of videos every year, and coming up with fun, interesting topics is practically a full-time job. Sometimes we take inspiration from what's trending in the news or perhaps science, and other times we get inspired by a weekend classics movie watch party. That's right, we're getting all Freaky Friday on you today with our brand new challenge, switching roles with the girlfriend for 48 hours. Pre-challenge. Welcome to my very own Freaky Friday. No, none of the terrible remakes, talking about the original one with Jodie Foster and Barbara Harris. Although the 1995 remake with Shelley Long and Gabby Hoffman was no doubt the best, with Jamie Lee Curtis and Lindsay Lohan coming in at a distant second. To be honest, Lohan was great in it until she went all Lindsay Lohan on us. Okay, so my Freaky Friday is just switching roles with a girlfriend, not one of my parents. And I instantly regret saying that because I'm sure someone at Infographics is furiously jotting down me switching with my parents as a future show idea. Seriously, you have no idea how hard it is to brainstorm new episode ideas. Low-hanging fruit is our bread and butter. This challenge took a bit to coordinate because I have to do her job as well now, too. She's had her breakthroughs in her modeling career that have allowed her to focus on that over her acting, which we decided was a good idea as it allows her to stay home here in LA more often. We both agreed that's a huge win for our relationship and she's happy with the choice. This obviously presents a bit of a problem for me doing her job, as in modeling. Luckily, she's pulled a few strings and got me a gig working with one of her photographer friends on a menswear catalog shoot for one of the big retail stores. No, I'm not talking about Guess or something where I would have to have flawless washboard abs and cheekbones so sharp you could cut a steak with them. I'm talking more, well, Walmart, Kmart, you know, something more realistic for me. I'll have to take over her role around the house too, which, spoiler alert, means I won't be doing much of anything around here. I'm a stay-at-home boyfriend. Most of my work is writing or photographing, so I'm home a lot, which means I take care of the place. Plus, she's a disaster at domestic life and would probably burn water if I ever allowed her to cook. Not gonna lie, it'll be nice to kick my feet back around here. Alright, I'll talk to you guys at the end of my first official Freaky Friday challenge. Just kidding, don't sue us, Disney. End of day 2. I am exhausted. Listen, I know it seems like being a model is a pretty easy, cushy job where you just sit around and be handsome while people fetch you water with cucumbers in it, but holy crap, it is so not that. Well, the cucumber water part is real, but man, you earn that water. My first day started at 04:30 hours because that's what time the girlfriend has to wake up for her daily workout if she has a shoot that day. I never really had an issue with waking up early. I can thank years of getting 1 to 2 hours of sleep a day while downrange in the military for that. But I really hate running and I hate it even more when it's early in the AM. I was up and at 'em while the girlfriend gave me a sleepy grin and rolled over. And I realized that's what I do every morning, and I missed it. 2.5-mile run followed by a whole mess of calisthenics, some free weights, and like a billion crunches. I followed her routine to the letter, and it reminded me of the days in my training, except I guess we did do more running than that. But still, I have a new respect for my girlfriend doing hardcore early morning PT every morning 5 days a week. Now for breakfast. I typically have a huge bowl of Raisin Bran or Smacks, but I'm Freaky Fridaying my life, which means cantaloupe and a yogurt. Cantaloupe, by the way, is like 98% water, and my stomach was howling as I left the door for my first day as a fashion model for the type of stores soccer moms frequent. Call time to be on set was 0700 hours, and I got there with minutes to spare. I'm not completely oblivious to what goes on a film or photo shoot set, though I do work more on fine art projects and definitely nothing catalog, so I wasn't completely sure what to expect. Well, the moment I arrived, I was immediately taken to wardrobe so that the wardrobe people could coordinate what outfits I was going to model. There were other guys and a few girls too, and they definitely looked like they belonged in the catalogs. Everyone was assigned several dozen looks that they'd be shooting for the day. For me, it was mostly casual clothes like jeans and sweatshirts or t-shirts, stuff like that. But a ton of it, like a lot. I think they put together like 30 outfits for me. Immediately after that, I got rushed to hair and makeup, and I had to sit perfectly still for half an hour as they prepped me. Yes, even guys get makeup, mostly to accent the cheekbones or smooth out skin tones, stuff like that. For my hair, the hair girl had some trouble figuring out what to do. I practically invented the messy bed hair look, and the girlfriend thinks it's both adorable and hot on me, but it's also apparently way out of style. I guess the messy bed hair look went out in 2015. I had no idea, and I really don't care. I don't plan on changing my hairstyle after this challenge. But for the sake of my shoot, the hair girl had to wrestle down my naturally messy hair with half a bottle of hairspray and generous amounts of gel. Then they had to blow dry it so it didn't look like it had pounds of product in it, which it totally did, because as I've mentioned, my hair is naturally extremely messy. Wearing makeup and having your hair full of product is the most uncomfortable thing in the world, especially because they overdo it on both. The rule is that for film or photo, you typically use much more makeup than you would in normal life because of artificial lighting and whatnot, so it feels like you're wearing a 7-layer cake on your face the entire time. To make things worse, even the best ventilated set gets extremely hot because of all the lights needed for shooting. Modern LED lights can cut down on that heat, but when you're lighting up a big set for those cutesy group shots you see in catalogs all the time, that's a ton of heat being output. And you can't have doors or windows open, letting the wind blow stuff around like the model's hair, so the entire set turns into a huge oven. So I threw on the first outfit and rushed to the set so I could do my solo shots, only to be assaulted by hair and makeup people once more for the last looks. I guess there's a trick to putting on tops while doing as little damage as possible to your hair and makeup. I definitely did not master that over my 2 days taking over my girlfriend's job. I made a mess every single time, and I'm pretty sure those makeup and hair people hate me by now. You'd think modeling was as simple as standing in front of a camera, smiling, striking a little casual pose, and that's that. Take some pics and voila, it's over. Oh no, it's so much more than that, especially when you've never been in front of the camera. To say that I had no idea what I was doing would be an understatement. I was the worst model in the history of modeling. Have you guys ever seen that scene from Talladega Nights with Will Ferrell where they're interviewing him after he wins a race and just holds his hands out all weird, asking what he should do with his hands? Yeah, that was me. Every single shoot, both days. I just sorta stood around, literally not knowing what to do with my hands, while the poor photographer did his best to try and coach me. Thing is, they're on a time crunch, so it's kind of a super fast process. They have to fire off each model's looks as quickly as possible, and while you're shooting, another guy or a girl is prepping for their shoot. It's like an assembly line, and I was jamming the whole thing up because I didn't know what to do with my hands in each shot. They give you instructions like, just look casual, and I was like, WTF does casual even look like? Then I started feeling like maybe I was smiling weird, which in turn made me actually smile weird, which the photographer and assistants all pointed out. They were all shouting corrections rapid fire after every single click of the camera. It honestly reminded me of my drill instructors in basic getting in my face, only instead of telling me how worthless I was, they were screaming at me to be prettier. After a blistering photo session, it was immediately back to wardrobe for the next look and immediately back to hair and makeup for touch-ups, then immediately back in front of the camera, bam, 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 one look after the other. The only time I had for sitting down was on the makeup chair. Even if you get a short breather, you're not allowed to sit while wearing the clothes you're going to model because nobody wants to risk you creasing them or getting them dirty. And this went on for hours. I was already exhausted by the time our 1-hour lunch came around. Worst part is, I was yelled at to not sweat in the clothes I was wearing like 10 times. How in the world are you supposed to not sweat? Like, how do I stop myself from physically doing that? I sweat. I sweat a lot. And I got yelled at a lot. Honestly, my 2 days working on set as a model reminded me a lot of my military training days. Of course, the more experienced models didn't get yelled at because they knew what they were doing, so it was just me, the dumb greenhorn that couldn't figure out what to do with his hands in front of the camera. I did make a friend. It was another guy who remembered me from some Halloween party we went to. The girlfriend and I went as Archer and Lana Kane from the show Archer because, well, she looks a damn lot like Lana Kane, even though I'm pretty sure I look more like Cyril than Archer. Just kidding, the girlfriend hates that joke. Anyway, the guy recognized me and we actually got along really well, which is strange because I don't make friends easily. He was a huge help though and really helped give me pointers throughout my days, causing the photographer and his assistants and the hair and makeup people to all yell at me less. Hooray! I got off set both days at around 2,300 hours. Yeah, you heard that right, 11 p.m. for you civvies out there. That means I was working 16-hour days and I spent nearly the entire day on my feet. On day 2, I still had to get up at 4:30 in the morning because long work days are no excuse to fall behind on your physical fitness routine when your body is literally your moneymaker. I was beyond exhausted when I got home, and much to my girlfriend's credit, she actually had dinner waiting for me. Bow ties and broccoli, because hey, everyone knows how to make that. So, like I said at the start of this, I know it seems like modeling is a totally cush job and easy, but let me tell you, no, it isn't. It's insanely hard, physically demanding, and exhausting. It's a gift to be able to stand in front of a camera and act all natural. Modeling everything from swimsuits to ridiculous outfits if you're in high fashion, instead of acting like me and wondering what in the world to do with your hands. Being on a live set itself is exhausting. The lights are going the entire time, generating a ton of heat, and naturally you can't have the windows or doors open to let in outside light or wind to mess with stuff. The temperature climbs to the high 90s, though being in the hundreds is not unheard of, and somehow you're supposed to not sweat all over the clothes you wear. Yeah, never figured that one out. I always respected the work that the girlfriend does, but man, I respect her so much more now. I guess it makes sense while she makes like 10 times more money than I do, even if I pull a healthy salary from all my writing work. You know what? After 2 exhausting days of living her life, I'm perfectly fine with her continuing to be my hot sugar mama. I'll gladly stay at home and cook dinner like a good house husband. Beats getting yelled at all day because you have no idea what to do with your stupid hands. Who doesn't love the Middle Ages with its mighty knights, imposing castles, and armies of orcs stirred to war against man by the awakening power of Sauron? Alright, we might have gotten Middle Ages mixed up with the Middle Earth there, but in this latest challenge episode, we sent your favorite lab rat fresh from hunting ghosts in Kentucky back in time 800 years to try a medieval diet meant for kings. Challenge start. Regimen Sanitantis Salernitanum. It means, I don't know, to be honest. Something about a Salernitan regimen of health, I believe. What I do know is that it's one of the only surviving health texts from the Middle Ages, and infographics pretty much jumped at the opportunity to make me try it out for 30 days the moment they discovered its existence, because if there's one thing people in the Middle Ages were known for, it was their keen knowledge of health. So what is it exactly? Well, it's part cookbook and part medical texts, and part spiritual musings, sort of like a medieval version of Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop, only filled with better science. It's believed to have been written as early as 1050 AD, but was probably put together in the 12th or 13th century and was allegedly written by the Scuola Medica Salernitana, an Italian medieval medical school. No one is sure who the actual author is though, but it's largely attributed to a poet named John of Milan and written for a European king named Robert Curthose. The work is written in the style of a poem and touches on daily hygiene and diet. This is a work that was based on the humoral theory of medicine, a belief that the body's health was controlled by properly managed levels of 4 specific humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Using food, hygiene, and good physical habits, you could keep those 4 humors in check and avoid dying of the common cold, which was probably killing millions of people at the time. Or at least anyone left over after the plague got through with him. Surprisingly though, some of the ideas aren't so far-fetched as one might think, since a lot of the practices contained in the book were discovered by figuring out what worked and what didn't work. While medieval doctors might have not had a clue as to what a virus or a germ was, they at least did understand that diet had a big impact on one's health. It's just that maybe they weren't always focusing on the right things to eat. Alright, so page 1 of the book would help me set my new daily habits. The very first thing the book recommends is that you do not stress out and don't get angry in order to stay healthy. This is actually backed by pretty solid modern science. If you spend all day raging at strangers online, you're setting yourself up for a whole host of medical issues. Instead, relax, be kind, and don't let things stress you out so much. That part was pretty easy for me. I tend to live my life like that already. Next, I am commanded to be sparing of undiluted wine. so no heavy drinking. Again, sounds pretty reasonable. Never been a big drinker. I am not allowed to take afternoon naps after eating a big meal. That one is hard. I'm a fan of naps. The girlfriend swears I'm half cat because according to her, every time she turns around, me and the dog are napping in front of our big open window in the living room where sunlight streams in. The book warns me against retaining my urine and tightly compressing my anus. I think I get it. Don't hold in your poops. Gotcha. I will refrain from tightly compressing my anus. Some people in the comments section should also probably follow this advice. Next, I'm instructed that if I ever need a physician, these 3 doctors will suffice: a joyful mind, rest, and a moderate diet. I mean, the book isn't wrong. All those things will help you be healthier. But I'm pretty sure the reason it lists these 3 doctors is because they were all that was available to most people at the time. In America, this is still largely true. Next, I received my instructions for how to go about my day. First thing upon waking up is to wash my face with cold water and then do some light stretching, comb my hair, brush my teeth. Honestly, all tracks so far. After my bath, have some breakfast and then stand or walk around afterwards. And I should do that for each meal, by the way. Okay, honestly, this all sounds like a pretty healthy morning routine anyway. Next, I am told to take a short afternoon nap or don't. Literally, it says that, take an afternoon nap or don't. Further, the book warns that fever, indolence, headache, and chest cold could all result from taking that nap. Now, that's exactly the type of medieval age advice I was expecting. Next is the girlfriend's least favorite part of the whole book, and I quote, 4 illnesses came from gas retained in the stomach: spasm, dropsy, colic, and vertigo. The subtext is clear here. If you gotta fart, let her rip. I have the green light to fart as much as I'd like for the next 30 days. Finally, I am warned to eat only a light meal before bed and to not eat again until my stomach has been purged and emptied. Alright, so what am I going to be eating exactly? Well, first, some things I can't eat if I'm sick. Peaches, apples, pears, milk, cheese, salted meats, deer meat, rabbit, goat, and beef. All bad for me if I'm sick. I'm assuming it's okay to eat if I'm healthy though. Now it's time to set my diet, and here's the things I'm supposed to eat on a daily basis. Red wine, rich gravy, wheat, milk, fresh cheese, pork meat, sweet wine. Quote, good tasting foods, which as a description definitely falls short on the scientific standard. Raw eggs, guess salmonella didn't exist in the medieval ages, ripe figs, and fresh grapes. Oh yeah, also testicles, brain, and marrow. Now, the book doesn't specify which animal's testicles, but I'm assuming it's going to be one of those domesticated types, so I don't know, dealer's choice. All in all, not exactly a balanced diet as recommended by the USDA. Medieval doctors never even heard of a food pyramid. Alright, the book goes on with the general tips on living your best life. Like, for example, if you mix wine with seawater before a sea voyage, you won't get seasick. Extremely confident that's not scientific, but I guess if you mix enough wine with anything, you'll be so blitzed you won't even know you're on a boat. The book also recommends that if you have a hangover, just drink more in the morning. I can personally vouch that that does not work. Also, this book finds water pretty sus, and instead recommends drinking beer or wine. In fact, it claims that beer will not weigh you down, so I guess I'm going to be going through quite a few six-packs. As millions of beer bellies around the world can attest, beer definitely does weigh you down. But remember, this was the Middle Ages, where being fat meant you were successful and super sexy. Being muscular and fit meant you worked in the fields like a dirty peasant, so you were probably poor. By the way, the reason why medieval people drank so much alcohol is because life generally sucked, but also because the process of making alcohol killed a lot of bacteria, and normal drinking water often made people sick since they had no sanitation. So it really makes sense. So to prepare for my month of medieval diet, I immediately made my way to the butcher shop, only I had to find one that dealt in parts of the animal we don't normally eat. I managed to find a place in Chinatown, no surprise there, where I was able to get some of the more specialty cuts of meat I required. This included pig intestines, because the book clearly warns against eating the intestines of any other animal, but promises that pig intestines and wine is good medicine. Then I snagged some testicles, both bull and pig, as well as some sheep and cow brains. The butcher gave me a strange look, but as I've covered in many of my previous challenges, as far as I'm concerned, protein is protein. Lastly, I got some duck, because later in the book it says that waterfowl are nourishing. Most of what I was going to end up eating definitely wasn't available in a local supermarket, so promised the butcher I'd be back often over the next month, and he seemed happy to have my very strange business. When I got home, I set my random meat down on the kitchen table, including my bag of testicles and brains, and the girlfriend began dry heaving and ran out of the room. So, how did my month go? For my breakfast, I ate a lot of toast with large servings of butter, as butter, the book states, is good for digestion. I used whole wheat bread, which I'm normally not a fan of, but I eventually got used to it. Everything got washed down with a big serving of milk. The book is super into milk, although I wasn't able to find donkey milk, which the book claimed was the healthiest of all milks. I ended up switching between goat and cow milk. I can safely say I am not a fan of goat milk. It has a weird taste to it. Also, with my breakfast, I had a lot of cheese. Turns out medieval people made a ton of different cheeses, so there really wasn't much off limits. I even bought it in those big round wheels and carved it off with a big knife I found. I was definitely getting into the medieval spirit of things. Maybe a bit too much as I began to call the girlfriend my wench and demand she refill my chalice. The second time I did it, she threw a cheese wheel at me and put a dent in the wall. Oh yeah, I got a chalice, a big one too. It seemed more appropriate, and I can tell the girlfriend absolutely hates it. Or maybe she hates the fact that I mostly ended up drinking beer and wine since the book is so anti-water. So I was perpetually lightly hammered. I'm not a big alcohol drinker, to be honest, so it didn't take much to keep me buzzed. After this experience, I can honestly tell you that our ancestors were raging alcoholics. Cheese was a pretty big part of the diet. The book literally tells you to end each meal with cheese for proper digestion. So cheese lovers rejoice, this diet's for you. Also for breakfast, I had raw eggs. I have no idea how medieval people prepared them, but the book says raw, so raw it was. After each raw egg, I had to drink a whole cup of wine. Apparently it helps with digestion. All I know is it definitely helps to wash away the taste of a raw egg, which is pretty awful. The girlfriend has a thing about eggs, so when she saw me slurping down raw eggs, she started gagging again. It's all just protein to me. Lunch and dinner were the most challenging meals. I know a lot of southern people are into chitlins, but eating intestine was probably my least favorite part of this whole thing. I tried following a chitlin recipe I found online, but they just keep coming out tough and rubbery. Oh, by the way, always make sure to thoroughly clean your chitlins because poop runs through them. I spent quite a lot of time in the South, so I was aware. The girlfriend was not at all. So when she finally gathered up the nerve to pick up a piece of intestine to feel it, she got some brown stuff on her hand and thought she was going to pass out. From that day on, she couldn't eat at the same table as me whenever I made up the chitlins. You know your food is fresh, by the way, if your chitlins are still a bit mucky. Gotta say, that Chinatown butcher shop was on point. I looked up some recipes for brain online as well, and honestly, I found them to be kind of tasteless. I tried sheep and cow brain. They both kind of tasted the same to me. When the girlfriend saw me preparing them, she about had a fit. Though I think it was the testicles that really did it for her. She ended up vomiting a bit into the sink when she saw me frying those up. For the rest of the day, she refused to let me kiss her. It didn't take me long into this whole journey to understand more of medieval history and why people were constantly fighting and killing each other. Also, why science was so slow to advance. The book recommends wine or beer with literally every single meal. Do you have any clue how absolutely hammered our ancestors were? According to them, water was too cooling and would produce indigestion. So instead, you either mixed it with wine or just drank straight wine, period, or beer, every single meal, and an entire glass of it after certain foods like eggs. I wasn't ever incapacitated enough that I couldn't function, but the girlfriend forbade me for driving anywhere, and honestly, that was a good call. Good thing I mostly work from home. So, how did I feel after 30 days of eating raw eggs, beer, pork meat, wine, testicles, beer, brain, wine, cheese, beer, wheat bread, wine, milk, beer, random waterfowl, and, of course, wine? Well, I unsurprisingly put on weight. What's surprising is I put on a whopping 10 pounds. But it wasn't really like in any one area you might expect. Instead, it was just kind of all over the place. The girlfriend said I just looked padded all over, which is kind of a weird way to describe me. I hadn't stopped doing my normal exercising and weightlifting during this time, and I actually noticed that all the protein on this diet has definitely increased muscle mass, but the addition of body fat along with muscle proved to me that every time you watch a medieval show, it's BS. Guys back then weren't jacked with abs. They were strong, but they were also thick. So next time you're watching The Witcher and Geralt takes his shirt off, imagine him with a bit of a belly, far fewer abs, and more body fat all over. It was weird being buzzed all the time at first, but I eventually got up my tolerance and noticed it less and less. Medieval people must have had an ungodly tolerance for alcohol because they literally drank it all the time. It was like Gatorade to them, and I have to admit, sports would be a lot more fun if the players were absolutely wrecked the entire time. I guess cutting out all that sugar we have in our diet today was a good thing. Surprisingly, I noticed that my cardio actually improved, despite this diet being so carb-heavy. Or maybe I was just hammered, since I do my running in the morning, and I had to drink an entire cup of wine after each and every egg I ate. All in all, I thought this diet was going to be a lot harder than it was, or at least it would have a lot worse repercussions than it did. After all, this diet comes from the same people who thought vinegar, quote, dries up the nerves of the fat. which I have absolutely no idea what that means. If you're interested in trying it out, look up the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum for yourself. Just make sure you stock up on testicles because you're going to be eating a lot of them. Now go check out my prison food challenge or click this other video instead.